Hi, and welcome back. Get comfortable, dim the lights if you can, settle into bed, and let this play in the background. This is part 2 of A Thousand Miles Up the Nile by Amelia B. Edwards, continuing directly on from part 1. If you're just joining us, Edwards has sailed up the Nile from Cairo, past the pyramids and the temples of Thebes, as far as the island of Philae. If you'd like more of these to fall asleep to, go ahead and subscribe now, before you doze off. New readings weekly. We rejoin her setting out from Philae, heading further south into Nubia. Chapter 13. Philae to Keoaroskeo. Sailing gently southward, the river opening wide before us, Philae dwindling in the rear, we feel that we are now fairly over the border, and that if Egypt was strange and far from home, Nubia is stranger and farther still. The Nile here flows deep and broad. The rocky heights that hem it in so close on either side are still black on the one hand, golden on the other. The banks are narrower than ever. The space in some places is little wider than a towing path. In others, there is barely room for a belt of date palms and a slip of alluvial soil, every foot of which produces its precious growth of doura or barley. The steep verge below is green with lentils to the water's edge. As the river recedes, it leaves each day a margin of fresh, wet soil, in which the careful husbandman hastens to scratch a new furrow, and sow another line of seeds. He cannot afford to let so much as an inch of that kindly mud lie idle. Gliding along with half-filled sail, we observe how entirely the population seems to be regulated by the extent of arable soil. Where the inundation has room to spread, villages come thicker. More dusky figures are seen moving to and fro in the shade of the palms. More children race along the banks, shrieking for bakshish. When the shelf of soil is narrowed, on the contrary, to a mere fringe of luminous green dividing the rock from the river, there is a startling absence of everything like life. Mile after mile drags its slow length along, uncheered by any sign of human habitation. When now and then a solitary native, armed with gun or spear, is seen striding along the edge of the desert, he only seems to make the general solitude more apparent. Meanwhile, it is not only men and women whom we miss, men laboring by the riverside, women with babies astride on their shoulders, or water jars balanced on their heads, but birds, beasts, boats, everything that we have been used to see along the river. The buffaloes dozing at midday in the shallows, the camels stalking home in single file toward sunset, the waterfowl haunting the sandbanks, seem suddenly to have vanished. Even donkeys are now rare, and as for horses, I do not remember to have seen one during the 7 weeks we spent in Nubia. All night, too, instead of the usual chorus of dogs barking furiously from village to village, we hear only the long-drawn wail of an occasional jackal. It is not wonderful, however, that animal life should be scarce in a district where the scant soil yields barely food enough for those who till it. To realize how very scant it is, one needs only to remember that about Dare, where it is at its widest, the annual deposit nowhere exceeds half a mile in breadth, while for the most part of the way between Philae and Wadi Halfway, a distance of 210 miles, it averages from 6 to 60 yards. Here then, more than ever, one seems to see how entirely these lands which we call Egypt and Nubia are nothing but the banks of one solitary river in the midst of a world of desert. In Egypt, the valley is often so wide that one forgets the stony waste beyond the cornlands. But in Nubia, the desert is ever present. We cannot forget it if we would. The barren mountains press upon our path, showering down avalanches of granite on the one side and torrents of yellow sand on the other. We know that those stones are always falling, that those sands are always drifting, that the river has hard work to hold its own, and that the desert is silently encroaching day by day. These golden sand streams are the newest and most beautiful features in the landscape. They pour down from the high level of the Libyan desert, just as the snows of Switzerland pour down from the upper plateaus of the Alps. Through every ravine and gap, they find a channel, here trickling in tiny rivulets, flowing yonder in broad torrents that widen to the river. Becalmed a few miles above Philae, we found ourselves at the foot of one of these largest drifts. The MBS challenged us to climb the slope and see the sunset from the desert. It was about 6 o'clock, and the thermometer was standing at 80 degrees in the coolest corner of the large saloon. We ventured to suggest that the top was a long way up, but the MBs would take no refusal. So away we went, panting, breathless, bewailing our hard fate. And the rider had done some difficult walking in their time, over ice and snow, on lava cold and hot, up cinder slopes and beds of mountain torrents. But this innocent-looking sand drift proved quite as hard to climb as any of them. The sand lies wonderfully loose and light, and is as hot as if it had been baked in an oven. Into this, the foot plunges ankle deep, slipping back at every step, and leaving a huge hole into which the sand pours down again like water. Looking back, you trace your course by a succession of funnel-shaped pits, each larger than a wash-hand basin. Though your slipper be as small as Cinderella's, the next comer shall not be able to tell whether it was a lady who went up last, or a camel. It is toilsome work, too, for the foot finds neither rest nor resistance, and the strain upon the muscles is unremitting. But the beauty of the sand more than repays the fatigue of climbing it. Smooth, sheeny, satiny, fine as diamond dust, supple, undulating, luminous, it lies in the most exquisite curves and wreaths, like a snowdrift turned to gold. Remodeled by every breath that blows, its ever-varying surface presents an endless play of delicate lights and shadows. There lives not the sculptor who could render those curves, and I doubt whether Turner himself, in his tenderest and subtlest mood, could have done justice to those complex grays and ambers. Having paused to rest upon an outcropping ledge of rock about halfway up, we came at length to the top of the last slope and found ourselves on the level of the desert. Here, faithful to the course of the river. The first objects to meet our eyes were the old familiar telegraph posts and wires. Beyond them, to north and south, a crowd of peaks closed in the view. But westward, a rolling waste of hillock and hollow opened away to where the sun, a crimson globe, had already half vanished below the rim of the world. One could not resist going a few steps farther, just to touch the nearest of those telegraph posts. It was like reaching out a hand toward home. When the sun dropped, we turned back. The valley below was already steeped in dusk. The Nile, glimmering like a coiled snake in the shade, reflected the evening sky in 3 separate reaches. On the Arabian side, a far-off mountain chain stood out, purple and jagged, against the eastern horizon. To come down was easy. Driving our heels well into the sand, we half ran, half glissaded, and soon reached the bottom. Here we were met by an old Nubian woman who had trudged up in all haste from the nearest village to question our sailors about one Yusuf, her son, of whom she had heard nothing for nearly a year. She was a very poor old woman, a widow, and this Yusuf was her only son. Hoping to better himself, he had worked his passage to Cairo in a cargo boat some 18 months ago. Twice since then he had sent her messages and money, but now 11 months had gone by in silence, and she feared he must be dead. Meanwhile, her date palm, taxed to the full value of its produce, had this year yielded not a piastre of profit. Her mud hut had fallen in, and there was no Yusuf to repair it. Old and sick, she now could only beg, and her neighbors, by whose charity she subsisted, were but a shade less poor than herself. Our men knew nothing of the missing Yusuf. Reis Hassan promised when he went back to make inquiries among the boatmen of Bulak. But then, he added, there are so many Yusufs in Cairo. It made one's heart ache to see the tremulous eagerness with which the poor soul put her questions, and the crushed look in her face when she turned away. And now, being fortunate in respect of the wind, which for the most part blows steadily from the north between sunrise and sunset, we make good progress, and for the next 10 days live pretty much on board our dahabeah. The main features of the landscape go on repeating themselves with but little variation from day to day. The mountains wear their habitual livery of black and gold. The river, now widening, now narrowing, flows between banks blossoming with lentils and lupins. With these and yellow acacia tufts and blue castoral berries, and the weird coloquintida, with its downy leaf and milky juice and puff bladder fruit, like a green peach tinged with purple, we make our daily bouquet for the dinner table. All other flowers have vanished, and even these are hard to get in a land where every green blade is precious to the grower. Now, too, the climate becomes sensibly warmer. The heat of the sun is so great at midday that, even with the north breeze blowing, we can no longer sit on deck between 12 and 3. Towards sundown, when the wind drops, it turns so sultry that to take a walk on shore comes to be regarded as a duty rather than as a pleasure. Thanks, however, to that indomitable painter who is always ready for an afternoon excursion. We do sometimes walk for an hour before dinner, striking off generally into the desert, looking for onyxes and carnelians among the pebbles that here and there strew the surface of the sand, and watching in vain for jackals and desert hares. Sometimes we follow the banks instead of the desert, coming now and then to a creaking saki turned by a melancholy buffalo, or to a native village hidden behind dwarf palms. Here each hut has its tiny forecourt, in the midst of which stand the mud oven and mud cupboard of the family, two dumpy mounds of smooth gray clay, like big chimney pots, the one capped with a lid, the other fitted with a little wooden door and wooden bolt. Some of the houses have a barbaric ornament palmed off, so to say, upon the walls, the pattern being simply the impression of a human hand dipped in red or yellow ochre and applied while the surface is moist. The amount of bazaar that takes place whenever we enter one of these villages is quite alarming. The dogs first give notice of our approach, and presently we are surrounded by all the women and girls of the place, offering live pigeons, eggs, vegetable marrows, necklaces, nose rings, and silver bracelets for sale. The boys pester us to buy wretched, half-dead chameleons. The men stand aloof and leave the bargaining to the women. And the women not only know how to bargain, but how to assess the relative value of every coin that passes current on the Nile. Rupees, rubles, reals, dollars, and shillings are as intelligible to them as paras or piastres. Sovereigns are not too heavy nor Napoleons too light for them. The times are changed since Belzoni's Nubian, after staring contemptuously at the first piece of money he had ever seen, asked, "Who would give anything for that small piece of metal?" The necklaces consist of onyx, carnelian, bone, silver, and colored glass beads, with now and then a stray scarab or amulet in the ancient blue porcelain. The arrangement of color is often very subtle. The brow pendants in gold repoussé and the massive old silver bracelets, rough with knobs and bosses, are most interesting in design and perpetuate patterns of undoubted antiquity. The M.B.'s picked up one really beautiful collarette of silver and coral, which might have been worn 3,000 years ago by Pharaoh's daughter. When on board, we begin now to keep a sharp lookout for crocodiles. We hear of them constantly, see their tracks upon the sandbanks in the river, go through agonies of expectation over every black speck in the distance, yet are perpetually disappointed. The farther south we go, the more impatient we become. The Ease, whose dahabeah, homeward bound, drifts slowly past one calm morning, report 11 beauties, seen altogether yesterday upon a sand island, some 10 miles higher up. Mr. C. Beast's boat, garlanded with crocodiles from stem to stern, fills us with envy. We would give our ears, almost, to see one of these engaging reptiles dangling from either our own mainmast or that of the faithful Bagstones. Alfred, who has set his heart on bagging at least half a dozen, says nothing, but grows gloomier day by day. At night, when the moon is up and less misanthropic folk are in bed and asleep. He rambles moodily into the desert after jackals. Meanwhile, on we go, starting at sunrise, mooring at sunset, sailing, tracking, punting, never stopping for an hour by day, if we can help it, and pushing straight for Abu Simbel with as little delay as possible. Thus we pass the pylons of Dabad with their background of desert, Gertesy, a miniature Sunium, seen toward evening against the glowing sunset, Taffa, rich in palms, with white columns gleaming through green foliage by the waterside, the cliffs, islands, and rapids of Calabshe, and the huge temple which rises like a fortress in their midst, Dendur, a tiny chapel with a single pylon, and Jurf Hossein, which from this distance might be taken for the mouth of a rock-cut tomb in the face of the precipice. About halfway between Calabshe and Dendur, we enter the Tropic of Cancer. From this day till the day when we repass that invisible boundary, there is a marked change in the atmospheric conditions under which we live. The days get gradually hotter, especially at noon, when the sun is almost vertical. But the freshness of night and the chill of early morning are no more. Unless, when a strong wind blows from the north, we no longer know what it is to need a shawl on deck in the evening, or an extra covering on our beds toward dawn. We sleep with our cabin windows open and enjoy a delicious equality of temperature from sundown to sunrise. The days and nights, too, are of almost equal length. Now also, the Southern Cross and a second group of stars, which we conclude must form part of the centaur, are visible between 2 and 4 every morning. They have been creeping up, a star at a time, for the last fortnight, but are still so low upon the eastern horizon that we can only see them when there comes a break in the mountain chain on that side of the river. At the same time, our old familiar friends of the northern hemisphere, looking strangely distorted and decidedly out of their proper place, are fast disappearing on the opposite side of the heavens. Orion seems to be lying on his back, and the Great Bear to be standing on his tail, while Cassiopeia and a number of others have deserted en masse. The zenith, meanwhile, is but thinly furnished, so that we seem to have traveled away from the one hemisphere and not yet to have reached the other. As for the Southern Cross, we reserve our opinion till we get farther south. It would be treason to hint that we are disappointed in so famous a constellation. After Jurf Hossein, the next place of importance for which our maps bid us look out is Dake. As we draw near, expecting hourly to see something of the temple, the Nile increases in breadth and beauty. It is a peaceful, glassy morning. The men have been tracking since dawn and stopped to breakfast at the foot of a sandy bank, wooded with tamarisks and gum trees. A glistening network of gossamer floats from bough to bough. The sky overhead is of a tender, luminous blue, such as we never see in Europe. The air is wonderfully still. The river, which here takes a sudden bend toward the east, looks like a lake and seems to be barred ahead by the desert. Presently a funeral passes along the opposite bank, the chief mourner flourishing a long staff, like a drum major, the women snatching up handfuls of dust and scattering it upon their heads. We hear their wild wail long after the procession is out of sight. Going on again, presently, our whole attention becomes absorbed by the new and singular geological features of the Libyan desert. A vast plain covered with isolated mountains of volcanic structure. It looks like some strange transformation of the Pied de Dome Plateau, with all its windswept pastures turned to sand, and its grassy craters stripped to barrenness. The more this plain widens out before our eyes, the more it bristles with peaks. As we round the corner, and Dake, like a smaller Edfu, comes into sight upon the western bank, the whole desert on that side, as far as the eye can see, presents the unmistakable aspect of one vast field of volcanoes. As in Auvergne, these cones are of all sizes and heights, some low and rounded, like mere bubbles that have cooled without bursting, others ranging apparently from 1,000 to 1,500 feet in height. The broken craters of several are plainly distinguishable by the help of a field glass. One in particular is so like our old friend, the Pied de Periu, that in a mere black and white sketch, the one might readily be mistaken for the other. We were surprised to find no account of the geology of this district in any of our books. Murray and Wilkinson pass it in silence, and writers of travels, one or two of whom notice only the pyramidal shape of the hills, are for the most part content to do likewise. None seem to have observed their obvious volcanic origin. Thanks to a light breeze that sprang up in the afternoon, we were able to hoist our big sail again and to relieve the men from tracking. Thus we glided past the ruins of Mahareke, which, seen from the river, looked like a Greek portico set in a hollow waste of burning desert. Next came Wadi Sabwa, a temple half buried in sand, near which we met a tiny dahabeah, manned by 2 Nubians and flying the star and crescent. A shabby government inspector in European dress and a fez lay smoking on a mat outside his cabin door, while from a spar overhead there hung a mighty crocodile. The monster was of a greenish-brown color and measured at least 16 feet from head to tail. His jaws yawned, and one flat and flabby arm and ponderous paw swung with the motion of the boat, looking horribly human. The painter, with an eye to foregrounds, made a bid for him on the spot, but the shabby inspector was not to be moved by considerations of gain. He preferred his crocodile to infidel gold, and scarcely deigned even to reply to the offer, seen in the half-light of a tropical afterglow. The purple mountains coming down in detached masses to the water's edge on the one side, the desert with its volcanic peaks, yet rosy upon the other. We thought the approach to Carrasco more picturesque than anything we had yet seen south of the cataract. As the dusk deepened, the moon rose, and the palms that had just room to grow between the mountains and the river turned from bronze to silver. It was half twilight, half moonlight, by the time we reached the mooring place where Talhemi, who had been sent forward in the small boat half an hour ago, jumped on board laden with a packet of letters and a sheaf of newspapers. For here, where the great caravan route leads off across the desert to Khartoum, we touched the first Nubian post office. It was only 10 days since we had received our last budget at Asuan, but it seemed like 10 weeks. Chapter 14. Koroskeo to Abou Simbel. It so happened that we arrived at Carrasco on the eve of Elid el-Kebir, or the anniversary of the sacrifice of Abraham, when, according to the Muslim version, Ishmael was the intended victim and a ram the substituted offering. Now, Elid el-Kebir, being one of the great feasts of the Mohammedan calendar, is a day of gifts and good wishes. The rich visit their friends and distribute meat to the poor, and every true believer goes to the mosque to say his prayers in the morning. So instead of starting as usual at sunrise, we treated our sailors to a sheep and waited till past noon, that they might have a holiday. They began the day by trooping off to the village mosque in all the glory of new blue blouses, spotless turbans, and scarlet leather slippers, then loitered about till dinner time, when the said sheep, stewed with lentils and garlic, brought the festivities to an end. It was a thin and ancient beast, and must have been horribly tough, but an epicure might have envied the childlike enjoyment with which our honest fellows squatted, cross-legged and happy, round the smoking cauldron, chattering, laughing, feasting, dipping their fingers in the common mess, washing the whole down with long draughts of Nile water, and finishing off with a hubble-bubble passed from lip to lip, and a mouthful of muddy coffee. By a little after midday, they had put off their finery, harnessed themselves to the tow rope, and set to work to haul us through the rocky shoals, which here impede the current. From Carrasco to Dare, the actual distance is about 11 miles and a half. But what with obstructions in the bed of the river, and what with a wind that would have been favorable, but for another great bend which the Nile takes toward the east, those 11 miles and a half cost us the best part of 2 days, hard tracking. Landing from time to time when the boat was close inshore, we found the order of planting everywhere the same: lupins and lentils on the slope against the waterline, an uninterrupted grove of palms on the edge of the bank, in the space beyond, fields of cotton and young corn, and then the desert. The arable soil was divided off, as usual, by hundreds of water channels, and seemed to be excellently farmed as well as abundantly irrigated. Not a weed was to be seen, not an inch of soil appeared to be wasted. In odd corners, where there was room for nothing else, cucumbers and vegetable marrows flourished and bore fruit. Nowhere had we seen castor berries so large, cotton pods so full, or palms so lofty. Here also, for the first time out of Egypt, we observed among the bushes a few hoopoes and other small birds, and on a sand slope down by the river, a group of wild ducks. That is to say, one of the beasts and the rider had wandered off that way in search of crocodiles. The 2 dahabeahs, each with its file of trackers, were slowly laboring up against the current about a mile away. All was intensely hot and intensely silent. We had walked far and had seen no crocodile. What we should have done if we had met one, I am not prepared to say. perhaps we should have run away. At all events, we were just about to turn back when we caught sight of the ducks sunning themselves, half asleep, on the brink of a tiny pool about 1/8 of a mile away. Creeping cautiously under the bank, we contrived to get within a few yards of them. They were 4, a drake, a duck, and 2 young ones, exquisitely feathered, and as small as teal. The parent birds could scarcely have measured more than 8 inches from head to tail. All alike had chestnut-colored heads with a narrow buff stripe down the middle, like a parting, maroon backs, wing feathers maroon and gray, and tails tipped with buff. They were so pretty, and the little family party was so complete, that the writer could not help secretly rejoicing that Alfred and his gun were safe on board the Bagstones. High above the Libyan bank, on the sloping verge of the desert, stands, half drowned in sand, the little temple of Amata. Seeing it from the opposite side while duck hunting in the morning, I had taken it for one of the many stone shelters erected by Muhammad Ali for the accommodation of cattle levied annually in the Soudan. It proved, however, to be a temple, small but massive, built with squared blocks of sandstone, and dating back to the very old times of the Usertessens and Thothams. It consists of a portico, a transverse atrium, and 3 small chambers. The pillars of the portico are mere square piers. The rooms are small and low. The roof, constructed of oblong blocks, is flat from end to end. As an architectural structure, it is in fact but a few degrees removed from Stonehenge. A shed without, this little temple is, however, a cameo within. Nowhere, save in the Tomb of Tea, had we seen bas-reliefs so delicately modeled, so rich in color. Here, as elsewhere, the walls are covered with groups of kings and gods and hieroglyphic texts. The figures are slender and animated. The headdresses, jewelry, and patterned robes are elaborately drawn and painted. Every head looks like a portrait. Every hieroglyphic form is a study in miniature. Apart from its exquisite finish, the wall sculpture of Amata has, however, nothing in common with the wall sculpture of the ancient empire. It belongs to the period of Egyptian Renaissance, and though inferior in power and naturalness to the work of the elder school, it marks just that moment of special development when the art of modeling in low relief had touched the highest level to which it ever again attained. That highest level belongs to the reigns of Thothams II and Thothams III, just as the perfect era in architecture belongs to the reigns of Seti I and Ramesses II. It is for this reason that Amata is so precious. It registers an epoch in the history of the art and gives us the best of that epoch in the hour of its zenith. The sculptor is here seen to be working within bounds already prescribed. Yet, within those bounds, he still enjoys a certain liberty. His art, though largely conventionalized, is not yet stereotyped. His sense of beauty still finds expression. There is, in short, a grace and sweetness about the bas-relief designs of Amata, for which one looks in vain to the storied walls of Karnak. The chambers are half choked with sand, and we had to crawl into the sanctuary upon our hands and knees. A long inscription at the upper end records how Amenhotep II, returning from his first campaign against the Rutan, slew 7 kings with his own hand, 6 of whom were gibbeted upon the ramparts of Thebes, while the body of the 7th was sent to Ethiopia by water and suspended on the outer wall of the city of Napata, in order that the Negroes might behold the victories of the Pharaoh in all the lands of the world. In the darkest corner of the atrium, we observed a curious tableau representing the king embraced by a goddess. He holds a short, straight sword in his right hand and the crux ansata in his left. On his head, he wears the kepersh, or war helmet, a kind of a blue mitre studded with gold stars and ornamented with the royal asp. The goddess clasps him lovingly about the neck and bends her lips to his. The artist has given her the yellow complexion conventionally ascribed to women, but her saucy mouth and nez retroissé are distinctly European. Dressed in the fashion of the 19th century, she might have served Leech as a model for his girl of the period. The sand has drifted so high at the back of the temple that one steps upon the roof as upon a terrace only just raised above the level of the desert. Soon that level will be equal, and if nothing is done to rescue it within the next generation or two, the whole building will become engulfed and its very site be forgotten. The view from the roof, looking back toward Carrasco and forward toward Dare, is one of the finest, perhaps quite the finest, in Nubia. The Nile curves grandly through the foreground. The palm woods of Dare are green in the distance. The mountain region which we have just traversed ranges a vast crescent of multitudinous peaks, round 2/3 of the horizon. Ridge beyond ridge, chain beyond chain, flushing crimson in light and deepening through every tint of amethyst and purple in shadow. Those innumerable summits fade into tenderest blue upon the horizon. As the sun sets, they seem to glow, to become incandescent, to be touched with flame. As in the old time when every crater was a font of fire. Struggling next morning through a maze of sandbanks, we reached Dare soon after breakfast. This town, the Nubian capital, lies a little lower than the level of the bank, so that only a few mud walls are visible from the river. Having learned by this time that a capital town is but a bigger village, containing perhaps a mosque and a marketplace, we were not disappointed by the unimposing aspect of the Nubian metropolis. Great, however, was our surprise when, instead of the usual clamorous crowd screaming, pushing, scrambling, and bothering for bakshish, we found the landing place deserted. 2 or 3 native boats lay up under the bank, empty. There was literally not a soul in sight. Elle and the little lady, eager to buy some of the basketwork for which the place is famous, looked blank. Talhami, anxious to lay in a store of fresh eggs and vegetables, looked blanker. We landed. Before us lay an open space, at the farther end of which, facing the river, stood the governor's palace, the said palace being a magnified mud hut, with a frieze of baked bricks round the top and an imposing stone doorway. In this doorway, according to immemorial usage, the great man gives audience. We saw him, a mere youth, apparently purring away at a long chibok, in the midst of a little group of graybeard elders. They looked at us gravely, immovably, like smoking automata. One longed to go up and ask them if they were all transformed to black granite from the waists to the feet, and if the inhabitants of Dare had been changed into blue stones, still bent on buying baskets, if baskets were to be bought, bent also on finding out the whereabouts of a certain rock-cut temple, which our books told us to look for at the back of the town. We turned aside into a straggling street leading toward the desert. The houses looked better built than usual, some pains having evidently been bestowed in smoothing the surface of the mud, and ornamenting the doorways with fragments of colored pottery. A cracked willow-patterned dinner plate set, like a fanlight, over one, and a white soup plate over another, came doubtless from the canteen of some English dahabeeyah, and were the pride of their possessors, looking from end to end of this street, and it was a tolerably long one, with the Nile at one end and the desert at the other. We saw no sign or shadow of moving creature. Only one young woman, hearing strange voices talking a strange tongue, peeped out suddenly from a half-opened door as we went by. Then, seeing me look at the baby in her arms, which was hideous and had sore eyes, drew her veil across its face and darted back again. She thought I coveted her treasure, and she dreaded the evil eye. All at once, we heard a sound like the far-off quivering cry of many owls. It shrilled, swelled, wavered, dropped, then died away, like the moaning of the wind at sea. We held our breath and listened. We had never heard anything so wild and plaintive. Then suddenly, through an opening between the houses, we saw a great crowd on a space of rising ground about a quarter of a mile away. This crowd consisted of men, only a close, turbaned mass some 300 or 400 in number, all standing quite still and silent, all looking in the same direction. Hurrying on to the desert, we saw the strange sight at which they were looking. The scene was a barren sand slope hemmed in between the town and the cliffs, and dotted over with graves. The actors were all women, huddled together under a long wall some few hundred yards away, bareheaded and exposed to the blaze of the morning sun. They outnumbered the men by a full third. Some were sitting, some standing, while in their midst, pressing round a young woman who seemed to act as leader, there swayed and circled and shuffled a compact phalanx of dancers. Upon this young woman, the eyes of all were turned. A black Cassandra, she rocked her body from side to side, clapped her hands above her head, and poured forth a wild declamatory chant which the rest echoed. This chant seemed to be divided into strophes, at the end of each of which she paused, beat her breast, and broke into that terrible wail that we had heard just now from a distance. Her brother, it seemed, had died last night, and we were witnessing his funeral. The actual interment was over by the time we reached the spot. But 4 men were still busy filling the grave with sand, which they scraped up, a bowlful at a time, and stamped down with their naked feet. the deceased being unmarried, his sister led the choir of mourners. She was a tall, gaunt young woman of the plainest Nubian type, with high cheekbones, eyes slanting upward at the corners, and an enormous mouth full of glittering teeth. On her head, she wore a white cloth smeared with dust. Her companions were distinguished by a narrow white fillet, bound about the brow and tied with two long ends behind. They had hidden their necklaces and bracelets and wore trailing robes and shawls and loose trousers of black or blue calico. We stood for a long time, watching their uncouth dance. None of the women seemed to notice us, but the men made way civilly and gravely, letting us pass to the front, that we might get a better view of the ceremony. By an old woman rose slowly from the midst of those who were sitting and moved with tottering, uncertain steps toward a higher point of ground, a little apart from the crowd. There was a movement of compassion among the men, one of whom turned to the writer and said, gently, his mother. She was a small, feeble old woman, very poorly clad. Her hands and arms were like the hands and arms of a mummy, and her withered black face looked ghastly under its mask of dust. For a few moments, swaying her body slowly to and fro, she watched the grave diggers stamping down the sand, then stretched out her arms and broke into a torrent of lamentations. The dialect of Dare is strange and barbarous, but we felt as if we understood every word she uttered. Presently, the tears began to make channels down her cheeks. Her voice became choked with sobs, and falling down in a sort of helpless heap, like a broken-hearted dog, she lay with her face to the ground, and there stayed. Meanwhile, the sand being now filled in and mounded up, the men betook themselves to a place where the rock had given way, and selected a couple of big stones from the debris. These they placed at the head and foot of the grave, and all was done. Instantly, perhaps, at an appointed signal. Though we saw none given, the wailing ceased, the women rose, every tongue was loosened, and the whole became a moving, animated, noisy throng dispersing in a dozen different directions. We turned away with the rest, the writer and the painter rambling off in search of the temple, while the other three devoted themselves to the pursuit of baskets and native jewelry. When we looked back presently, the crowd was gone, but the desolate mother still lay motionless in the dust. It chanced that we witnessed many funerals in Nubia, so many that one sometimes felt inclined to doubt whether the governor of Asuan had not reported over favorably of the health of the province. The ceremonial, with its dancing and chanting, was always much the same, always barbaric, and in the highest degree artificial. One would like to know how much of it is derived from purely African sources and how much from ancient Egyptian tradition. The dance is most probably Ethiopian. Lepsius, traveling through the Soudan in AD 1844, saw something of the kind at a funeral in Wed Medineh, about halfway between Sennaar and Khartoum. The white fillet worn by the choir of mourners is, on the other hand, distinctly Egyptian. We afterwards saw it represented in paintings of funeral processions on the walls of several tombs at Thebes, where the wailing women are seen to be gathering up the dust in their hands and casting it upon their heads, just as they do now. As for the wail, beginning high and descending through a scale divided not by semitones, but thirds of tones to a final note about an octave and a half lower than that from which it started. It probably echoes to this day the very pitch and rhythm of the wail that followed the pharaohs to their sepulchres in the valley of the tombs of the kings, like the Zacharit or joy cry, which every mother teaches to her little girls, and which, it is said, can only be acquired in very early youth. It has been handed down from generation to generation through an untold succession of ages. The song to which the fellow works his shadoof and the monotonous chant of the sack driver have, perhaps, as remote an origin. But of all old, mournful human sounds, the death wail that we heard at Dare is perhaps one of the very oldest, certainly the most mournful. The temple here, dating from the reign of Ramesses II, is of rude design and indifferent execution. Partly constructed, partly excavated, it is approached by a forecourt, the roof of which was supported by 8 square columns. Of these columns, only the bases remain. 4 massive piers, against which once stood 4 colossi, upheld the roof of the portico and gave admission by 3 entrances to the rock-cut chambers beyond. The portico is now roofless. Nothing is left of the colossi but their feet. All is ruin, and ruin without beauty. Seen from within, however, the place is not without a kind of gloomy grandeur. 2 rows of square columns, 3 at each side, divide the large hall into a nave and 2 aisles. This hall is about 40 feet square, and the pillars have been left standing in the living rock, like those in the early tombs at Siut. The daylight, half blocked out by the fallen portico, is pleasantly subdued and finds its way dimly to the sanctuary at the farther end. The sculptures of the interior, though much damaged, are less defaced than those of the outer court. Walls, pillars, doorways are covered with bas-reliefs. The king and Ptah, the king and Ra, the king and Amen stand face to face, hand in hand, on each of the 4 sides of every column. Scenes of worship, of slaughter, of anointing cover the walls, and the blank spaces are filled in as usual with hieroglyphic inscriptions. Among these Champollion discovered an imperfect list of the sons and daughters of Ramesses II. 4 gods once sat enthroned at the upper end of the sanctuary, but they have shared the fate of the colossi outside, and only their feet remain. The wall sculptures of this dark little chamber are, however, better preserved and better worth preservation than those of the hall. A procession of priests, bearing on their shoulders the bari, or sacred boat, is quite unharmed, and even the color is yet fresh upon a full-length figure of Hathor close by. But more interesting than all these, more interesting because more rare, is a sculptured palm tree against which the king leans while making an offering to Amen-Ra. The trunk is given with elaborate truthfulness, and the branches, though formalized, are correct and graceful in curvature. The tree is but an accessory. It may have been introduced with reference to the date harvests, which are the wealth of the district, but it has no kind of sacred significance and is noticeable only for the naturalness of the treatment. Such naturalness is unusual in the art of this period, when the conventional Persea and the equally conventional lotus are almost the only vegetable forms which appear on the walls of the temples. I can recall, indeed, but one similar instance in the bas-relief sculpture of the New Empire, namely, the bent, broken, and waving bulrushes in the great lion hunting scene at Medinet Habu, which are admirably free and studied, apparently, from nature. Coming out, we looked in vain along the courtyard walls for the battle scene, in which Champollion was yet able to trace the famous fighting lion of Ramesses II, with the legend describing him as the servant of His Majesty, rending his foes in pieces. But that was 45 years ago. Now it is with difficulty that one detects a few vague outlines of chariot wheels and horses. There are some rock-cut tombs in the face of the cliffs close by. The painter explored them while the writer sketched the interior of the temple, but he reported of them as mere sepulchres, unpainted and unsculptured. The rocks, the sands, the sky were at a white heat when we again turned our faces toward the river. Where there had so lately been a great multitude, there was now not a soul. The palms nodded, the pigeons dozed, the mud town slept in the sun. Even the mother had gone from her place of weeping and left her dead to the silence of the desert. We went and looked at his grave. The fresh-turned sand was only a little darker than the rest, and but for the trampled footmarks round about, we should scarcely have been able to distinguish the new mound from the old ones. All were alike nameless. Some, more cared for than the rest, were bordered with large stones and filled with variegated pebbles. One or two were fenced about with a mud wall. All had a bowl of baked clay at the head. Wherever we saw a burial ground in Nubia, we saw these bowls upon the graves. The mourners, they told us, mourn here for 40 days, during which time they come every Friday with fresh water, that the birds may drink from it. The bowls on the other graves were dry and full of sand, but the new bowl was brimming full, and the water in it was hot to the touch. We found El and the happy couple standing at bay with their backs against a big lebage tree, surrounded by an immense crowd, and far from comfortable, bent on bazaring. They had probably shown themselves too ready to buy, so bringing the whole population, with all the mats, baskets, nose rings, finger rings, necklaces, and bracelets in the place about their ears. Seeing the straits they were in, we ran to the dahabeah and dispatched 3 or 4 sailors to the rescue, who brought them off in triumph. Even in Egypt, it does not answer, as a rule, to go about on shore without an escort. The people are apt to be importunate, and can with difficulty be kept at a pleasant distance. But in Nubia, where the traveler's life was scarcely safe 50 years ago, unprotected Inglees are pretty certain to be disagreeably mobbed. The natives, in truth, are still mere savages, O fond, the old war paint being but half disguised under a thin veneer of Mohammedanism. Some of the women who followed our friends to the boat, though in complexion as black as the rest, had light blue eyes and frizzy red hair, the effect of which was indescribably frightful. Both here and at Ibrim, there are many of these fair families who claim to be descended from Bosnian fathers stationed in Nubia at the time of the conquest of Sultan Selim in AD 1517. They are immensely proud of their alien blood and think themselves quite beautiful. All hands being safe on board, we pushed off at once, leaving about a couple of 100 disconsolate dealers on the bank. A long-drawn howl of disappointment followed in our wake. Those who had sold and those who had not sold were alike wronged, ruined, and betrayed. One woman tore wildly along the bank, shrieking and beating her breast. Foremost among the sellers, she had parted from her gold brow pendant for a good price, but was inconsolable now for the loss of it. It often happened that those who had been most eager to trade were readiest to repent of their bargains. Even so, however, their cupidity outweighed their love of finery. Moved once or twice by the lamentations of some dark damsel who had sold her necklace at a handsome profit, we offered to annul the purchase. But it invariably proved that, despite her tears, she preferred to keep the money. The palms of Dare and of the rich district beyond were the finest we saw throughout the journey. Straight and strong and magnificently plumed, they rose to an average height of 70 or 80 feet. These superb plantations supply all Egypt with saplings and contribute a heavy tax to the revenue. The fruit, sun-dried and shriveled, is also sent northward in large quantities. The trees are cultivated with strenuous industry by the natives, and owe as much of their perfection to laborious irrigation as to climate. The foot of each separate palm is surrounded by a circular trench, into which the water is conducted by a small channel about 14 inches in width. Every palm grove stands in a network of these artificial runlets. The reservoir from which they are supplied is filled by means of a saki, or water wheel, a primitive and picturesque machine consisting of 2 wheels, the one set vertically to the river and slung with a chain of pots, the other a horizontal cog turned sometimes by a camel, but more frequently in Nubia by a buffalo. The pots, which go down empty, dip under the water and come up full, feed a sloping trough which in some places supplies a reservoir and in others communicates at once with the irrigating channels. These sakas are kept perpetually going and are set so close just above Dare that the writer counted a line of 15 within the space of a single mile. There were probably quite as many on the opposite bank. The sakas creak atrociously, and their creaking ranges over an unlimited gamut. From morn till dewy eve, from dewy eve till morn, they squeak, they squeal, they grind, they groan, they croak. Heard after dark, saki answering to saki, their melancholy chorus makes night hideous. To sleep through it is impossible. Being obliged to moor a few miles beyond Dare, and having lain awake half the night, we offered a Saka driver a couple of dollars if he would let his wheel rest till morning. But time and water are more precious than even dollars at this season, and the man refused. All we could do, therefore, was to punt into the middle of the river and lie off at a point as nearly as possible equidistant from our two nearest enemies. The native dearly loves the tree which costs him so much labor, and thinks it the chef d'oeuvre of creation. When Allah made the first man, says an Arab legend, he found he had a little clay to spare, so with that he made the palm. And to the poor Nubian, at all events, the gifts of the palm are almost divine, supplying food for his children, thatch for his hovel, timber for his water wheel, ropes, matting, cups, bowls, and even the strong drink forbidden by the Prophet. The date wine is yellowish white, like whiskey. It is not a wine, however, but a spirit, coarse, fiery, and unpalatable. Certain trees, as for instance, the perky little pine of the German wald, are apt to become monotonous. But one never wearies of the palm, whether taken singly or in masses. It is always graceful, always suggestive. To the sketcher on the Nile, it is simply invaluable. It breaks the long parallels of river and bank, and composes with the stern lines of Egyptian architecture as no other tree in the world could do. Subjects, indeed, said once upon a time an eminent artist to the present writer, fiddlesticks about subjects. Your true painter can make a picture out of a post and a puddle. Substitute a palm, however, for a post. Combine it with anything that comes first: a camel, a shadoof, a woman with a water jar upon her head, and your picture stands before you ready-made. Nothing more surprised me at first than the color of the palm frond, which painters of Eastern landscape are wont to depict, of a hard bluish tint, like the color of a yucca leaf. Its true shade is a tender, bloomy, sea-green gray, difficult enough to match, but in most exquisite harmony with the glow of the sky and the gold of the desert. The palm groves kept us company for many a mile, backed on the Arabian side by long level ranges of sandstone cliffs, horizontally stratified like those of the Thebaid. We now scarcely ever saw a village, only palms and sakas and sandbanks in the river. The villages were there, but invisible, being built on the verge of the desert. Arable land is too valuable in Nubia for either the living to dwell upon it, or the dead to be buried in it. At Ibrim, a sort of ruined Ehrenbreitstein on the top of a grand precipice overhanging the river, we touched for only a few minutes, in order to buy a very small, shaggy sheep, which had been brought down to the landing place for sale. But for the breeze that happened just then to be blowing, we should have liked to climb the rock and see the view and the ruins, which are part modern, part Turkish, part Roman, and little, if at all, Egyptian. There are also some sculptured and painted grottos to be seen in the southern face of the mountain. They are, however, too difficult of access to be attempted by ladies. Alfred, who went ashore after quail, was drawn up to them by ropes, but found them too much defaced, as to be scarcely worth the trouble of a visit. We were now only 34 miles from Abu Simbel, but making slow progress and impatiently counting every foot of the way. The heat at times was great, frequent and fitful spells of Khamsin wind, alternating with a hot calm that tried the trackers sorely. Still, we pushed forward, a few miles at a time, till by and by the flat-topped cliffs dropped out of sight and were again succeeded by volcanic peaks, some of which looked loftier than any of those about Dake or Carrasco. Then the palms ceased, and the belt of cultivated land narrowed to a thread of green between the rocks and the water's edge. And at last there came an evening when we only wanted breeze enough to double 2 or 3 more bends in the river. Is it to be Abu Simbel tonight? We asked for the 20th time before going down to dinner, to which Ray's Hassan replied, Awa, certainly. But the pilot shook his head and added, Bukra, tomorrow. When we came up again, the moon had risen, but the breeze had dropped. Still we moved, impelled by a breath so faint that one could scarcely feel it. Presently, even this failed. The sail collapsed. The pilot steered for the bank. The captain gave word to go aloft, when a sudden puff from the north changed our fortunes and sent us out again with a well-filled sail into the middle of the river. None of us, I think, will be likely to forget the sustained excitement of the next 3 hours. As the moon climbed higher, a light more mysterious and unreal than the light of day filled and overflowed the wide expanse of river and desert. We could see the mountains of Abu Simbel standing, as it seemed, across our path in the far distance. A lower one first, then a larger, then a series of receding heights, all close together, yet all distinctly separate. That large one, the mountain of the great temple, held us like a spell. For a long time, it looked a mere mountain like the rest. By and by, however, we fancied we detected a shadow, such a shadow as might be cast by a gigantic buttress. Next appeared a black speck, no bigger than a porthole. We knew that this black speck must be the doorway. We knew that the great statues were there, though not yet visible, and that we must soon see them. For our sailors, meanwhile, there was the excitement of a chase. The Bagstones and 3 other dahabiyas were coming up behind us in the path of the moonlight. Their galley fires glowed like beacons on the water, the nearest about a mile away, the last a spark in the distance. We were not in the mood to care much for racing tonight, but we were anxious to keep our lead and be first at the mooring place. To run upon a sandbank at such a moment was like being plunged suddenly into cold water. Our sail flapped furiously. The men rushed to the punting poles. 4 jumped overboard and shoved with all the might of their shoulders. By the time we got off, however, the other boats had crept up half a mile nearer, and we had hard work to keep them from pressing closer on our heels. At length the last corner was rounded, and the great temple stood straight before us. The facade, sunk in the mountain's side like a huge picture in a mighty frame, was now quite plain to see. The black speck was no longer a porthole, but a lofty doorway. Last of all, though it was night, and they were still not much less than a mile away, the four colossi came out, ghost-like, vague and shadowy, in the enchanted moonlight. Even as we watched them, they seemed to grow, to dilate, to be moving toward us out of the silvery distance. It was drawing on toward midnight, when the Philae at length ran in close under the great temple. Content with what they had seen from the river, the rest of the party then went soberly to bed. But the painter and the writer had no patience to wait till morning. Almost before the mooring rope could be made fast, they had jumped ashore and began climbing the bank. They went and stood at the feet of the colossi, and on the threshold of that vast portal beyond which was darkness. The great statues towered above their heads. The river glittered like steel in the far distance. There was a keen silence in the air, and toward the east the Southern Cross was rising. To the strangers who stood talking there with bated breath, the time, the place, even the sound of their own voices seemed unreal. They felt as if the whole scene must fade with the moonlight and vanish before morning. Chapter 15. Amelia C.S. the Great. The central figure of Egyptian history has always been, probably always will be, Ramesses II. He holds this place partly by right, partly by accident. He was born to greatness, he achieved greatness, and he had borrowed greatness thrust upon him. It was his singular destiny not only to be made a posthumous usurper of glory, but to be forgotten by his own name and remembered in a variety of aliases, as Sesostris, as Ozymandias, as Sesostris. He became credited in course of time with all the deeds of all the heroes of the new empire, beginning with Thothmes III, who preceded him by 300 years, and ending with Sheshonq, the captor of Jerusalem, who lived 4 centuries after him. Modern science, however, has repaired this injustice, and, while disclosing the long-lost names of a brilliant succession of sovereigns, has enabled us to ascribe to each the honors which are his due. We know now that some of these were greater conquerors than Ramesses II. We suspect that some were better rulers. Yet the popular hero keeps his ground. What he has lost by interpretation on the one hand, he has gained by interpretation on the other. And the Beau Sabreur of the 3rd Sallier Papyrus remains to this day the representative pharaoh of a line of monarchs whose history covers a space of 50 centuries and whose frontiers reached at one time from Mesopotamia to the ends of the Soudan. The interest that one takes in Ramesses II begins at Memphis and goes on increasing all the way up the river. It is a purely living, a purely personal interest, such as one feels in Athens for Pericles, or in Florence for Lorenzo the Magnificent. Other pharaohs but languidly affect the imagination. Thothmes and Amenhotep are to us as Darius or Artaxerxes, shadows that come and go in the distance. But with the second Ramesses, we are on terms of respectful intimacy. We seem to know the man, to feel his presence, to hear his name in the air. His features are as familiar to us as those of Henry VII or Louis XIV. His cartouches meet us at every turn, even to those who do not read the hieroglyphic character. Those well-known signs convey by sheer force of association the name and style of Ramesses, beloved of Amen. This being so, the traveler is ill-equipped who goes through Egypt without something more than a mere guidebook knowledge of Ramesses II. He is, as it were, content to read the argument and miss the poem. In the desolation of Memphis, in the shattered splendor of Thebes, he sees only the ordinary pathos of ordinary ruins. As for Abu Simbel, the most stupendous historical record ever transmitted from the past to the present, it tells him a but half-intelligible story. Holding to the merest thread of explanation, he wanders from hall to hall, lacking altogether that potent charm of foregone association which no Murray can furnish. Your average Frenchman, straying helplessly through Westminster Abbey under the conduct of the verger, has about as vague a conception of the historical import of the things he sees. What is true of the traveler is equally true of those who take the Nile vicariously in connection with Muti. If they are to understand any description of Abu Simbel, they must first know something about Ramesses II. Let us then, while the Philae lies moored in the shadow of the rock of Abshek, review, as summarily as may be, the leading facts of this important reign. Such facts, that is to say, as are recorded in inscriptions, papyri, and other contemporary monuments. Ramesses II was the son of Seti I, the second pharaoh of the 19th dynasty, and of a certain Princess Tua, described on the monuments as royal wife, royal mother, and heiress, and sharer of the throne. She is supposed to have been of the ancient royal line of the preceding dynasty, and so to have had, perhaps, a better right than her husband to the double crown of Egypt. Through her, at all events, Ramesses II seems to have been in some sense born a king equal in rank, if not in power, with his father. His rights, moreover, were fully recognized by Seti, who accorded him royal and divine honors from the hour of his birth. Or, in the language of the Egyptian historians, while he was yet in the egg. The great dedicatory inscription of the Temple of Osiris at Abydos relates how his father took the royal child in his arms when he was yet little more than an infant, showed him to the people as their king, and caused him to be invested by the great officers of the palace with the double crown of the two lands. The same inscription states that he was a general from his birth, and that as a nursling he commanded the bodyguard and the brigade of chariot fighters. But these titles must, of course, have been purely honorary. At 12 years of age, he was formally associated with his father upon the throne, and by the gradual retirement of Seti I from the cares of active government, the co-royalty of Ramesses became, in the course of the next 10 or 15 years, an undivided responsibility. He was probably about 30 when his father died, and it is from this time that the years of his reign are dated. In other words, Ramesses II, in his official records, counts only from the period of his sole reign, and the year of the death of Seti is the year 1 of the monumental inscriptions of his son and successor. In the 2nd, 4th, and 5th years of his monarchy, he personally conducted campaigns in Syria. More than one of the victories then achieved being commemorated on the rock-cut tablets of Nahr el-Kelb near Beirut, and that he was by this time recognized as a mighty warrior is shown by the Stela of Dake, which dates from the 3rd year, and celebrates him as terrible in battle, the bull powerful against Ethiopia, the griffin furious against the Negroes, whose grip has put the mountaineers to flight. The events of the campaign of his 5th year, undertaken in order to reduce to obedience the revolted tribes of Syria and Mesopotamia, are immortalized in the poem of Pentor. It was on this occasion that he fought his famous single-handed fight against overwhelming odds in the sight of both armies under the walls of Kadesh. 3 years later, he carried fire and sword into the land of Canaan. And in his 11th year, according to inscriptions yet extant upon the ruined pylons of the Ramesseum at Thebes, he took, among other strong places on sea and shore, the fortresses of Ascalon and Jerusalem. The next important record transports us to the 21st year of his reign. 10 years have now gone by since the fall of Jerusalem, during which time a fluctuating frontier warfare has probably been carried on to the exhaustion of both armies. Khedisira, Prince of Khedda, sues for peace. An elaborate treaty is thereupon framed, whereby the said prince and Ramesses, chief of rulers, who fixes his frontiers where he pleases, pledge themselves to a strict offensive and defensive alliance, and to the maintenance of goodwill and brotherhood forever. This treaty, we are told, was engraved for the Khedan prince upon a tablet of silver adorned with the likeness of the figure of Sudek, the great ruler of heaven, while for Ramesses Mer, Amen, it was graven on a wall adjoining the great hall at Karnak, where it remains to this day. According to the last clause of this curious document, the contracting parties enter also into an agreement to deliver up to each other the political fugitives of both countries, providing at the same time for the personal safety of the offenders. Whosoever shall be so delivered up, says the treaty, himself, his wives, his children, let him not be smitten to death, moreover. Let him not suffer in his eyes, in his mouth, in his feet, moreover. Let not any crime be set up against him. This is the earliest instance of an extradition treaty upon record, and it is chiefly remarkable as an illustration of the clemency with which international law was at that time administered. Finally, the convention between the sovereigns is placed under the joint protection of the gods of both countries. Sudek of Khedda, Amen of Egypt, and all the 1,000 gods, the gods, male and female, the gods of the hills, of the rivers, of the great sea, of the winds and the clouds, of the land of Khedda, and of the land of Egypt. The peace now concluded would seem to have remained unbroken throughout the rest of the long reign of Ramesses II. We hear, at all events, of no more wars, and we find the king married presently to a Khedan princess, who, in deference to the gods of her adopted country, takes the official name of Ma'atiri Neferura, or contemplating the beauties of Ra. The names of two other queens, Nefertari and Astnefert, are also found upon the monuments. These three were probably the only legitimate wives of Ramesses II, though he must also have been the lord of an extensive harem. His family, at all events, as recorded upon the walls of the temple at Wadi Sabwa, amounted to no less than 170 children, of whom 111 were princes. This may have been a small family for a great king 3,000 years ago. It was but the other day, comparatively speaking, that Lepsius saw and talked with old Hassan, Kashef of Dare, the same petty ruler who gave so much trouble to Belzoni, Burckhardt, and other early travelers. And he, like a patriarch of old, had in his day been the husband of 64 wives, and the father of something like 200 children. For 46 years, after the making of the Keton Treaty, Ramesses the Great lived at peace with his neighbors and tributaries. The evening of his life was long and splendid. It became his passion and his pride to found new cities, to raise dikes, to dig canals, to build fortresses, to multiply statues, obelisks, and inscriptions, and to erect the most gorgeous and costly temples in which man ever worshipped, to the monuments founded by his predecessors. He made additions so magnificent that they dwarfed the designs they were intended to complete. He caused artesian wells to be pierced in the stony bed of the desert. He carried on the canal begun by his father and opened a waterway between the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. No enterprise was too difficult, no project too vast for his ambition. As a child, says the Stela of Dake, he superintended the public works, and his hands laid their foundations. As a man, he became the supreme builder. Of his gigantic structures, only certain colossal fragments have survived the ravages of time, yet those fragments are the wonder of the world. To estimate the cost at which these things were done is now impossible. Every temple, every palace represented a hecatomb of human lives. Slaves from Ethiopia, captives taken in war, Syrian immigrants settled in the Delta, were alike pressed into the service of the state. We know how the Hebrews suffered, and to what extremity of despair they were reduced by the tasks imposed upon them. Yet even the Hebrews were less cruelly used than some who were kidnapped beyond the frontiers. Torn from their homes, without hope of return, driven in herds to the mines, the quarries, and the brickfields. These hapless victims were so dealt with that not even the chances of desertion were open to them. The Negroes from the south were systematically drafted to the north. The Asiatic captives were transported to Ethiopia. Those who labored underground were goaded on without rest or respite, till they fell down in the mines and died. That Ramesses II was the pharaoh of the captivity, and that Meneptah, his son and successor, was the pharaoh of the Exodus, are now among the accepted presumptions of Egyptological science. The Bible and the monuments confirm each other upon these points. while both are again corroborated by the results of recent geographical and philological research. The treasure cities Pithom and Ramses, which the Israelites built for Pharaoh with bricks of their own making, are the Patum and Parameses of the inscriptions, and both have recently been identified by M. Naville in the course of his excavations conducted in 1883 and 1886 for the Egypt Exploration Fund. The discovery of Pithom, the ancient biblical treasure city of the first chapter of Exodus, has probably attracted more public attention and been more widely discussed by European savants than any archaeological event since the discovery of Nineveh. It was in February 1883 that M. Naville opened the well-known mound of Tel el Maskuta on the south bank of the new Sweetwater Canal in the Wadi Tumilat, and there discovered the foundations and other remains of a fortified city of the kind, known in Egyptian as a bekhin, or store fort. This bekhin, which was surrounded by a wall 30 feet in thickness, proved to be about 12 acres in extent. In one corner of the enclosure were found the ruins of a temple built by Ramesses II. The rest of the area consisted of a labyrinth of subterraneous rectangular cellars, or store chambers, constructed of sun-dried bricks of large size, and divided by walls varying from 8 to 10 feet in thickness. In the ruins of the temple were discovered several statues more or less broken. A colossal hawk inscribed with the royal ovals of Ramesses II, and other works of art dating from the reigns of Osirkan II, Nectanebo, and Ptolemy Philadelphus. Hieroglyphic legends engraved upon the statues established the true value of the discovery by giving both the name of the city and the name of the district in which the city was situated, the first being Patum Pithom, the abode of Tum, and the second being Thukuti, Sukkot, so identifying Patum in the district of Thukuti with Pithom, the treasure city built by the forced labor of the Hebrews, and Sukkot, the region in which they made their first halt on going forth from the land of bondage. Even the bricks with which the Great Wall and the walls of the store chambers are built bear eloquent testimony to the toil of the suffering colonists, and confirm in its minutest details the record of their oppression, some being duly kneaded with straw, others, when the straw was no longer forthcoming, being mixed with the leafage of a reed common to the marsh lands of the delta, and the remainder, when even this substitute ran short, being literally bricks without straw, molded of mere clay crudely dried in the sun. The researches of M. Naville further showed that the temple to Tum, founded by Ramesses II, was restored or rebuilt by Osirkan II of the 22nd dynasty, while at a still higher level were discovered the remains of a Roman fortress. That Pithom was still an important place in the time of the Ptolemies is proved by a large and historically important tablet found by M. Naville in one of the store chambers, where it had been thrown in with other sculptures and rubbish of various kinds. This tablet records repairs done to the canal, an expedition to Ethiopia, and the foundation of the city of Arsinoe. Not less important from a geographical point of view was the finding of a Roman milestone which identifies Pithom with Hieropolis, where, according to the Septuagint, Joseph went forth to meet Jacob. This milestone gives 9 Roman miles as the distance from Hieropolis to Clysma. A very curious manuscript lately discovered by Sig. Marini in the library of Arezzo shows that even so late as the 4th century of the Christian era, this ancient walled enclosure, the camp or Ero Castra of the Roman period, the Pithom of the Bible, was still known to pious pilgrims as the Pithom built by the children of Israel, that the adjoining town, external to the camp, at that time established within the old Pithom boundaries, was known as Hieropolis, and that the town of Ramesses was distant from Pithom about 20 Roman miles. As regards Paramesses, the other treasure city of Exodus, it is conjecturally, but not positively, identified by M. Naville with the mound of Saftelhene, the scene of his explorations in 1886. That Saftelhene was identical with Kes, or Goshen, the capital town of the land of Goshen, has been unequivocally demonstrated by the discoverer, and that it was also known in the time of Ramesses II as Paramesses is shown to be highly probable. There are remains of a temple built of black basalt, with pillars, fragments of statues, and the like, all inscribed with the cartouches of Ramesses II, and the distance from Pithom is just 20 Roman miles. It was from Paramesses that Ramesses II set out with his army to attack the Confederate princes of Asia Minor, then lying in ambush near Kadesh. And it was hither that he returned in triumph after the great victory. A contemporary letter written by one Panbessa, a scribe, narrates in glowing terms the beauty and abundance of the royal city, and tells how the damsels stood at their doors in holiday apparel, with nosegays in their hands and sweet oil upon their locks, on the day of the arrival of the war god of the world. This letter is in the British Museum. Other letters written during the reign of Ramesses II have by some been supposed to make direct mention of the Israelites. I have obeyed the orders of my master, writes the scribe Kaiser to his superior Bakentah, being bidden to serve out the rations to the soldiers, and also to the Aperiu Hebrews, who quarry stone for the palace of King Ramesses Meramen. A similar document, written by a scribe named Kinyaman, and couched in almost the same words, shows these Aperiu, on another occasion, to have been quarrying for a building on the southern side of Memphis, in which case Tura would be the scene of their labors. These invaluable letters, written on papyrus in the hieratic character, are in good preservation. They were found in the ruins of Memphis, and now form part of the treasures of the Museum of Leyden. They bring home to us, with startling nearness, the events and actors of the Bible narrative. We see the toilers at their task, and the overseers reporting them to the directors of public works. They extract from the quarry those huge blocks, which are our wonder to this day. Harnessed to rude sledges, They drag them to the riverside and embark them for transport to the opposite bank. Some are so large and so heavy that it takes a month to get them down from the mountain to the landing place. Other laborers are elsewhere making bricks, digging canals, helping to build the great wall which reached from Pelusium to Heliopolis, and strengthening the defenses not only of Pithom and Ramesses, but of all the cities and forts between the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. Their lot is hard, but not harder than the lot of other workmen. They are well fed. They intermarry. They increase and multiply. The season of their great oppression is not yet come. They make bricks, it is true, and those who are so employed must supply a certain number daily. But the straw is not yet withheld, and the task, though perhaps excessive, is not impossible. For we are here on the reign of Ramesses II, and the time when Meneptah shall succeed him is yet far distant. It is not till the king dies that the children of Israel sigh, by reason of the bondage. There are in the British Museum, the Louvre, and the Bibliothèque Nationale some much older papyri than these 2 letters of the Leyden collection. Some as old, indeed, as the time of Joseph, but none, perhaps, of such peculiar interest. In these, the scribes Kaiser and Keniaman seem still to live and speak. What would we not give for a few more of their letters? These men knew Memphis in its glory, and had looked upon the face of Ramesses the Great. They might even have seen Moses in his youth, while yet he lived under the protection of his adopted mother, a prince among princes. Kaiser and Keniaman lived and died, and were mummied between 3,000 and 4,000 years ago. Yet these frail fragments of papyrus have survived the wreck of ages, and the quaint writing with which they are covered is as intelligible to ourselves as to the functionaries to whom it was addressed. The Egyptians were eminently businesslike and kept accurate entries of the keep and labor of their workmen and captives. From the earliest epoch of which the monuments furnish record, we find an elaborate bureaucratic system in full operation throughout the country. Even in the time of the pyramid builders, there are ministers of public works, inspectors of lands, lakes, and quarries, secretaries, clerks, and overseers innumerable. From all these, we may be sure, were required strict accounts of their expenditure, as well as reports of the work done under their supervision. Specimens of Egyptian bookkeeping are by no means rare. The Louvre is rich in memoranda of the kind, some relating to the date tax, others to the transport and taxation of corn, the payment of wages, the sale and purchase of land for burial, and the like. If any definite and quite unmistakable news of the Hebrews should ever reach us from Egyptian sources, it will almost certainly be through the medium of documents such as these. An unusually long reign, the last 46 years of which would seem to have been spent in peace and outward prosperity, enabled Ramesses II to indulge his ruling passion without interruption. To draw up anything like an exhaustive catalogue of his known architectural works would be equivalent to writing an itinerary of Egypt and Ethiopia under the 19th dynasty. His designs were as vast as his means appear to have been unlimited. From the delta to Jebel Barkal, he filled the land with monuments dedicated to his own glory and the worship of the gods. Upon Thebes, Abydos, and Tanis, he lavished structures of surpassing magnificence. In Nubia, at the places now known as Jurf Hassin, Wadi Sabuya, Dare, and Abu Simbel, he was the author of temples and the founder of cities. These cities, which would probably be better described as provincial towns, have disappeared. And but for the mention of them in various inscriptions, we should not even know that they had existed. Who shall say how many more have vanished, leaving neither trace nor record? A dozen cities of Ramesses may yet lie buried under some of these nameless mounds, which follow each other in such quick succession along the banks of the Nile in Middle and Lower Egypt. Only yesterday, as it were, the remains of what would seem to have been a magnificent structure decorated in a style absolutely unique were accidentally discovered under the mounds of Tel El Yahudeh, about 12 miles to the northeast of Cairo. There are probably 50 such mounds, none of which have been opened in the delta alone, and it is no exaggeration to say that there must be some hundreds between the Mediterranean and the first cataract. An inscription found of late years at Abydos shows that Ramesses II reigned over his great kingdom for the space of 67 years. "It is thou," says Ramses IV, addressing himself to Osiris, "it is thou who wilt rejoice me with such length of reign as Ramses II, the great god, in his 67 years. It is thou who wilt give me the long duration of this great reign." If only we knew at what age Ramses II succeeded to the throne, we should, by help of this inscription, know also the age at which he died. No such record has, however, transpired, but a careful comparison of the length of time occupied by the various events of his reign, and above all the evidence of a go afforded by the mummy of this great pharaoh, discovered in 1886, show that he must have been very nearly, if not quite, a centenarian. "Thou madest designs while yet in the age of infancy," says the Stela of Dake. "Thou wert a boy wearing the sidelock, and no monument was erected, and no order was given without thee. Thou wert a youth aged 10 years, and all the public works were in thy hands, laying their foundations." These lines, translated literally, cannot, however, be said to prove much. They certainly contain nothing to show that this youth of 10 was, at the time alluded to, sole king and ruler of Egypt. That he was titular king, in the hereditary sense, from his birth, and during the lifetime of his father, is now quite certain. That he should, as a boy, have designed public buildings and superintended their construction is extremely probable. The office was one which might well have been discharged by a crown prince who delighted in architecture and made it his peculiar study. It was, in fact, a very noble office, an office which from the earliest days of the ancient empire had constantly been confided to princes of the royal blood, but it carried with it no evidence of sovereignty. The presumption, therefore, would be that the Stela of Dake, dating as it does from the 3rd year of the sole reign of Ramesses II, alludes to a time long since past, when the king as a boy held office under his father. The same inscription, as we have already seen, makes reference to the victorious campaign in the south. Ramesses is addressed as the bull powerful against Ethiopia, the griffin furious against the Negroes, and that the events hereby alluded to must have taken place during the first 3 years of his sole reign is proved by the date of the tablet. The great dedicatory inscription of Abydos shows, in fact, that Ramesses II was prosecuting a campaign in Ethiopia at the time when he received intelligence of the death of his father, and that he came down the Nile, northward in order, probably, to be crowned at Thebes. Now the famous sculptures of the commemorative chapel at Beit el-Weli relate expressly to the events of this expedition, and as they are executed in that refined and delicate style, which especially characterizes the bas-relief work of Germa, of Abydos, of all those buildings which were either erected by Seti I or begun by Seti, and finished during the early years of Ramesses II, I venture to think we may regard them as contemporary, or very nearly contemporary, with the scenes they represent. In any case, it is reasonable to conclude that the artists employed on the work would know something about the events and persons delineated, and that they would be guilty of no glaring inaccuracies. All doubt as to whether the dates refer to the associated reigns of Seti and Ramesses, or to the sole reign of the latter, vanish, however, when in these same sculptures we find the conqueror accompanied by his son, Prince Amenhotep, who is of an age not only to bear his part in the field, but afterward to conduct an important ceremony of state on the occasion of the submission and tribute offering of the Ethiopian commander. Such is the unmistakable evidence of the bas-reliefs at Beit el-Weli, as those who cannot go to Beit el-Weli may see and judge for themselves by means of the admirable casts of these great tableaus, which line the walls of the second Egyptian room at the British Museum. To explain away Prince Amenhotep would be difficult. We are accustomed to a certain amount of courtly exaggeration on the part of those who record with pen or pencil the great deeds of the pharaohs. We expect to see the king always young, always beautiful, always victorious. It seems only right and natural that he should be never less than 20, and sometimes more than 60 feet in height, but that any flatterer should go so far as to credit a lad of 13 with a son at least as old as himself is surely quite incredible. Lastly, there is the evidence of the Bible, Joseph being dead and the Israelites established in Egypt. There comes to the throne a pharaoh who takes alarm at the increase of this alien race and who seeks to check their too rapid multiplication. He not only oppresses the foreigners, but ordains that every male infant born to them in their bondage shall be cast into the river. This pharaoh is now universally believed to be Ramesses II. Then comes the old, sweet, familiar Bible story that we know so well. Moses is born, cast adrift in the ark of bulrushes, and rescued by the king's daughter. he becomes to her as a son. Although no dates are given, it is clear that the new pharaoh has not been long upon the throne when these events happen. It is equally clear that he is no mere youth. He is old in the uses of statecraft, and he is the father of a princess of whom it is difficult to suppose that she was herself an infant. On the whole, then, we can but conclude that Ramesses II, though born a king, was not merely grown to manhood, but wedded, and the father of children already past the period of infancy before he succeeded to the sole exercise of sovereign power. This is, at all events, the view taken by Professor Maspero, who expressly says, in the latest edition of his Histoire Ancient, that Ramesses II, when he received news of the death of his father, was then in the prime of life and surrounded by a large family, some of whom were of an age to fight under his command. Brucksch places the birth of Moses in the 6th year of the reign of Ramesses II. This may very well be. The 80 years that elapsed between that time and the time of the Exodus correspond with sufficient exactness to the chronological data furnished by the monuments. Moses would thus see out the 61 remaining years of the king's long life and release the Israelites from bondage toward the close of the reign of Meneptah, who sat for about 20 years on the throne of his fathers. The correspondence of dates this time leaves nothing to be desired. The Sesostris of Diodorus Siculus went blind and died by his own hand, which act, says the historian, as it conformed to the glory of his life, was greatly admired by his people. We are here evidently in the region of pure fable. Suicide was by no means an Egyptian, but a classical virtue. Just as the Greeks hated age, the Egyptians reverenced it. And it may be doubted whether a people who seem always to have passionately desired length of days would have seen anything to admire in a willful shortening of that most precious gift of the gods. With the one exception of Cleopatra, the death of Nitocris the rosy-cheeked being also of Greek, and therefore questionable, origin, no Egyptian sovereign is known to have committed suicide, and even Cleopatra, who was half Greek by birth, must have been influenced to the act by Greek and Roman example. Dismissing, then, altogether this legend of his blindness and self-slaughter, it must be admitted that of the death of Ramesses II we know nothing certain. Such are, very briefly, the leading facts of the history of this famous pharaoh. Exhaustively treated, they would expand into a volume. Even then, however, one would ask, and ask in vain, what manner of man he was. Every attempt to evolve his personal character from these scanty data is in fact a mere exercise of fancy. That he was personally valiant may be gathered with due reservation from the poem of Pentor, and that he was not unmerciful is shown in the extradition clause of the Chetan Treaty. His pride was evidently boundless. Every temple which he erected was a monument to his own glory. Every colossus was a trophy, every inscription a paean of self-praise. At Abu Simbel, at Dare, at Jerf Hossein, he seated his own image in the sanctuary among the images of the gods. There are even instances in which he is depicted under the twofold aspect of royalty and divinity. Ramesses, the pharaoh, burning incense before Ramesses, the deity. For the rest, it is safe to conclude that he was neither better nor worse than the general run of Oriental despots, that he was ruthless in war, prodigal in peace, rapacious of booty, and unsparing in the exercise of almost boundless power. Such pride and such despotism were, however, in strict accordance with immemorial precedent and with the temper of the age in which he lived. The Egyptians would seem beyond all doubt to have believed that their king was always in some sense divine. They wrote hymns and offered up prayers to him, and regarded him as the living representative of deity. His princes and ministers habitually addressed him in the language of worship. Even his wives, who ought to have known better, are represented in the performance of acts of religious adoration before him. What wonder, then, if the man so deified believed himself a god? Chapter 16. Abu Simbel. We came to Abu Simbel on the night of the 31st of January, and we left at sunset on the 18th of February. Of these 18 clear days, we spent 14 at the foot of the rock of the great temple, called in the old Egyptian tongue the rock of Abshek. The remaining 4, taken at the end of the first week and the beginning of the second, were passed in the excursion to Wadi Hafe and back. By thus dividing the time, our long sojourn was made less monotonous for those who had no especial work to do. Meanwhile, it was wonderful to wake every morning close under the steep bank, and without lifting one's head from the pillow, to see that row of giant faces so close against the sky. They showed unearthly enough by moonlight, but not half so unearthly as in the gray of dawn. At that hour, the most solemn of the 24, they wore a fixed and fatal look that was little less than appalling. As the sky warmed, this awful look was succeeded by a flush that mounted and deepened like the rising flush of life. For a moment, they seemed to glow, to smile, to be transfigured. Then came a flash, as of thought itself. It was the first instantaneous flash of the risen sun. It lasted less than a second. It was gone almost before one could say it was there. The next moment, mountain, river, and sky were distinct in the steady light of day, and the colossi, mere colossi now, sat serene and stony in the open sunshine. Every morning, I waked in time to witness that daily miracle. Every morning, I saw those awful brethren pass from death to life, from life to sculptured stone. I brought myself almost to believe at last that there must sooner or later come some one sunrise when the ancient charm would snap asunder, and the giants must arise and speak. Stupendous as they are, nothing is more difficult than to see the colossi properly. Standing between the rock and the river, one is too near. Stationed on the island opposite, one is too far off, while from the sand slope only a side view is obtainable. Hence, for want of a fitting standpoint. Many travelers have seen nothing but deformity in the most perfect face handed down to us by Egyptian art. One recognizes in it the Negro, and one the Mongolian type, while another admires the fidelity with which the Nubian characteristics have been seized. Yet, in truth, the head of the young Augustus is not cast in a loftier mold. These statues are portraits of the same man 4 times repeated, and that man is Ramesses the Great. Now, Ramesses the Great, if he was as much like his portraits as his portraits are like each other, must have been one of the handsomest men, not only of his own day, but of all history, wheresoever we meet with him, whether in the fallen Colossus at Memphis or in the syenite torso of the British Museum, or among the innumerable bas-reliefs of Thebes, Abydos, Gurna, and Beit el-Weli. His features, though bearing in some instances the impress of youth and in others of maturity, are always the same. The face is oval, the eyes are long, prominent, and heavy-lidded. The nose is slightly aquiline and characteristically depressed at the tip. The nostrils are open and sensitive, the underlip projects. The chin is short and square. Here, for instance, is an outline from a bas-relief at Beit el-Weli. The subject is commemorative of the king's first campaign. A beardless youth, fired with the rage of battle, he clutches a captive by the hair and lifts his mace to slay. In this delicate and Dantesque face, which lacks as yet the fullness and repose of the later portraits, we recognize all the distinctive traits of the older Ramesses. Here, again, is a sketch from Abydos in which the king, although he has not yet ceased to wear the sidelock of youth, is seen with a boyish beard, and looks 4 years older than in the previous portrait. It is interesting to compare these heads with the accompanying profile of one of the caryatid colossi inside the great temple of Abu Simbel, and all 3 with one of the giant portraits of the facade. This last, whether regarded as a marvel of size or of portraiture, is the chef d'oeuvre of Egyptian sculpture. We here see the great king in his prime. His features are identical with those of the head at Beit el-Weli, but the contours are more amply filled in, and the expression is altogether changed. The man is full 15 or 20 years older. He has outlived that rage of early youth. He is no longer impulsive, but implacable. A godlike serenity, an almost superhuman pride, an immutable will breathe from the sculptured stone. He has learned to believe his prowess irresistible and himself almost divine. If he now raised his arm to slay, it would be with the stern placidity of a destroying angel. The annexed woodcut gives the profile of the southernmost colossus, which is the only perfect, or very nearly perfect, one of the 4. The original can be correctly seen from but one point of view, and that point is where the sand slope meets the northern buttress of the facade, at a level just parallel with the beards of the statues. It was thence that the present outline was taken. The sand slope is steep and loose and hot to the feet. More disagreeable climbing it would be hard to find, even in Nubia. But no traveler who refuses to encounter this small hardship need believe that he has seen the faces of the colossi. Viewed from below, this beautiful portrait is foreshortened out of all proportion. It looks unduly wide from ear to ear, while the lips and the lower part of the nose show relatively larger than the rest of the features. The same may be said of the great cast in the British Museum, cooped up at the end of a narrow corridor, and lifted not more than 15 feet above the ground. It is carefully placed so as to be wrong from every point of view and shown to the greatest possible disadvantage. The artists who wrought the original statues were, however, embarrassed by no difficulties of focus, daunted by no difficulties of scale. Giants themselves, they summoned these giants from out the solid rock and endowed them with superhuman strength and beauty. They sought no quarried blocks of syenite or granite for their work. They fashioned no models of clay. They took a mountain and fell upon it like Titans, and hollowed and carved it as though it were a cherry stone, and left it for the feebler men of after ages to marvel at forever. One great hall and 15 spacious chambers they hewed out from the heart of it, then smoothed the rugged precipice toward the river, and cut 4 huge statues with their faces to the sunrise, 2 to the right and 2 to the left of the doorway, there to keep watch to the end of time. These tremendous warders sit 66 feet high, without the platform under their feet. They measure across the chest 25 feet and 4 inches, from the shoulder to the elbow, 15 feet and 6 inches, from the inner side of the elbow joint to the tip of the middle finger, 15 feet, and so on in relative proportion. If they stood up, they would tower to a height of at least 83 feet, from the soles of their feet to the tops of their enormous double crowns. Nothing in Egyptian sculpture is perhaps quite so wonderful as the way in which these Abu Simbel artists dealt with the thousands of tons of material to which they here gave human form. Consummate masters of effect, they knew precisely what to do and what to leave undone. These were portrait statues, therefore they finished the heads up to the highest point consistent with their size. But the trunk and the lower limbs they regarded from a decorative rather than a statuesque point of view. As decoration, it was necessary that they should give size and dignity to the facade. Everything, consequently, was here subordinated to the general effect of breadth, of massiveness, of repose. Considered thus, the colossi are a triumph of treatment. Side by side they sit, placid and majestic, their feet a little apart, their hands resting on their knees. Shapely though they are, those huge legs look scarcely inferior in girth to the great columns of Karnak. The articulations of the knee joint, the swell of the calf, the outline of the peroneus longus are indicated rather than developed. The toenails and toe joints are given in the same bold and general way, but the fingers, because only the tips of them could be seen from below, are treated en bloc. The faces show the same lardness of style. The little dimple which gives such sweetness to the corners of the mouth, and the tiny depression in the lobe of the ear are, in fact, circular cavities as large as saucers. How far this treatment is consistent with the most perfect delicacy and even finesse of execution may be gathered from the sketch. The nose there shown in profile is 3.5 feet in length. The mouth, so delicately curved, is about the same in width. Even the sensitive nostril, which looks ready to expand with the breath of life, exceeds 8 inches in length. The ear, which is placed high and is well detached from the head, measures 3 feet and 5 inches from top to tip. A recent writer who brings sound practical knowledge to bear upon the subject is of opinion that the Egyptian sculptors did not even point their work beforehand. If so, then the marvel is only so much the greater. The men who, working in so coarse and friable a material, could not only give beauty and finish to heads of this size, but could, with barbaric tools, hew them out ab initio from the natural rock, were the Michelangelos of their age. It has already been said that the last Ramesses to the southward is the best preserved. His left arm and hand are injured, and the head of the uraeus sculptured on the front of the patient is gone. But with these exceptions, the figure is as whole, as fresh in surface, as sharp in detail, as on the day it was completed. The next is shattered to the waist. His head lies at his feet, half buried in sand. The third is nearly as perfect as the first, while the fourth has lost not only the whole beard and the greater part of the uraeus, but has both arms broken away and a big, cavernous hole in the front of the body. From the double crowns of the two last, the top ornament is also missing. It looks a mere knob, but it measures 8 feet in height. Such an effect does the size of these 4 figures produce on the mind of the spectator that he scarcely observes the fractures they have sustained. I do not remember to have even missed the head and body of the shattered one, although nothing is left of it above the knees. Those huge legs and feet, covered with ancient inscriptions, some of Greek, some of Phoenician origin, tower so high above the heads of those who look at them from below that one scarcely thinks of looking higher still. The figures are naked to the waist and clothed in the usual striped tunic. On their heads they wear the double crown, and on their necks rich collars of cabochon drops cut in very low relief. The feet are bare of sandals, and the arms of bracelets, but in the front of the body, just where the customary belt and buckle would come, are deep holes in the stone, such as might have been made to receive rivets, supposing the belts to have been made of bronze or gold. On the breast, just below the necklace, and on the upper part of each arm, are cut in magnificent ovals, between 4 and 5 feet in length, the ordinary cartouches of the king. These were probably tattooed upon his person in the flesh. Some have supposed that these statues were originally colored, and that the color may have been effaced by the ceaseless shifting and blowing of the sand. Yet the drift was probably at its highest when Burckhardt discovered the place in 1813, and on the 2 heads that were still above the surface, he seems to have observed no traces of color. Neither can the keenest eye detect any vestige of that delicate film of stucco with which the Egyptians invariably prepared their surfaces for painting. Perhaps the architects were for once content with the natural color of the sandstone, which is here very rich and varied. It happens, also, that the colossi come in a light-colored vein of the rock, and so sit relieved against a darker background. Toward noon, when the level of the facade has just passed into shade, and the sunlight still strikes upon the statues, the effect is quite startling. The whole thing, which is then best seen from the island, looks like a huge onyx cameo cut in high relief. A statue of Ra, to whom the temple is dedicated, stands some 20 feet high in a niche over the doorway, and is supported on either side by a bas-relief portrait of the king in an attitude of worship. Next above these comes a superb hieroglyphic inscription reaching across the whole front. Above the inscription, a band of royal cartouches. Above the cartouches, a frieze of sitting apes. Above the apes, last and highest, some fragments of a cornice. The height of the whole may have been somewhat over 100 feet. Wherever it has been possible to introduce them as decoration, we see the ovals of the king under those sculptured on the platform, and over the door I observed the hieroglyphic, the determinative of metals, signifies gold nub. But when represented, as here, without the determinative, stands for Nubia, the land of gold. This addition, which I do not remember to have seen elsewhere in connection with the cartouches of Ramesses II, is here used in an heraldic sense, as signifying the sovereignty of Nubia. The relative positions of the two temples of Abu Simbel have been already described. How they are excavated in two adjacent mountains and divided by a cataract of sand. The front of the small temple lies parallel to the course of the Nile, here flowing in a northeasterly direction. The facade of the great temple is cut in the flank of the mountain and faces due east. Thus the colossi, towering above the shoulder of the sanddrift, catch, as it were, a side view of the small temple and confront vessels coming up the river. As for the sanddrift, it curiously resembles the glacier of the Rhone. In size, in shape, in position, in all but color and substance, it is the same. Pent in between the rocks at top, it opens out like a fan at bottom. In this, its inevitable course, it slants downward across the facade of the great temple, forever descending, drifting, accumulating. It wages the old stealthy war, and unhasting, unresting, labors, grain by grain, to fill the hollowed chambers and bury the great statues, and wrap the whole temple in a winding sheet of golden sand, so that the place thereof shall know it no more. It had very nearly come to this when Burckhardt went up, A.D. 1813. The top of the doorway was then 30 feet below the surface. Whether the sand will ever reach that height again must depend on the energy with which it is combated. It can only be cleared as it accumulates. To avert it is impossible. Backed by the illimitable wastes of the Libyan desert, the the supply from above is inexhaustible. Come it must, and come it will, to the end of time. The drift rose to the lap of the northernmost colossus, and halfway up the legs of the next, when the Philae lay at Abu Simbel. The doorway was clear, however, almost to the threshold, and the sand inside was not more than 2 feet deep in the first hall. The whole facade, we were told, had been laid bare, and the interior swept and garnished when the Empress of the French, after opening the Suez Canal in 1869, went up the Nile as far as the second cataract. By this time, most likely, that yellow carpet lies thick and soft in every chamber, and is fast silting up the doorway again. How well I remember the restless excitement of our first day at Abu Simbel. While the morning was yet cool, the painter and writer wandered to and fro, comparing and selecting points of view, and superintending the pitching of their tents. The painter planted his on the very brink of the bank, face to face with the colossi and the open doorway. The writer perched some 40 feet higher on the pitch of the sand slope, so getting a side view of the facade and a peep of distance looking up the river. To fix the tent up, there was no easy matter. It was only by sinking the tent pole in a hole filled with stones that it could be trusted to stand against the steady push of the north wind, which at this season is almost always blowing. Meanwhile, the travelers from the other dahabiyas were tramping backward and forward between the two temples, filling the air with laughter and waking strange echoes in the hollow mountains. As the day wore on, however, they returned to their boats, which one by one spread their sails and bore away for Wadi Halfway. When they were fairly gone, and we had the marvelous place all to ourselves, we went to see the temples. The smaller one, though it comes first in order of sailing, is generally seen last, and seen therefore to disadvantage. To eyes fresh from the abode of Ra, the abode of Hathor looks less than its actual size, which is, in fact, but little inferior to that of the temple at Dare. A first hall, measuring some 40 feet in length by 21 in width, leads to a transverse corridor, 2 side chambers, and a sanctuary 7 feet square, at the upper end of which are the shattered remains of a cow-headed statue of Hathor. 6 square pillars, as at Dare, support what, for want of a better word, one must call the ceiling of the hall, though the ceiling is, in truth, the superincumbent mountain. In this arrangement, as in the general character of the bas-relief sculptures which cover the walls and pillars, there is much simplicity, much grace, but nothing particularly new. The facade, on the contrary, is a daring innovation. Here the whole front is but a frame for 6 recesses, from each of which a colossal statue, erect and lifelike, seems to be walking straight out from the heart of the mountain. These statues, 3 to the right and 3 to the left of the doorway, stand 30 feet high and represent Ramesses II and Nefertari, his queen. Mutilated as they are, the male figures are full of spirit and the female figures full of grace. The queen wears on her head the plumes and disk of Hathor. The king is crowned with the pishent and with a fantastic helmet adorned with plumes and horns. They have their children with them, the queen her daughters, the king his sons, infants of 10 feet high, whose heads just reach to the parental knee. The walls of these 6 recesses, as they follow the slope of the mountain, form massive buttresses, the effect of which is wonderfully bold in light and shadow. The doorway gives the only instance of a porch that we saw in either Egypt or Nubia. The superb hieroglyphs which cover the faces of these buttresses and the front of this porch are cut half a foot deep into the rock and are so large that they can be read from the island in the middle of the river. The tale they tell, a tale retold in many varied turns of old Egyptian style upon the architraves within, is singular and interesting. Ramesses, the strong in truth, the beloved of Amen, says the outer legend, made this divine abode for his royal wife, Nefertari, whom he loves. The legend within, after enumerating the titles of the king, records that his royal wife, who loves him, Nefertari, the beloved of Maut, constructed for him this abode in the mountain of the pure waters. On every pillar, in every act of worship pictured on the walls, even in the sanctuary, we find the names of Ramesses and Nefertari, coupled and inseparable. In this double dedication, and in the unwanted tenderness of the style, one seems to detect traces of some event, perhaps of some anniversary, the particulars of which are lost forever. It may have been a meeting, it may have been a parting, it may have been a prayer answered or a vow fulfilled. We see, at all events, that Ramesses and Nefertari desired to leave behind them an imperishable record of the affection which united them on earth, and which they hoped would reunite them in Amti. What more do we need to know? We see that the queen was fair, that the king was in his prime. We divine the rest, and the poetry of the place, at all events, is ours. Even in these barren solitudes, there is wafted to us a breath from the shores of old romance. We feel that love once passed this way, and that the ground is still hallowed where he trod. We hurried on to the great temple, without waiting to examine the lesser one in detail. A solemn twilight reigned in the first hall, beyond which all was dark. 8 colossi, 4 to the right and 4 to the left, stand ranged down the center, bearing the mountain on their heads. Their height is 25 feet. With hands crossed on their breasts, they clasp the flail and crook, emblems of majesty and dominion. It is the attitude of Osiris, but the face is the face of Ramesses II. Seen by this dim light, shadowy, mournful, majestic, they look as if they remembered the past. Beyond the first hall lies a second hall supported on 4 square pillars. Beyond this, again, a transverse chamber, the walls of which are covered with colored bas-reliefs of various gods. Last of all, the sanctuary. Here, side by side, sit 4 figures larger than life, Ta, Amen-Ra, Ra, and Ramesses deified. Before them stands an altar, in shape a truncated pyramid, cut from the solid rock. Traces of color yet linger on the garments of the statues, while in the walls on either side are holes and grooves, such as might have been made to receive a screen of metalwork. The air in the sanctuary was heavy with an acrid smoke, as if the priests had been burning some strange incense and were only just gone. For this illusion, we were indebted to the visitors who had been there before us. They had lit the place with magnesian wire, the vapor of which lingers long in these unventilated vaults, to settle down then, and there, to a steady investigation of the wall sculptures, was impossible. We did not attempt it. Wandering from hall to hall, from chamber to chamber, now trusting to the faint gleams that straggled in from without, now stumbling along by the light of a bunch of candles tied to the end of a stick, we preferred to receive those first impressions of vastness, of mystery, of gloomy magnificence, which are the more profound for being somewhat vague and general. Scenes of war, of triumph, of worship, passed before our eyes like the incidents of a panorama. Here the king, borne along at full gallop by plumed steeds gorgeously caparisoned, draws his mighty bow and attacks a battlemented fortress. The besieged, some of whom are transfixed by his tremendous arrows, supplicate for mercy. They are a Syrian people, and are by some identified with the northern Hittites. Their skin is yellow, and they wear the long hair and beard, the Philae, the rich robe, fringed cape, and embroidered baldric with which we are familiar in the Nineveh sculptures. A man driving off cattle in the foreground looks as if he had stepped out of one of the tablets in the British Museum. Ramesses meanwhile towers, swift and godlike, above the crowd. His coursers are of such immortal strain as were the coursers of Achilles. His sons, his whole army, chariot and horse, follow headlong at his heels. All is movement and the splendor of battle. Farther on, we see the king returning in state, preceded by his prisoners of war. Tied together in gangs, they stagger as they go, with heads thrown back and hands uplifted. These, however, are not Assyrians, but Abyssinians and Nubians, so true to the type, so thick-lipped, flat-nosed, and woolly-headed, that only the pathos of the expression saves them from being ludicrous. It is naturalness pushed to the verge of caricature. A little farther still, and we find Ramesses leading a string of these captives into the presence of Amen-Ra, Maut and Khans. Amen-Ra weird and unearthly, with his blue complexion and towering plumes. Maut wearing the crown of Upper Egypt Khans, by a subtle touch of flattery, depicted with the features of the king. Again, to right and left of the entrance, Ramesses, thrice the size of life, slays a group of captives of various nations. To the left Amen-Ra, to the right Ra-Harmachis, approve and accept the sacrifice. In the second hall we see, as usual, the procession of the sacred bark. Ta, Kem, and Bast, gorgeous in many-colored garments, gleam dimly, like figures in faded tapestry, from the walls of the transverse corridor. But the wonder of Abu Simbel is the huge subject on the north side of the Great Hall. This is a monster battle piece, which covers an area of 57 feet 7 inches in length by 25 feet 4 inches in height, and contains over 1,100 figures. Even the heraldic cornice of cartouches and asps, which runs round the rest of the ceiling, is omitted on this side, so that the wall is literally filled with the picture from top to bottom. Fully to describe this huge design would take many pages. It is a picture gallery in itself. It represents not a single action, but a whole campaign. It sets before us, with Homeric simplicity, the pomp and circumstance of war, the incidents of camp life, and the accidents of the open field. We see the enemy's city, with its battlemented towers and triple moat, the besiegers' camp, and the pavilion of the king, the march of infantry, the shock of chariots, the hand-to-hand melee, the flight of the vanquished, the triumph of the pharaoh, the bringing in of the prisoners, the counting of the hands of the slain. A great river winds through the picture from end to end and almost surrounds the invested city. The king in his chariot pursues a crowd of fugitives along the bank. Some are crushed under his wheels, some plunge into the water and are drowned. Behind him, a moving wall of shields and spears advances with rhythmic step the serried phalanx, while yonder, where the fight is thickest, we see chariots overturned, men dead and dying, and riderless horses making for the open. Meanwhile, the besieged send out mounted scouts, and the country folk drive their cattle to the hills. A grand frieze of chariots charging at full gallop divides the subject lengthwise and separates the Egyptian camp from the field of battle. The camp is square and enclosed, apparently, in a palisade of shields. It occupies less than 1/6 part of the picture and contains about 100 figures. Within this narrow space, the artist has brought together an astonishing variety of incidents. The horses feed in rows from a common manger, or wait their turn and impatiently paw the ground. Some are lying down. One, just unharnessed, scampers round the enclosure. Another, making off with the empty chariot at his heels, is intercepted by a couple of grooms. Other grooms bring buckets of water slung from the shoulders on wooden yokes. A wounded officer sits apart, his head resting on his hand, and an orderly comes in haste to bring him news of the battle. Another, hurt apparently in the foot, is having the wound dressed by a surgeon. 2 detachments of infantry, marching out to reinforce their comrades in action, are met at the entrance to the camp by the royal chariot returning from the field. Ramesses drives before him some fugitives who are trampled down, seized, and dispatched upon the spot. In one corner stands a row of objects that look like joints of meat, and near them are a small altar and a tripod brazier. Elsewhere, a couple of soldiers, with a big bowl between them, sit on their heels and dip their fingers in the mess, precisely as every Philae does to this day. Meanwhile, it is clear that Egyptian discipline was strict, and that the soldier who transgressed was as abjectly subject to the rule of stick as his modern descendant. In no less than 3 places do we see this time-honored institution in full operation. The superior officer energetically flourishing his staff, the private taking his punishment with characteristic disrelish. In the middle of the camp, watched over by his keeper, lies Ramesses' tame lion, while close against the royal pavilion, a hostile spy is surprised and stabbed by the officer on guard. The pavilion itself is very curious. It is evidently not a tent, but a building, and was probably an extemporaneous construction of crude brick. It has 4 arched doorways and contains in one corner an object like a cabinet, with 2 sacred hawks for supporters. This object, which is in fact almost identical with the hieroglyphic emblem, used to express a royal panegyry or festival, stands, no doubt, for the private oratory of the king. 5 figures kneeling before it in adoration. To enumerate all or half the points of interest in this amazing picture would ask altogether too much space. Even to see it, with time at command and all the help that candles and magnesium torches can give, is far from easy. The relief is unusually low, and the surface, having originally been covered with stucco, is purposely roughened all over with tiny chisel marks, which painfully confuse the details. Nor is this all. Owing to some kind of saline ooze in that part of the rock, the stucco has not only peeled off, but the actual surface is injured. It seems to have been eaten away, just as iron is eaten by rust. A few patches adhere, however, in places, and retain the original coloring. The river is still covered with blue and white zigzags to represent water. Some of the fighting groups are yet perfect, and 2 very beautiful royal chariots, one of which is surmounted by a richly ornamented parasol canopy, are fresh and brilliant as ever. The horses throughout are excellent. The chariot frieze is almost Panathenaic in its effect of multitudinous movement, while the horses in the camp of Ramesses, for naturalness and variety of treatment, are perhaps the best that Egyptian art has to show. It is worth noting, also, that a horseman, that rara aves, occurs some 4 or 5 times in different parts of the picture. The scene of the campaign is laid in Syria. The river of blue and white zigzags is the Orontes. The city of the besieged Kadesh or Cades, the enemy, are the Keta. The whole is, in fact, a grand picture epic of the events immortalized in the poem of Pentor. That poem which M. de Rouget has described as a sort of Egyptian Iliad. The comparison would, however, apply to the picture with greater force than it applies to the poem. Pentor, who was in the first place a courtier, and in the second place a poet, has sacrificed everything to the prominence of his central figure. He is intent upon the glorification of the king, and his poem, which is a mere paean of praise, begins and ends with the prowess of Ramesses Meramen. If then it is to be called an Iliad, it is an Iliad from which everything that does not immediately concern Achilles is left out. The picture, on the contrary, though it shows the hero in combat and in triumph, and always of colossal proportions, yet has space for a host of minor characters. The episodes in which these characters appear are essentially Homeric. The spy is surprised and slain, as Dolon was slain by Ulysses. The men feast and fight, and are wounded, just like the long-haired sons of Achaea, while their horses, loosed from the yoke, eat white barley and oats, hard by their chariots, waiting for the dawn. Like Homer, too, the artist of the battle piece is careful to point out the distinguishing traits of the various combatants. The Ketas go 3 in a chariot, the Egyptians only 2. The Ketas wear a mustache and scalp lock. The Egyptians pride themselves on a clean shave and cover their bare heads with ponderous wigs. The Sardinian contingent cultivate their own thick hair, whiskers, and mustachios, and their features are distinctly European. They also wear the curious helmet surmounted by a ball and 2 spikes, by which they may always be recognized in the sculptures. These Sardinians appear only in the border frieze, next the floor. The sand had drifted up just at that spot, and only the top of one fantastic helmet was visible above the surface. Not knowing in the least to what this might belong, we set the men to scrape away the sand, and so, quite by accident, uncovered the most curious and interesting group in the whole picture. The Sardinians, in Egyptian Shardana, seem to have been naturalized prisoners of war drafted into the ranks of the Egyptian army, and are the first European people whose names appear on the monuments. There is but 1 hour in the 24 at which it is possible to form any idea of the general effect of this vast subject, and that is at sunrise. Then only does the pure day stream in through the doorway and temper the gloom of the side aisles with light reflected from the sunlit floor. The broad divisions of the picture and the distribution of the masses may then be dimly seen. The details, however, require candlelight and can only be studied a few inches at a time. Even so, it is difficult to make out the upper groups without the help of a ladder. Salim, mounted on a chair and provided with 2 long sticks lashed together, could barely hold his little torch high enough to enable the writer to copy the inscription on the middle tower of the fortress of Kadesh. It is fine to see the sunrise on the front of the great temple, but something still finer takes place on certain mornings of the year in the very heart of the mountain. As the sun comes up above the eastern hilltops, one long, level beam strikes through the doorway, pierces the inner darkness like an arrow, penetrates to the sanctuary, and falls like fire from heaven upon the altar at the feet of the gods. No one who has watched for the coming of that shaft of sunlight can doubt that it was a calculated effect, and that the excavation was directed at one especial angle in order to produce it. In this way, Ra, to whom the temple was dedicated, may be said to have entered in daily, and by a direct manifestation of his presence, to have approved the sacrifices of his worshippers. I need scarcely say that we did not see half the wall sculptures, or even half the chambers, that first afternoon at Abu Simbel. We rambled to and fro, lost in wonder and content to wonder, like rustics at a fair. We had, however, ample time to come again and again and learn it all by heart. The writer went in constantly and at all hours, but most frequently at the end of the day's sketching, when the rest were walking or boating in the cool of the late afternoon. It is a wonderful place to be alone in, a place in which the very darkness and silence are old, and in which time himself seems to have fallen asleep. Wandering to and fro among these sculptured halls, like a shade among shadows, one seems to have left the world behind, to have done with the teachings of the present, to belong one's self to the past. The very gods assert their ancient influence over those who question them in solitude. Seen in the fast deepening gloom of evening, they look instinct with supernatural life. There were times when I should scarcely have been surprised to hear them speak, to see them rise from their painted thrones and come down from the walls. There were times when I felt I believed in them. There was something so weird and awful about the place, and it became so much more weird and awful the farther one went in, that I rarely ventured beyond the first hall when quite alone. One afternoon, however, when it was a little earlier, and therefore a little lighter than usual, I went to the very end and sat at the feet of the gods in the sanctuary. All at once, I cannot tell why, for my thoughts just then were far away, it flashed upon me that a whole mountain hung ready, perhaps, to cave in above my head. Seized by a sudden panic such as one feels in dreams, I tried to run, but my feet dragged, and the floor seemed to sink under them. I felt I could not have called for help, though it had been to save my life. It is unnecessary, perhaps, to add that the mountain did not cave in, and that I had my fright for nothing. It would have been a grand way of dying, all the same, and a still grander way of being buried. My visits to the great temple were not always so dramatic. I sometimes took Salim, who smoked cigarettes when not on active duty, or held a candle while I sketched patterns of cornices, headdresses of kings and gods, designs of necklaces and bracelets, heads of captives, and the like. Sometimes we explored the side chambers. Of these there are 8, pitch dark, and excavated at all kinds of angles. 2 or 3 are surrounded by stone benches cut in the rock, and in one, the hieroglyphic inscriptions are part cut, part sketched in black, and left unfinished. As this temple is entirely the work of Ramesses II, and betrays no sign of having been added to by any of his successors, these evidences of incompleteness would seem to show that the king died before the work was ended. I was always under the impression that there were secret places yet undiscovered in these dark chambers, and Salim and I were always looking for them. At Dendera, at Edfu, at Medinet Habu, at Philae, there have been found crypts in the thickness of the walls and recesses under the pavements for the safekeeping of treasure in time of danger. The rock-cut temples must also have had their hiding places, and these would doubtless take the form of concealed cells in the walls or under the floors of the side chambers. To come out from these black holes into the twilight of the great hall and see the landscape set, as it were, in the ebon frame of the doorway, was alone worth the journey to Abu Simbel. The sun being at such times in the west, the river, the yellow sand island, the palms and tamarisks opposite, and the mountains of the eastern desert were all flooded with a glory of light and color to which no pen or pencil could possibly do justice. Not even the mountains of Moab in Homan Hunt's scapegoat were so warm with rose and gold. Thus our days passed at Abu Simbel, the workers working, the idler idling, strangers from the outer world now, and then coming and going. The heat on shore was great, especially in the sketching tents, but the north breeze blew steadily every day from about an hour after sunrise till an hour before sunset. And on board the dahabeah, it was always cool. The happy couple took advantage of this good wind to do a good deal of boating, and by judiciously timing their excursions, contrived to use the tail of the day's breeze for their trip out, and the strong arms of 4 good rowers to bring them back again. In this way, they managed to see the little rock-cut temple of Philae, which the rest of us unfortunately missed. On another occasion, they paid a visit to a certain sheik who lived at a village about 2 miles south of Abu Simbel. He was a great man, as Nubian magnates go. His name was Hassan Ebn Rashwan el-Kashif, and he was a grandson of that same old Hassan Kashif who was vice-regent of Nubia in the days of Burkhart and Belzoni. He received our happy couple with distinguished hospitality, killed a sheep in their honor, and entertained them for more than 3 hours. The meal consisted of an endless succession of dishes, all of which, like that bugbear of our childhood, the hated air with variations, went on repeating the same theme under a multitude of disguises, and whether roasted, boiled, stewed, or minced, served on skewers, smothered in rice, or drowned in sour milk, were always mutton au fond. We now despaired of ever seeing a crocodile, and but for a trail that our men discovered on the island opposite, we should almost have ceased to believe that there were crocodiles in Egypt. The marks were quite fresh when we went to look at them. The creature had been basking high and dry in the sun, and this was the point at which he had gone down again to the river. The damp sand at the water's edge had taken the mold of his huge fleshy paws, and even of the jointed armor of his tail, though this last impression was somewhat blurred by the final rush with which he had taken to the water. I doubt if Robinson Crusoe, when he saw the famous footprint on the shore, was more excited than we of the Philae at sight of this genuine and undeniable trail. As for the idle man, he flew at once to arms and made ready for the fray. He caused a shallow grave to be dug for himself a few yards from the spot, then went and lay in it for hours together, morning after morning, under the full blaze of the sun, flat, patient, alert, with his gun ready cocked, and a Pall Mall budget up his back. It was not his fault if he narrowly escaped sunstroke and had his labor for his reward. That crocodile was too clever for him and took care never to come back. Our sailors, meanwhile, though well pleased with an occasional holiday, began to find Abu Simbel monotonous. As long as the Bagstones stayed, the 2 crews met every evening to smoke and dance and sing their quaint roundelays together. But when rumors came of wonderful things already done this winter above Wadi Halfay, rumors that represented the second cataract as a populous solitude of crocodiles, then our faithful consort slipped away one morning before sunrise, and the Philae was left companionless. At this juncture, seeing that the men's time hung heavy on their hands, our painter conceived the idea of setting them to clean the face of the northernmost colossus, still disfigured by the plaster left on it when the great cast was taken by Mr. Hay more than half a century before. This happy thought was promptly carried into effect. A scaffolding of spars and oars was at once improvised, and the men, delighted as children at play, were soon swarming all over the huge head, just as the carvers may have swarmed over it in the days when Ramesses was king. All they had to do was to remove any small lumps that might yet adhere to the surface, and then tint the white patches with coffee. This they did with bits of sponge tied to the ends of sticks. But Reis Hassan, as a mark of dignity, had one of the painter's old brushes, of which he was immensely proud. It took them 3 afternoons to complete the job, and we were all sorry when it came to an end. To see Reis Hassan artistically touching up a gigantic nose, almost as long as himself, Riskali, and the cook boy staggering to and fro with relays of coffee, brewed thick and slab for the purpose, Salem perched cross-legged like some complacent imp on the towering rim of the great peashent overhead, the rest chattering and skipping about the scaffolding like monkeys, was, I will venture to say, a sight more comic than has ever been seen at Abu Simbel before or since. Ramesses' appetite for coffee was prodigious. He consumed I know not how many gallons a day. Our cook stood aghast at the demand made upon his stores. Never before had he been called upon to provide for a guest whose mouth measured 3.5 feet in width. Still, the result justified the expenditure. The coffee proved a capital match for the sandstone, and though it was not possible wholly to restore the uniformity of the original surface, we at least succeeded in obliterating those ghastly splotches, which for so many years have marred this beautiful face, as with the unsightliness of leprosy. What with boating, fishing, lying in wait for crocodiles, cleaning the colossus, and filling reams of thin letter paper to friends at home, we got through the first week quickly enough. The painter and the writer working hard, meanwhile, in their respective ways. The painter on his big canvas in front of the temple, the writer shifting her little tent as she listed. Now, although the most delightful occupation in life is undoubtedly sketching, it must be admitted that the sketcher at Abu Simbel works under difficulties. Foremost among these comes the difficulty of position. The great temple stands within about 25 yards of the brink of the bank, and the lesser temple within as many feet, so that to get far enough from one subject is simply impossible. The present writer sketched the small temple from the deck of the dahabeah, there being no point of view obtainable on shore. Next comes the difficulty of color. Everything, except the sky and the river, is yellow, that is to say, with a difference, yellow ranging through every gradation of orange, maize, apricot, gold, and buff. The mountains are sandstone, the temples are sandstone, the sandslope is powdered sandstone from the sandstone desert. In all these objects, the scale of color is necessarily the same. Even the shadows, glowing with reflected light, give back tempered repetitions of the dominant hue. Hence it follows that he who strives, however humbly, to reproduce the facts of the scene before him is compelled, bon gré, mal gré, to execute what some of our young painters would nowadays call a symphony in yellow. Lastly, there are the minor inconveniences of sun, sand, wind, and flies. The whole place radiates heat and seems almost to radiate light. The glare from above and the glare from below are alike intolerable. Dazzled, blinded, unable to even look at his subject without the aid of smoke-colored glasses. The sketcher whose tent is pitched upon the sandslope over against the great temple enjoys a foretaste of cremation. When the wind blows from the north, which at this time of the year is almost always, the heat is perhaps less distressing, but the sand is maddening. It fills your hair, your eyes, your water bottles, silts up your color box, dries into your skies, and reduces your Chinese white to a gritty paste the color of salad dressing. As for the flies, they have a morbid appetite for watercolors. They follow your wet brush along the paper, leave their legs in the yellow ochre, and plunge with avidity into every little pool of cobalt as it is mixed ready for use. Nothing disagrees with them, nothing poisons them, not even olive green. It was a delightful time, however delightful alike for those who worked and those who rested. And these small troubles counted for nothing in the scale. Yet it was pleasant, all the same, to break away for a day or two and be off to Wadi Halfway. Chapter 17. The Second Cataract. A fresh breeze, a full sail, and the consciousness of a holiday well earned carried us gaily along from Abu Simbel to Wadi Halfway. We started late in the afternoon of the first day, made about 12 miles before the wind dropped, and achieved the remaining 28 miles before noon the next day. It was our last trip on the Nile under canvas. At Wadi Halfway, the Philae was doomed to be dismantled. The big sail that had so long been our pride and delight would there be taken down, and our good boat, her grace and swiftness gone at one fell swoop, would become a mere lumbering barge, more suggestive of civic outings on the Thames than of Cleopatra's galley. For some way beyond Abu Simbel, the western bank is fringed by a long line of volcanic mountains, as much alike in height, size, and shape as a row of Martello towers. They are divided from one another by a series of perfectly uniform sand drifts, while on the rounded top of each mountain, thick as the currants on the top of a certain cake, known to schoolboys by the endearing name of blackcaps, lies a layer of the oddest black stones in the world, having more than once been to the top of the rock of Abshek, which is the first large mountain of the chain, and strewn in the same way, we recognized the stones and knew what they were like. In color, they are purplish black, tinged here and there with dull red. They ring like clinkstone when struck, and in shape are most fantastic, picked up some like petrified bunches of grapes. Others are twisted and writhen like the Vesuvian lava of 1871. They lie loose upon the surface and are of all sizes, some being as small as currants and others as large as quartern loaves. Speaking as one having no kind of authority, I should say that these stones are unquestionably of fiery parentage. One seems to see how, boiling and bubbling in a state of fusion, they must have been suddenly checked by contact with some cooler medium. Where the chain ends, about 3 or 4 miles above Abu Simbel, the view widens, and a host of outlying mountains are seen scattered over an immense plain, reaching for miles into the western desert. On the eastern bank, Kalat-Ada, a huge, rambling Roman citadel, going to solitary ruin on the last water-washed precipice to the left, brings the opposite range to a like end, and abuts on a similar plain, also scattered over with detached peaks. The scene here is desolately magnificent. A large island covered with palms divides the Nile in 2 branches, each of which looks as wide as the whole river. An unbounded distance opens away to the silvery horizon. On the banks there is no verdure, neither is there any sign of human toil. Nothing lives, nothing moves, save the wind and the river. Of all the strange peaks we have yet seen, the mountains hereabout are the strangest. Alone or in groups, they start up here and there from the desert, on both sides, like the pieces on a chessboard. They are for the most part conical, but they are not extinct craters, such as are the volcanic cones of Korosko and Dake, seeing how they all rose to about the same height, and were alike capped with that mysterious couche of shining black stones. The writer could not help fancying that, like the isolated Rocher de Cornay and Rocher de St. Michael at Pi, they might be but fragments of a rocky crust, rent and swept away at some infinitely remote period of the world's history, and that the level of their present summits might represent, perhaps, the ancient level of the plain. As regards form, they are weird enough for the wildest geological theories. All taper more or less toward the top. One is four-sided, like a pyramid. Another, in shape, a truncated cone, looks as if crowned with a pagoda summer house. A third seems to be surmounted by a mosque and cupola. A fourth is scooped out in tiers of arches. A fifth is crowned, apparently, with a cairn of piled stones. And so on, with variations as endless as they are fantastic. A geologist might perhaps account for these caprices by showing how fire and earthquake and deluge had here succeeded each other, and how, after being first covered with volcanic stones and then split into chasms, the valleys thus opened had by and by been traversed by torrents which wore away the softer parts of the rock and left the harder standing, some way beyond Kalat-Ada, when the Abu Simbel Range and Palm Island have all but vanished in the distance, and the lonely peak called the Mountain of the Sun, Jebel Esh-Shems, has been left far behind. We came upon a new wonder, namely, upon 2 groups of scattered tumuli, one on the eastern, one on the western bank. Not volcanic forms, these, not even accidental forms, if one may venture to form an opinion from so far off. They are of various sizes, some little, some big, all perfectly round and smooth, and covered with a rich, greenish-brown alluvial soil. How did they come there? Who made them? What did they contain? The Roman ruin close by, the 240,000 deserters who must have passed this way, the Egyptian and Ethiopian armies that certainly poured their thousands along these very banks, and might have fought many a battle on this open plain, suggest all kinds of possibilities, and fill one's head with visions of buried arms and jewels and cinerary urns. We are more than half-minded to stop the boat and land that very moment, but are content on second thoughts with promising ourselves that we will at least excavate one of the smaller hillocks on our way back. And now, the breeze freshening and the dahabeah tearing gallantly along, we leave the tumuli behind and enter upon a more desolate region where the mountains recede farther than ever, and the course of the river is interrupted by perpetual sandbanks. On one of these sandbanks, just a few yards above the edge of the water, lay a log of driftwood, apparently a battered old palm trunk, with some remnants of broken branches yet clinging to it. Such an object, in short, as my American friends would very properly call a snag. Our pilot leaned forward on the tiller, put his finger to his lip, and whispered, "Crocodillo." The painter, the idle man, the writer, were all on deck, and not one believed him. They had seen too many of these snags already, and were not going to let themselves again be excited about nothing. The pilot pointed to the cabin where Elle and the little lady were indulging in that minor vice called afternoon tea. "Side," said he, "call Side, Crocodillo." We examined the object through our glasses. We laughed the pilot to scorn. It was the worst imitation of a crocodile that we had yet seen. All at once the palm trunk lifted up its head, cocked its tail, found its legs, set off running, wriggling, undulating down the slope with incredible rapidity, and was gone before we could utter an exclamation. We three had a bad time when the other two came up, and found that we had seen our first crocodile without them. A sandbank which we passed next morning was scored all over with fresh trails, and looked as if it had been the scene of a crocodile parliament. There must have been at least 20 or 30 members present at the sitting, and the freshness of the marks showed that they had only just dispersed. A keen and cutting wind carried us along the last 30 miles of our journey. We had supposed that the farther south we penetrated, the hotter we should find the climate. Yet now, strange to say, we were shivering in sealskins, under the most brilliant sky in the world, and in a latitude more southerly than that of Mecca or Calcutta. It was some compensation, however, to run at full speed past the dullest of Nile scenery, seeing only sandbanks in the river, sand hills and sand flats on either hand, a disused shadoof, or a skeleton boat rotting at the water's edge. a wind-tormented dom palm struggling for existence on the brink of the bank. At a fatal corner about 6 miles below Wadi Halfay, we passed a melancholy flotilla of dismantled dahabiyas, the Fostat, the Zenobia, the Alice, the Mansoura, all alike weather-bound and laid up helplessly against the wind. The Mansoura, with Captain and Mrs. E on board, had been 3 days doing these 6 miles, at which rate of progress they might reasonably hope to reach Cairo in about a year and a month. The palms of Wadi Halfay, blue with distance, came into sight at the next bend, and by noon the Philae was once more moored alongside the Bagstones under a shore crowded with cangias, covered with bales and packing cases, and, like the shores of Mahata and Assuan, populous with temporary huts. For here it is that traders going by water embark and disembark on their way to and fro between Dingola and the first cataract. There were 3 temples, or at all events 3 ancient Egyptian buildings, once upon a time on the western bank, over against Wadi Halfay. Now there are a few broken pillars, a solitary fragment of brick pylon, some remains of a flight of stone steps leading down to the river, and a wall of enclosure overgrown with wild pumpkins. These ruins, together with a rambling native khan and a noble old sycamore, form a picturesque group backed by amber sand cliffs, and mark the site of a lost city belonging to the early days of Usertesen III. The second, or great, cataract begins a little way above Wadi Halfay and extends over a distance of many miles. It consists, like the first cataract, of a succession of rocks and rapids, and is skirted for the first 5 miles or so by the Sandcliffe Ridge, which, as I have said, forms a background to the ruins just opposite Wadi Halfay. This ridge terminates abruptly in the famous precipice known as the Rock of Abusir. Only adventurous travelers bound for Dingola or Khartoum go beyond this point, and they, for the most part, take the shorter route across the desert from Carrasco. And the writer would fain have hired camels and pushed on as far as Semneh, which is a matter of only 2 days' journey from Wadi Halfay, and for people provided with sketching tents, is one of the easiest of inland excursions. One may go to the Rock of Abusir by land or by water. The happy couple and the writer took 2 native boatmen versed in the intricacies of the cataract and went in the felucca. L and the painter preferred donkeying. Given a good breeze from the right quarter, there is, as regards time, but little to choose between the 2 routes. No one, however, who has approached the Rock of Abusir by water and seen it rise like a cathedral front from the midst of that labyrinth of rocky islets, some like clusters of basaltic columns, some crowned with crumbling ruins, some bleak and bare, some green with wild pomegranate trees, can doubt which is the more picturesque. Landing among the tamarisks at the foot of the cliff, we come to the spreading skirts of a sand drift steeper and more fatiguing to climb than the sand drift at Abu Simbel. We do climb it, however, though somewhat sulkily, and finding the donkey party perched upon the top, are comforted with draughts of ice-cold lemonade, brought in a cullah from Wadi Halfay. The summit of the rock is a mere ridge, steep and overhanging toward east and south, and carved all over with autographs in stone. Some few of these are interesting, but for the most part, they record only the visits of the illustrious obscure. We found Belzoni's name, but looked in vain for the signatures of Burckhardt, Champollion, Lepsius, and Ampere. Owing to the nature of the ground and the singular clearness of the atmosphere, the view from this point seemed to be the most extensive I had ever looked upon. Yet the height of the rock of Abusir is comparatively insignificant. It would count, but as a molehill, if measured against some alpine summits of my acquaintance. I doubt whether it is as lofty as even the Great Pyramid. It is, however, a giddy place to look down from, and seems higher than it is. It is hard, now that we are actually here, to realize that this is the end of our journey. The cataract, an immense multitude of black and shining islets, among which the river, divided into hundreds of separate channels, spreads far and wide for a distance. It is said, of more than 16 miles foams at our feet, foams and frets and falls gushing smooth and strong where its course is free, murmuring hoarsely where it is interrupted, now hurrying, now loitering, here eddying in oily circles, there lying in still pools unbroken by a ripple, everywhere full of life, full of voices, everywhere shining to the sun. Northward, where it winds away toward Abu Simbel, we see all the fantastic mountains of yesterday on the horizon. To the east, still bounded by outliers of the same disconnected chain, lies a rolling waste of dark and stony wilderness, trenched with innumerable valleys through which flow streams of sand. On the western side, the continuity of the view is interrupted by the ridge, which ends with Abusir. Southward, the Libyan desert reaches away in a vast undulating plain, tawny, arid, monotonous, all sun, all sand, lit here and there with arrowy flashes of the Nile. Farthest of all, pale but distinct, on the outermost rim of the world, rise two mountain summits, one long, one dome-like. Our Nubians tell us that these are the mountains of Dongola. Comparing our position with that of the third cataract as it appears upon the map, we come to the conclusion that these ghost-like silhouettes are the summits of Mount Fogo and Mount Arambo. Two apparently parallel mountains situate on opposite sides of the river, about 10 miles below Hanak, and consequently about 145 miles, as the bird flies, from the spot on which we are standing. In all this extraordinary panorama, so wild, so weird, so desolate, there is nothing really beautiful except the color. But the color is transcendent. Never, even in Egypt, have I seen anything so tender, so transparent, so harmonious. I shut my eyes, and it all comes before me. I see the amber of the sands, the pink and pearly mountains, the cataract rocks, all black and purple and polished, the dull gray palms that cluster here and there upon the larger islands, the vivid verdure of the tamarisks and pomegranates, the Nile, a greenish-brown flecked with yeasty foam over all, the blue and burning sky, permeated with light and palpitating with sunshine. I made no sketch. I felt that it would be ludicrous to attempt it. And I feel now that any endeavor to put the scene into words is a mere presumptuous effort to describe the indescribable. Words are useful instruments, but like the etching needle and the burin, they stop short at form. They cannot translate color. If a traveler pressed for time asked me whether he should or should not go as far as the second cataract, I think I should recommend him to turn back from Abu Simbel. The trip must cost 4 days, and if the wind should happen to be unfavorable either way, it may cost 6 or 7. The 40 miles of river that have to be twice traversed are the dullest on the Nile. The cataract is but an enlarged and barren edition of the cataract between Assuan and Philae. And the great view, as I have said, has not that kind of beauty which attracts the general tourist. It has an interest, however, beyond and apart from that of beauty. It rouses one's imagination to a sense of the greatness of the Nile. We look across a world of desert and see the river still coming from afar. We have reached a point at which all that is habitable and familiar comes abruptly to an end. Not a village, not a bean field, not a shaduf, not a saki is to be seen in the plain below. There is no sail on those dangerous waters. There is no moving creature on those pathless sands. But for the telegraphic wires stalking, ghost-like, across the desert, it would seem as if we had touched the limit of civilization and were standing on the threshold of a land unexplored. Yet for all this, we feel as if we were at only the beginning of the mighty river. We have journeyed well nigh 1,000 miles against the stream. But what is that to the distance which still lies between us and the Great Lakes? And how far beyond the Great Lakes must we seek for the source that is even yet undiscovered? We stayed at Wadi Hafe but one night and paid but one visit to the cataract. We saw no crocodiles, though they are still plentiful among these rocky islets. The M.B.'s, who had been here a week, were full of crocodile stories and of Alfred's deeds of arms. He had stalked and shot a monster 2 days before our arrival, but the creature had rushed into the water when hit, waving its tail furiously above its head, and had neither been seen nor heard of since. Like Achilles, the crocodile has but one vulnerable spot, and this is a small, unarmored patch behind the forearm. He will take a good deal of killing even there, unless the bullet finds its way to a vital part, or is of the diabolical kind called explosive. Even when mortally wounded, he seldom drops on the spot. With his last strength, he rushes to the water and dies at the bottom. After 3 days, the carcass rises and floats, and our friends were now waiting in order that Alfred might bag his big game. Too often, however, the poor brute either crawls into a hole or, in his agony, becomes entangled among weeds and comes up no more. For one crocodile bagged, a dozen regain the river, and after lingering miserably under water, die out of sight and out of reach of the sportsman. While we were climbing the rock of Abusir, our men were busy taking down the big sail and preparing the Philae for her long and ignominious journey downstream. We came back to find the mainyard laid along like a roof tree above our heads, the sail rolled up in a huge ball, and resting on the roof of the kitchen, the small aftersail and yard hoisted on the mainmast, the oars lashed 6 on each side, and the lower deck a series of yawning chasms, every alternate plank being taken up so as to form seats and standing places for the rowers. Thus dismantled, the dahabeah becomes, in fact, a galley. Her oars are now her chief motive power, and a crew of steady rowers, having always the current in their favor, can do 30 miles a day. When, however, a good breeze blows from the south, the small sail and the current are enough to carry the boat well along. And then the men reserve their strength for rowing by night, when the wind has dropped. Sometimes, when it is a dead calm and the rowers need rest, the dahabeah is left to her own devices and floats with the stream, now waltzing ludicrously in the middle of the river, now drifting sidewise like Mr. Winkle's horse, now sidling up to the east bank, now changing her mind and blundering over to the west, making upon an average about 1.5 miles or 2 miles an hour, and presenting a pitiful spectacle of helpless imbecility. At other times, however, the head wind blows so hard that neither oars nor current avail. And then there is nothing for it but to lie under the bank and wait for better times. This was our sad case in going back to Abu Simbel. Having struggled with no little difficulty through the first 25 miles, we came to a deadlock about halfway between Faras and Jebel Shems. Carried forward by the stream, driven back by the wind, buffeted by the waves, and bumped incessantly by the rocking to and fro of the felucca, our luckless Philae, after oscillating for hours within the space of 1 mile, was run at last into a sheltered nook, and there left in peace till the wind should change or drop. Imprisoned here for a day and a half, we found ourselves, fortunately, within reach of the tumuli which we had already made up our minds to explore. Making first for those on the east bank, we took with us in the felucca 4 men to row and dig, a fire shovel, a small hatchet, an iron bar, and a large wicker basket, which were the only implements we possessed. What we wanted both then and afterward, and what no dahabeah should ever be without, were 2 or 3 good spades, a couple of picks, and a crowbar. Climbing to the top of one of the highest of these hillocks, we began by surveying the ground. The desert here is firm to the tread, flat, compact, and thickly strewn with pebbles. Of the fine yellow sand which characterizes the Libyan bank, there is little to be seen, and that little lies like snow in drifts and clefts and hollows, as if carried thither by the wind. The tumuli, however, are mounded of pure alluvial mold, smooth, solid, and symmetrical. We counted 34 of all sizes, from 5 to about 35 feet in height, and saw at least as many more on the opposite side of the river. Selecting one of about 8 feet high, we then set the sailors to work. And although it was impossible, With so few men and such insufficient tools to cut straight through the center of the mound, we at all events succeeded in digging down to a solid substratum of lumps of crude clay, evidently molded by hand. Whether these formed only the foundation of the tumulus or concealed a grave excavated below the level of the desert, we had neither time nor means to ascertain. It was something at all events to have convinced ourselves that the mounds were artificial. As we came away, we met a Nubian peasant trudging northward. He was leading a sorry camel, had a white cockerel under his arm, and was followed by a frightened woman who drew her shawl over her face and cowered behind him at sight of the Inglese. We asked the man what the mounds were and who made them, but he shook his head and said they had been there from old time. We then inquired by what name they were known in these parts, to which, urging his camel forward, he replied hesitatingly that they had a name, but that he had forgotten it. Having gone a little way, however, he presently turned back, saying that he now remembered all about it, and that they were called the horns of Yakma. More than this we could not get from him. Who Yakma was, or how he came to have horns, or why his horns should take the form of tumuli, was more than he could tell or we could guess. We gave him a small bakshish, however, in return for this mysterious piece of information, and went our way with all possible speed, intending to row across and see the mounds on the opposite bank before sunset. But we had not calculated upon the difficulty of either threading our way among a chain of sandbanks or going at least 2 miles farther north, so as to get round into the navigable channel at the other side. We, of course, tried the shorter way, and after running aground some 3 or 4 times, had to give it up, hoist our little sail, and scud homeward as fast as the wind would carry us. The coming back thus, after an excursion in the felucca, is one of the many pleasant things that one has to remember of the Nile. The sun has set, the afterglow has faded, the stars are coming out. Leaning back with a satisfied sense of something seen or done, one listens to the old dreamy chant of the rowers and to the ripple under the keel. The palms, meanwhile, glide past and are seen in bronzed relief against the sky. Presently the big boat, all glittering with lights, looms up out of the dusk. A cheery voice hails from the poop. We glide under the bows. 6 smiling brown faces bid us welcome, and as many pairs of brown hands are outstretched to help us up the side. A savory smell is wafted from the kitchen, a pleasant vision of the dining saloon, with table ready spread and lamps ready lit, flashes upon us through the open doorway. We are at home once more. Let us eat, drink, rest, and be merry, for tomorrow the hard work of sightseeing and sketching begins again. Chapter 18. Discoveries. Simbel. We came back to find a fleet of dahabeahs ranged along the shore at Abu Simbel, and no less than 3 sketching tents in occupation of the ground. One of these, which happened to be pitched on the precise spot vacated by our painter, was courteously shifted to make way for the original tenant. And in the course of a couple of hours, we were all as much at home as if we had not been away for half a day. Here, meanwhile, was our old acquaintance, the Fostat, with her party of gentlemen, yonder the Zenobia, all ladies the little Alice, with Sir J.C., and Mr. W. on board the Serena, flying with stars and stripes the Mansoura, bound presently for the Fayoum. To these were next day added the Ebers, with a couple of German savants, and the Bagstones, welcome back from Wady Halfay. What with arrivals and departures, exchange of visits, exhibitions of sketches, and sociabilities of various kinds, we had now quite a gay time. The Philae gave a dinner party and fantasia under the very noses of the colossi, and every evening there was drumming and howling enough among the assembled crews to raise the ghosts of Rameses and all his queens. This was pleasant enough while it lasted, but when the strangers dropped off one by one, and at the end of 3 days we were once more alone, I think we were not sorry. The place was, somehow, too solemn for singing, laughing, ogling, and all that. It was by comparing our watches with those of the travelers whom we met at Abu Simbel that we now found out how hopelessly our timekeepers and theirs had gone astray. We had been altering hours continually ever since leaving Cairo, but the sun was as continually putting them wrong again, so that we had lost all count of the true time. The first words with which we now greeted a newcomer were, "Do you know what o'clock it is?" To which the stranger as invariably replied that it was the very question he was himself about to ask. The confusion became at last so great that, finding that we had about 11 hours of day to 13 of night, we decided to establish an arbitrary canon. So we called it 7 when the sun rose, and 6 when it set, which answered every purpose. It was between 2 and 4 o'clock, according to this time of ours, that the Southern Cross was now visible every morning. It is undoubtedly best seen at Abu Simbel. The river is here very wide, and just where the constellation rises, there is an opening in the mountains on the eastern bank, so that these 4 fine stars, though still low in the heavens, are seen in a free space of sky. If they make, even so, a less magnificent appearance than one has been led to expect, it is probably because we see them from too low a point of view. To say that a constellation is foreshortened sounds absurd, yet that is just what is the matter with the Southern Cross at Abu Simbel. Viewed at an angle of about 30 degrees, it necessarily looks distort and dim. If seen burning in the zenith, it would no doubt come up to the level of its reputation. It was now the 5th day after our return from Wady Halfay, when an event occurred that roused us to an unwonted pitch of excitement and kept us at high pressure throughout the rest of our time. The day was Sunday, the date February 16, 1874, the time, according to Philae reckoning, about 11 a.m., when the painter, enjoying his 7th day's holiday after his own fashion, went strolling about among the rocks. He happened to turn his steps southward, and passing the front of the great temple, climbed to the top of a little shapeless mound of fallen cliff and sand and crude brick wall, just against the corner where the mountain slopes down to the river. Immediately round this corner, looking almost due south, and approachable only by a narrow ledge of rock, are two votive tablets, sculptured and painted, both of the 38th year of Ramesses II. We had seen these from the river as we came back from Wadi Halfay, and had remarked how fine the view must be from that point. Beyond the fact that they are colored, and that the color upon them is still bright, there is nothing remarkable about these inscriptions. There are many such at Abu Simbel. Our painter did not, therefore, come here to examine the tablets. He was attracted solely by the view. Turning back presently, his attention was arrested by some much mutilated sculptures on the face of the rock, a few yards nearer the south buttress of the temple. He had seen these sculptures before, so, indeed, had I, when wandering about that first day in search of a point of view, without especially remarking them. The relief was low, the execution slight, and the surface so broken away that only a few confused outlines remained. The thing that now caught the painter's eye, however, was a long crack running transversely down the face of the rock. It was such a crack as might have been caused, one would say, by blasting. He stooped, cleared the sand away a little with his hand, observed that the crack widened, poked in the point of his stick, and found that it penetrated to a depth of 2 or 3 feet. Even then, it seemed to him to stop, not because it encountered any obstacle, but because the crack was not wide enough to admit the thick end of the stick. This surprised him. No mere fault in the natural rock, he thought, would go so deep. He scooped away a little more sand, and still the cleft widened. He introduced the stick a second time. It was a long palm stick, like an alpenstock, and it measured about 5 feet in length. When he probed the cleft with it this second time, it went in freely up to where he held it in his hand, that is to say, to a depth of quite 4 feet. Convinced now that there was some hidden cavity in the rock, he carefully examined the surface. There were yet visible a few hieroglyphic characters and part of 2 cartouches, as well as some battered outlines of what had once been figures. The heads of these figures were gone the face of the rock, with whatever may have been sculptured upon it, having come away bodily at this point, while from the waist downward they were hidden under the sand. Only some hands and arms, in short, could be made out. They were the hands and arms, apparently, of 4 figures, 2 in the center of the composition, and 2 at the extremities. The 2 center ones, which seemed to be back to back, probably represented gods, the outer ones, worshippers. All at once, it flashed upon the painter that he had seen this kind of a group many a time before, and generally over a doorway. Feeling sure now that he was on the brink of a discovery, he came back, fetched away Salim and Mehemet Ali, and without saying a syllable to anyone, set to work with these 2 to scrape away the sand at the spot where the crack widened. Meanwhile, the luncheon bell having rung thrice, we concluded that the painter had rambled off somewhere into the desert, and so sat down without him. Toward the close of the meal, however, came a penciled note, the contents of which ran as follows: "Pray come immediately. I have found the entrance to a tomb. Please send some sandwiches. A. Mk." To follow the messenger at once to the scene of action was the general impulse. In less than 10 minutes we were there, asking breathless questions, peeping in through the fast-widening aperture, and helping to clear away the sand. All that Sunday afternoon, heedless of possible sunstroke, unconscious of fatigue, we toiled upon our hands and knees, as for bare life, under the burning sun. We had all the crew up, working like tigers. Everyone helped, even the dragoman and the 2 maids. More than once, when we paused for a moment's breathing space, we said to each other, "If those at home could see us, what would they say?" And now, more than ever, we felt the need of implements. With a spade or 2 and a wheelbarrow, we could have done wonders. But with only one small fire shovel, a birch broom, a couple of charcoal baskets, and about 20 pairs of hands, we were poor indeed. What was wanted in means, however, was made up in method. Some scraped away the sand, some gathered it into baskets, some carried the baskets to the edge of the cliff and emptied them into the river. The idle man distinguished himself by scooping out a channel where the slope was steepest, which greatly facilitated the work. Emptied down this chute and kept continually going, the sand poured off in a steady stream like water. Meanwhile, the opening grew rapidly larger. When we first came up, that is, when the painter and the 2 sailors had been working on it for about an hour, we found a hole scarcely as large as one's hand, through which it was just possible to catch a dim glimpse of painted walls within. By sunset, the top of the doorway was laid bare, and where the crack ended in a large triangular fracture, there was an aperture about 1.5 feet square, into which Mehemet Ali was the first to squeeze his way. We passed him in a candle and a box of matches, but he came out again directly, saying that it was a most beautiful Berbe and quite light within. The writer wriggled in next. She found herself looking down from the top of a sand slope into a small square chamber. This sand drift, which here rose to within 1.5 feet of the top of the doorway, was heaped to the ceiling in the corner behind the door, and thence sloped steeply down, completely covering the floor. There was light enough to see every detail distinctly. The painted frieze running round just under the ceiling, the bas-relief sculptures on the walls, gorgeous with unfaded color, the smooth sand pitted near the top, where Mehemet Ali had trodden, but undisturbed elsewhere by human foot, the great gap in the middle of the ceiling, where the rock had given way, the fallen fragments on the floor, now almost buried in sand. Satisfied that the place was absolutely fresh and untouched, the writer crawled out, and the others, one by one, crawled in. When each had seen it in turn, the opening was barricaded for the night, the sailors being forbidden to enter it, lest they should injure the decorations. That evening was held a solemn council, whereat it was decided that Talhami and Reis Hassan should go tomorrow to the nearest village, there to engage the services of 50 able-bodied natives. With such help, we calculated that the place might easily be cleared in 2 days. If it was a tomb, we hoped to discover the entrance to the mummy pit below. If but a small chapel or speos, like those at Ibrim, we should at least have the satisfaction of seeing all that it contained in the way of sculptures and inscriptions. This was accordingly done, but we worked again next morning just the same, till midday. Our native contingent, numbering about 40 men, then made their appearance in a rickety old boat, the bottom of which was half full of water. They had been told to bring implements, and they did bring such as they had 2 broken oars to dig with, some baskets, and a number of little slips of planking which, being tied between 2 pieces of rope and drawn along the surface, acted as scrapers and were useful as far as they went. Squatting in double file from the entrance of the speos to the edge of the cliff, and to the burden of a rude chant propelling these improvised scrapers, the men began by clearing a path to the doorway. This gave them work enough for the afternoon. At sunset, when they dispersed, the path was scooped out to a depth of 4 feet, like a miniature railway cutting between embankments of sand. Next morning came the sheik in person with his 2 sons, and a following of 100 men. This was so many more than we had bargained, for that we at once foresaw a scheme to extort money. The sheik, however, proved to be that same Rashwan Ebn Hassan el-Kashif, by whom the happy couple had been so hospitably entertained about a fortnight before. We therefore received him with honor, invited him to luncheon, and hoping to get the work done quickly, set the men on in gangs under the superintendence of Reis Hassan and the head sailor. By noon, the door was cleared down to the threshold, and the whole south and west walls were laid bare to the floor. We now found that the debris which blocked the north wall and the center of the floor was not, as we had at first supposed, a pile of fallen fragments, but one solid boulder which had come down bodily from above. To remove this was impossible. We had no tools to cut or break it, and it was both wider and higher than the doorway. Even to clear away the sand, which rose behind it to the ceiling, would have taken a long time, and have caused inevitable injury to the paintings around. Already the brilliancy of the color was marred where the men had leaned their backs, all wet with perspiration, against the walls. Seeing, therefore, that 3/4 of the decorations were now uncovered, and that behind the fallen block there appeared to be no subject of great size or importance, we made up our minds to carry the work no further. Meanwhile, we had great fun at luncheon with our Nubian sheik, a tall, well-featured man with much natural dignity of manner. He was well dressed, too, and wore a white turban most symmetrically folded, a white vest buttoned to the throat, a long, loose robe of black serge, an outer robe of fine black cloth with hanging sleeves and a hood, and on his feet white stockings and scarlet morocco shoes. When brought face to face with a knife and fork, his embarrassment was great. He was, it seemed, too grand a personage to feed himself. He must have a feeder, as the great men of the Middle Ages had a taster. Talhami, accordingly, being promoted to this office, picked out choice bits of mutton and chicken with his fingers, dipped pieces of bread in gravy, and put every morsel into our guest's august mouth, as if the said guest were a baby. The sweets being served, the little lady L. and the writer took him in hand and fed him with all kinds of jams and preserved fruits. Enchanted with these attentions, the poor man eat till he could eat no longer, then laid his hand pathetically over the region next his heart and cried for mercy. After luncheon, he smoked his chibok, and coffee was served. Our coffee did not please him. He tasted it, but immediately returned the cup, telling the waiter with a grimace that the berries were burned and the coffee weak. When, however, we apologized for it, he protested with oriental insincerity that it was excellent. To amuse him was easy, for he was interested in everything, in L's field glass, in the painter's accordion, in the piano, and the lever corkscrew. With some eau de cologne, he was also greatly charmed, rubbing it on his beard and inhaling it with closed eyes in a kind of rapture. To make talk was, as usual, the great difficulty. When he had told us that his eldest son was governor of Dare, that his youngest was 5 years of age, that the dates of Dare were better than the dates of Wadi Halfay, and that the Nubian people were very poor, he was at the end of his topics. Finally, he requested us to convey a letter from him to Lord D., who had entertained him on board his dahabeah the year before. Being asked if he had brought his letter with him, he shook his head, saying, "Your dragoman shall write it." So paper and a reed pen were produced, and Talhami wrote to dictation as follows: "God have care of you. I hope you are well. I am sorry not to have had a letter from you since you were here. Your brother and friend, RASHWAN EBN HASSAN EL KASHEF. A model letter this, brief and to the point. Our urbane and gentlemanly sheik was, however, not quite so charming when it came to settling time. We had sent at first for 50 men, and the price agreed upon was 5 piastres, or about a shilling English, for each man per day. In answer to this call, there first came 40 men for half a day, then 100 men for a whole day, or what was called a whole day, so making a total of £6 due for wages. But the descendants of the Kashefs would hear of nothing so commonplace as the simple fulfillment of a straightforward contract. He demanded full pay for 100 men for 2 whole days, a gun for himself, and a liberal bakshish in cash. Finding he had asked more than he had any chance of getting, he conceded the question of wages, but stood out for a game bag and a pair of pistols. Finally, he was obliged to be content with the £6 for his men, and for himself 2 pots of jam, 2 boxes of sardines, a bottle of eau de cologne, a box of pills, and half a sovereign. By 4 o'clock, he and his followers were gone, and we once more had the place to ourselves. So long as they were there, it was impossible to do anything. But now, for the first time, we fairly entered into possession of our newly found treasure. All the rest of that day, and all the next day, we spent at work in and about the spiots. Elle and the little lady took their books and knitting there, and made a little drawing room of it. The writer copied paintings and inscriptions. The idle man and the painter took measurements and surveyed the ground round about, especially endeavoring to make out the plan of certain fragments of wall, the foundations of which were yet traceable. A careful examination of these ruins, and a little clearing of the sand here and there, led to further discoveries. They found that the spiots had been approached by a large outer hall built of sun-dried brick, with one principal entrance facing the Nile, and two side entrances facing northward. The floor was buried deep in sand and debris, but enough of the walls remained above the surface to show that the ceiling had been vaulted and the side entrances arched. The southern boundary wall of this hall, when the surface sand was removed, appeared to be no less than 20 feet in thickness. This was not in itself so wonderful, there being instances of ancient Egyptian crude brick walls, which measure 80 feet in thickness. But it was astounding as compared with the north, east, and west walls, which measured only 3 feet. Deeming it impossible that this mass could be solid throughout, the idle man set to work with a couple of sailors to probe the center part of it, and it soon became evident that there was a hollow space about 3 feet in width, running due east and west, down not quite exactly the middle of the structure. All at once, the idle man thrust his fingers into a skull. This was such an amazing and unexpected incident that for the moment he said nothing, but went on quietly displacing the sand and feeling his way under the surface. The next instant, his hand came in contact with the edge of a clay bowl, which he carefully withdrew. It measured about 4 inches in diameter, was hand-molded, and full of caked sand. He now proclaimed his discoveries, and all ran to help in the work. Soon a second and smaller skull was turned up, then another bowl, and then, just under the place from which the bowls were taken, the bones of 2 skeletons, all detached, perfectly desiccated, and apparently complete. The remains were those of a child and a small grown person, probably a woman. The teeth were sound, the bones wonderfully delicate and brittle. As for the little skull, which had fallen apart at the sutures, it was pure and fragile in texture as the cup of a water lily. We laid the bones aside as we found them, examining every handful of sand, in the hope of discovering something that might throw light upon the burial. But in vain. We found not a shred of clothing, not a bead, not a coin, not the smallest vestige of anything that might help one to judge whether the interment had taken place 100 years ago or 1,000. We now called up all the crew and went on excavating downward into what seemed to be a long and narrow vault, measuring some 15 feet by 3. After reflection, convinced us that we had stumbled upon a chance Nubian grave, and that the bowls, which at first we absurdly dignified with the name of cinerary urns, were but the usual water bowls placed at the heads of the dead. But we were in no mood for reflection at the time. We made sure that the spios was a mortuary chapel, that the vault was a vertical pit leading to a sepulchral chamber, and that at the bottom of it we should find, who could tell what, mummies perhaps, and sarcophagi, and funerary statuettes, and jewels, and papyri, and wonders without end. That these uncared-for bones should be laid in the mouth of such a pit scarcely occurred to us as an incongruity. Supposing them to be Nubian remains, what then? If a modern Nubian at the top, why not an ancient Egyptian at the bottom? As the work of excavation went on, however, the vault was found to be entered by a steep, inclined plane. Then, the inclined plane turned out to be a flight of much worn and very shallow stairs. These led down to a small square landing, some 12 feet below the surface, from which landing an arched doorway and passage opened into the forecourt of the spios. Our sailors had great difficulty in excavating this part, in consequence of the weight of superincumbent sand and debris on the side next the spios. By shoring up the ground, however, they were enabled completely to clear the landing, which was curiously paved with cones of rude pottery like the bottoms of amphorae. These cones, of which we took out some 28 or 30, were not in the least like the celebrated funerary cones found so abundantly at Thebes. They bore no stamp and were much shorter and more lumpy in shape. Finally, the cones being all removed, we came to a compact and solid floor of baked clay. The painter, meanwhile, had also been at work. Having traced the circuit and drawn out a ground plan, he came to the conclusion that the whole mass adjoining the southern wall of the spios was in fact composed of the ruins of a pylon, the walls of which were 7 feet in thickness, built in regular string courses of molded brick, and finished at the angles with the usual torus, or round molding. The superstructure, with its chambers, passages, and top cornice, was gone, and this part with which we were now concerned was merely the basement, and included the bottom of the staircase. The painter's ground plan demolished all our hopes at one fell swoop. The vault was a vault no longer. The staircase led to no sepulchral chamber. The brick floor had no secret entrance. Our mummies melted into thin air, and we were left with no excuse for carrying on the excavations. We were mortally disappointed. In vain, we told ourselves that the discovery of a large brick pylon, the existence of which had been unsuspected by preceding travelers, was an event of greater importance than the finding of a tomb. We had set our hearts on the tomb, and I am afraid we cared less than we ought for the pylon. Having traced thus far the course of the excavations, and the way in which one discovery led step by step to another, I must now return to the spios, and, as accurately as I can, describe it, not only from my notes made on the spot, but by the light of such observations as I afterward made among structures of the same style and period. I must, however, premise that, not being able to go inside while the excavators were in occupation, and remaining but one whole day at Abu Simbel after the work was ended, I had but a short time at my disposal. I would gladly have made colored copies of all the wall paintings, but this was impossible. I therefore was obliged to be content with transcribing the inscriptions and sketching a few of the more important subjects. The rock-cut chamber, which I have hitherto described as a speos, and which we at first believed to be a tomb, was in fact neither the one or the other. It was the addendum of a partly built, partly excavated monument coeval in date with the great temple. In certain points of design, this monument resembles the contemporary speos of Beit el-Weli. It is evident, for instance, that the outer halls of both were originally vaulted, and the much mutilated sculptures over the doorway of the excavated chamber at Abu Simbel are almost identical in subject and treatment with those over the entrance to the excavated parts of Beit el-Weli. As regards general conception, the Abu Simbel monument comes under the same head with the contemporary temples of Deir, Jerf Hassin, and Wadi Sabwa, being in a mixed style which combines excavation with construction. This style seems to have been peculiarly in favor during the reign of Ramesses II, situated at the southeastern angle of the rock, a little way beyond the facade of the great temple. This rock-cut addendum and hall of entrance face southeast by east, and command much the same view that is commanded higher up by the Temple of Hathor. The addendum, or excavated speos, measures 21 feet 2½ inches in breadth by 14 feet 8 inches in length. The height from floor to ceiling is about 12 feet. The doorway measures 4 feet 3½ inches in width, and the outer recess for the door frame 5 feet. 2 large circle holes, one in the threshold and the other in the lintel, mark the place of the pivot on which the door once swung. It is not very easy to measure the outer hall in its present ruined and encumbered state, but as nearly as we could judge, its dimensions are as follows: length 25 feet, width 22½ feet, width of principal entrance facing the Nile 6 feet, width of 2 side entrances 4 feet and 6 feet respectively, thickness of crude brick walls 3 feet. Engaged in the brickwork on either side of the principal entrance to this hall are 2 stone door jambs, and some 6 or 8 feet in front of these there originally stood 2 stone hawks on hieroglyphed pedestals. One of these hawks we found in situ, the other lay some little distance off, and the painter, suspecting nothing of these after revelations, had used it as a post to which to tie one of the main ropes of his sketching tent. A large hieroglyphed slab, which I take to have formed part of the door, lay overturned against the side of the pylon some few yards nearer the river. As far as the addendum and outer hall are concerned, the accompanying ground plan, which is in part founded on my own measurements, and in part borrowed from the ground plan drawn out by the painter, may be accepted as tolerably correct. But with regard to the pylon, I can only say with certainty that the central staircase is 3 feet in width, and that the walls on each side of it are 7 feet in thickness. So buried is it in debris and sand that even to indicate where the building ends and the rubbish begins at the end next the Nile is impossible. This part is, therefore, left indefinite in the ground plan. So far as we could see, there was no stone revetment upon the inner side of the walls of the pronaos. If anything of the kind ever existed, some remains of it would probably be found by thoroughly clearing the area. An interesting enterprise for any who may have leisure to undertake it. I have now to speak of the decorations of the adytum, the walls of which, from immediately under the ceiling to within 3 feet of the floor, are covered with religious subjects elaborately sculptured in bas-relief, coated as usual with a thin film of stucco, and colored with a richness for which I know no parallel, except in the tomb of Seti I at Thebes. Above the level of the drifted sand, this color was as brilliant in tone and as fresh in surface as on the day when it was transferred to those walls from the palette of the painter. All below that level, however, was dimmed and deranged. The ceiling is surrounded by a frieze of cartouches supported by sacred asps, each cartouche, with its supporters, being divided from the next by a small sitting figure. These figures, in other respects uniform, were the symbolic heads of various gods, the cow head of Hathor, the ibis head of Thoth, the hawk head of Horus, the jackal head of Anubis, etc. The cartouches contain the ordinary style and title of Ramesses II, Ra-User-Ma Soda Pen-Ra Ramesses Mer-Amen, and are surmounted by a row of sun discs. Under each sitting god is depicted the phonetic hieroglyph signifying Mer, or beloved. By means of this device, the whole frieze assumes the character of a connected legend and describes the king not only as beloved of Amen, but as Ramesses beloved of Hathor, of Thoth, of Horus, in short, of each god depicted in the series. These gods accepted, the frieze is almost identical in design with the frieze in the first hall of the great temple. West wall, the west, or principal wall, facing the entrance, is divided into 2 large subjects, each containing 2 figures the size of life. In the division to the right, Ramesses II worships Ra. In the division to the left, he worships Amen-Ra, thus following the order observed in the other 2 temples, where the subjects relating to Amen-Ra occupy the left half and the subjects relating to Ra occupy the right half of each structure. An upright ensign surmounted by an exquisitely drawn and colored head of Horus Ariaris separates these 2 subjects. In the subject to the right, Ramesses, wearing the red and white peshent, presents an offering of 2 small Araballos vases without handles. The vases are painted blue and are probably intended to represent lapis lazuli, a substance much prized by the ancient Egyptians and known to them by the name of Kespit. king's necklace, armlets, and bracelets are also blue. Ra sits enthroned, holding in one hand the ankh, or crux ansata, emblem of life, and in the other, the hawk-headed and crowned, with the sun disk and asp. His flesh is painted bright Venetian red. He wears a pectoral ornament, a rich necklace of alternate vermilion and black drops, and a golden yellow belt studded with red and black stones. The throne, which stands on a blue platform, is painted in stripes of red, blue, and white. The platform is decorated with a row of gold-colored stars and ankh emblems picked out with red. At the foot of this platform, between the god and the king, stands a small altar on which are placed the usual blue lotus with red stalk and a spouted libation vessel. To the left of the Horus ensign, seated back to back with Ra upon a similar throne, sits Amen-Ra, of all Egyptian gods the most terrible to look upon, with his blue-black complexion, his corselet of golden chain armor, and his headdress of towering plumes. Here the wonderful preservation of the surface enabled one to see by what means the ancient artists were wont to produce this singular blue-black effect of color. It was evident that the flesh of the god had first been laid in with dead black, and then colored over with a dry, powdery cobalt blue, through which the black remained partially visible. He carries in one hand the ankh, and in the other the greyhound-headed scepter. To him advances the king, his right hand uplifted, and in his left a small basket containing a votive statuette of Ma, the goddess of truth and justice. Ma is, however, shorn of her distinctive feather and holds the jackal-headed staff instead of the customary crux ansata. As portraiture, there is not much to be said for any of these heads of Ramesses II, but the features bear a certain resemblance to the well-known profile of the king. The action of the figure is graceful and animated, and the drawing displays in all its purity the firm and flowing line of Egyptian draftsmanship. The dress of the king is very rich in color, the mitre-shaped casque being of a vivid cobalt blue picked out with gold color. The belt, necklace, armlets, and bracelets of gold, studded apparently with precious stones, the apron, green and gold. Over the king's head hovers the sacred vulture, emblem of Maut, holding in her claws a kind of scutcheon upon which is depicted the crux ansata. South wall. The subjects represented on this wall are as follows. One Ramesses, life-size, presiding over a table of offerings. The king wears upon his head the claft, or headcloth, striped gold and white, and decorated with the uraeus. The table is piled in the usual way with flesh, fowl, and flowers. The surface being here quite perfect, the details of these objects are seen to be rendered with surprising minuteness. Even the tiny black feather stumps of the plucked geese are given with the fidelity of Chinese art, while a red gash in the breast of each shows in what way it was slain for the sacrifice. The loaves are shaped precisely like the so-called cottage loaves of today, and have the same little depression in the top, made by the baker's finger. Lotus and papyrus blossoms in elaborate bouquet holders crown the pile. Two tripods of light and elegant design containing flowers. 3, the bari, or sacred boat, painted gold color, with the usual veil half drawn across the naos, or shrine, the prow of the boat being richly carved, decorated with the yuta, or symbolic eye, and preceded by a large fan of ostrich feathers. The boat is peopled with small black figures, one of which kneels at the stern, while a sphinx couchant, with black body and human head, keeps watch at the prow. The sphinx symbolizes the king. On this wall, in a space between the sacred boat and the figure of Ramesses, occurs the following inscription, sculptured in high relief and elaborately colored. Note, this inscription reads according to the numbering of the columns, beginning at 1 and reading to the right, then resuming at 7 and reading to the left. The spaces lettered a B in the lowest figure of column 5 are filled in with the 2 cartouches of Ramesses II. Translation, said by Thoth, the lord of Sesanu, residing in Amenhotep. I give to thee an everlasting sovereignty over the 2 countries, O son of my body, beloved, Ra-User-Ma Sodapen-Ra, acting as propitiator of thy Ka. I give to thee myriads of festivals of Ramesses, beloved of Amen, Ra-User-Ma Sodapen-Ra, as prince of every place where the sun disk revolves. The beautiful living God, maker of beautiful things for his father Thoth, lord of Sesanu residing in Amenhotep. He made mighty and beautiful monuments forever facing the eastern horizon of heaven, the meaning of which is that Thoth, addressing Ramesses II, then living and reigning, promises him a long life and many anniversaries of his jubilee, in return for the works made in his Thoth's honor at Abu Simbel and elsewhere. North wall. At the upper end of this wall is depicted a life-size female figure wearing an elaborate blue headdress surmounted by a disc and 2 ostrich feathers. She holds in her right hand the ankh, and in her left the jackal-headed scepter, this not being the scepter of a goddess, and the headdress resembling that of the queen as represented on the facade of the Temple of Hathor. I conclude we have here a portrait of Nefertari, corresponding to the portrait of Ramesses on the opposite wall. Near her stands a table of offerings, on which, among other objects, are placed 4 vases of a rich blue color traversed by bands of yellow. They perhaps represent the kind of glass known as the false myrrhine. Each of these vases contains an object like a pine, the ground color of which is deep yellow, patterned over with scale-like subdivisions in vermilion. We took them to represent grains of maize pyramidally piled. Lastly, a pendant to that on the opposite wall comes the sacred bari. It is, however, turned the reverse way, with its prow toward the east, and it rests upon an altar, in the center of which are the cartouches of Ramesses II, and a small hieroglyphic inscription signifying, beloved by Amen-Ra, king of the gods, resident in the land of Kenis. Beyond this point, At the end nearest the northeast corner of the chamber, the piled sand conceals whatever else the wall may contain in the way of decoration. East wall. If the east wall is decorated like the others, which may be taken for granted, its tableaus and inscriptions are hidden behind the sand, which here rises to the ceiling. The doorway also occurs in this wall, occupying a space 4 feet 3½ inches in width on the inner side. One of the most interesting incidents connected with the excavation of this little addendum remains yet to be told. I have described the female figure at the upper end of the north wall, and how she holds in her right hand the ankh, and in her left hand the jackal-headed scepter. The hand that holds the ankh hangs by her side. The hand that holds the scepter is half raised. Close under this upraised hand, at a height of between 3 and 4 feet from the actual level of the floor, there were visible upon the uncolored surface of the original stucco several lines of freehand writing. This writing was laid on, apparently with the brush, and the ink, if ever it had been black, had now become brown. 5 long lines and 3 shorter lines were uninjured. Below these were traces of other fragmentary lines, almost obliterated by the sand. We knew at once that this quaint faint writing must be in either the hieratic or demotic hand. We could distinguish, or thought we could distinguish, in its vague outlines of forms already familiar to us in the hieroglyphs, abstracts, as it were, of birds and snakes and boats. There could be no doubt, at all events, that the thing was curious, and we set it down in our own minds as the writing of either the architect or decorator of the place, anxious to make, if possible, an exact facsimile of this inscription. The writer copied it 3 times. The last and best of these copies is here reproduced in photolithography, with a translation from the pen of the late Dr. Birch. CP 317. We all know how difficult it is to copy correctly in a language of which one is ignorant, and the tiniest curve or dot omitted is fatal to the sense of these ancient characters. In the present instance, notwithstanding the care with which the transcript was made, there must still have been errors, for it has been found undecipherable in places, and in these places there occur inevitable lacunae. Enough, however, remains to show that the lines were written, not as we had supposed by the artist, but by a distinguished visitor, whose name unfortunately is illegible. This visitor was a son of the Prince of Kush, or as it is literally written, the royal son of Kush, that being the official title of the governor of Ethiopia, as there were certainly 8 governors of Ethiopia during the reign of Ramesses II, and perhaps more, whose names have not reached us. It is impossible even to hazard a guess at the parentage of our visitor. We gather, however, that he was sent hither to construct a road, also that he built transport boats, and that he exercised priestly functions in that part of the temple which was inaccessible to all but dignitaries of the sacerdotal order. Hieratic inscription, north wall of SPOS, translated by S. Birch, Esquire, LLD, etc. Thy son having, thou hast conquered the worlds at once. Ammon Rahar matches, the god at the first time, who gives life, health, and a time of many praises to the groom. Of the Ken, son of the royal son of Cush, opener of the road, maker of transport boats, giver of instructions to his lord, Amenshah. Cite inscriptions and decorations taken into account. There yet remains this question to be answered. What was the nature and character of the monument just described? It adjoined a pylon, and as we have seen, consisted of a vaulted pronaos in crude brick and an adytum excavated in the rock. On the walls of this adytum are depicted various gods with their attributes, votive offerings, and portraits of the king performing acts of adoration. The Bari, or ark, is also represented upon the north and south walls of the adytum. These are unquestionably the ordinary features of a temple or chapel. On the other hand, there must be noted certain objections to these premises. It seemed to us that the pylon was built first, and that the south boundary wall of the pronaos, being a subsequent erection, was supported against the slope of the pylon as far as where the spring of the vaulting began, besides which the pylon would have been a disproportionately large adjunct to a little monument, the entire length of which, from the doorway of the pronaos to the west wall of the adytum, was less than 47 feet. We therefore concluded that the pylon belonged to the large temple and was erected at the side instead of in front of the facade, on account of the very narrow space between the mountain and the river. The pylon at Corn Ambo is, probably for the same reason, placed at the side of the temple and on a lower level. To those who might object that a brick pylon would hardly be attached to a temple of the first class, I would observe that the remains of a similar pylon are still to be seen at the top of what was once the landing place leading to the great temple at Wadi Hafe. It may, therefore, be assumed that this little monument, although connected with the pylon by means of a doorway and staircase, was an excrescence of later date. Being an excrescence, however, was it, in the strict sense of the word, a temple? Even this seems to be doubtful. In the adytum, there is no trace of any altar, no fragment of stone dais or sculptured image, no granite shrine, as at Philae, no sacred recess, as at Dendera. The standard of Horus Araeus, engraved on page 311, occupies the center place upon the wall facing the entrance, and occupies it not as a tutelary divinity, but as a decorative device to separate the two large subjects already described. Again, the gods represented in these subjects are Ra and Amen-Ra, the tutelary gods of the great temple. But if we turn to the dedicatory inscription on page 313, we find that Thoth, whose image never occurs at all upon the walls, unless as one of the little gods in the cornice, is really the presiding deity of the place. It is he who welcomes Ramesses and his offerings, who acknowledges the glory given to him by his beloved son, and who, in return for the great and good monuments erected in his honor, promises the king that he shall be given an everlasting sovereignty over the two countries. Now Thoth was, par excellence, the god of letters. He is styled the Lord of divine words, the Lord of the sacred writings, the spouse of truth. He personifies the divine intelligence. He is the patron of art and science, and he is credited with the invention of the alphabet. In one of the most interesting of Champollion's letters from Thebes, he relates how, in the fragmentary ruins of the western extremity of the Ramesseum, he found a doorway adorned with the figures of Thoth and Sapphic. Thoth as the god of literature, and Sapphic inscribed with the title of Lady President of the Hall of Books. At Dendera, there is a chamber especially set apart for the sacred writings, and its walls are sculptured all over with a catalogue raciné of the manuscript treasures of the temple. At Edfu, a kind of closet built up between two of the pillars of the Hall of Assembly was reserved for the same purpose. Every temple, in short, had its library, and as the Egyptian books, being written on papyrus or leather, rolled up and stored in coffers, occupied but little space, the rooms appropriated to this purpose were generally small. It was Dr. Birch's opinion that our little monument may have been the library of the great temple of Abu Simbel. This being the case, the absence of an altar and the presence of Ra and Amen-Ra in the two principal tableaus are sufficiently accounted for. The tutelary deity of the great temple and the patron deity of Ramesses II would naturally occupy, in this subsidiary structure, the same places that they occupy in the principal one, while the library, though in one sense the domain of Thoth, is still under the protection of the gods of the temple, to which it is an adjunct. I do not believe we once asked ourselves how it came to pass that the place had remained hidden all these ages long. Yet its very freshness proved how early it must have been abandoned. If it had been open in the time of the successors of Ramesses II, they would probably, as elsewhere, have interpolated inscriptions and cartouches, or have substituted their own cartouches for those of the founder. If it had been open in the time of the Ptolemies and Caesars, traveling Greeks and learned Romans and strangers from Byzantium, and the cities of Asia Minor would have cut their names on the door jambs and scribbled ex votos on the walls. If it had been open in the days of Nubian Christianity, the sculptures would have been coated with mud and washed with lime and daubed with pious caricatures of St. George and the Holy Family. But we found it intact, as perfectly preserved as a tomb that had lain hidden under the rocky bed of the desert. For these reasons, I am inclined to think that it became inaccessible shortly after it was completed. There can be little doubt that a wave of earthquake passed during the reign of Ramesses II along the left bank of the Nile, beginning possibly above Wadi Halfay and extending at least as far north as Jerf Hossein. Such a shock might have wrecked the temple at Wadi Halfay as it dislocated the pylon of Wadi Sabwa and shook the built-out porticos of Deir and Jerf Hasin, which last 4 temples, as they do not, I believe, show signs of having been added to by later pharaohs, may be supposed to have been abandoned in consequence of the ruin which had befallen them. Here, at all events, it shook the mountain of the great temple, cracked one of the Osirid columns of the first hall, shattered one of the 4 great colossi, more or less injured the other 3, flung down the great brick pylon, reduced the pronaos of the library to a heap of ruin, and not only brought down part of the ceiling of the excavated adytum, but rent open a vertical fissure in the rock, some 20 or 25 feet in length, with so much irreparable damage done to the great temple, and with so much that was reparable calling for immediate attention. It is no wonder that these brick buildings were left to their fate. The priests would have rescued the sacred books from among the ruins, and then the place would have been abandoned, so much by way of conjecture. As hypothesis, a sufficient reason is perhaps suggested for the wonderful state of preservation in which the little chamber had been handed down to the present time. A rational explanation is also offered for the absence of later cartouches, of Greek and Latin ex-votos, of Christian emblems, and of subsequent mutilation of every kind. For save that one contemporary visitor, the son of the royal son of Cush, the place contained, when we opened it, no record of any passing traveler, no defacing autograph of tourist, archaeologist, or scientific explorer. Neither Belzoni nor Champollion had found it out. Even Lepsius had passed it by. It happens sometimes that hidden things, which in themselves are easy to find, escape detection, because no one thinks of looking for them. But such was not the case in this present instance. Search had been made here again and again, and even quite recently. It seems that when the Khedive entertains distinguished guests and sends them in gorgeous dahabiyas up the Nile, he grants them a virgin mound, or so many square feet of a famous necropolis, lets them dig as deep as they please, and allows them to keep whatever they may find. Sometimes he sends out scouts to beat the ground, and then a tomb is found and left unopened, and the illustrious visitor is allowed to discover it. When the scouts are unlucky, it may even sometimes happen that an old tomb is restocked, carefully closed up, and then, with all the charm of unpremeditation, reopened a day or 2 after. Now Sheikh Rashwan Ibn Hassan el-Kashif told us that, in 1869, when the Empress of the French was at Abu Simbel, and again when the Prince and Princess of Wales came up in 1872. After the prince's illness, he received strict orders to find some hitherto undiscovered tomb, in order that the Khedive's guests might have the satisfaction of opening it. But he added, although he left no likely place untried among the rocks and valleys on both sides of the river, he could find nothing. To have unearthed such a burbage as this would have done him good service with the government, and have ensured him a splendid bakshish from prince or empress. As it was, he was reprimanded for want of diligence, and he believed himself to have been out of favor ever since. I may here mention, in order to have done with this subject, that besides being buried outside to a depth of about 8 feet, the adytum had been partially filled inside by a gradual infiltration of sand from above. This can only have accumulated at the time when the old sand drift was at its highest. That drift, sweeping in one unbroken line across the front of the great temple, must at one time have risen here to a height of 20 feet above the present level. From thence, the sand had found its way down the perpendicular fissure already mentioned. In the corner behind the door, the sand pile rose to the ceiling, in shape just like the deposit at the bottom of an hourglass. I am informed by the painter that when the top of the doorway was found, and an opening first effected, the sand poured out from within, like water escaping from an open sluice. Here, then, is positive proof, if proof were needed, that we were first to enter the place, at all events since the time when the great sand drift rose as high as the top of the fissure. The painter wrote his name and ours, with the date February 10, 1874, on a space of blank wall over the inside of the doorway. And this was the only occasion upon which any of us left our names upon an Egyptian monument. On arriving at Carrasco, where there is a post office, he also dispatched a letter to the Times, briefly recording the facts here related. That letter, which appeared on the 18th of March following, is reprinted in the appendix at the end of this book. I am told that our names are partially effaced, and that the wall paintings which we had the happiness of admiring in all their beauty and freshness are already much injured. Such is the fate of every Egyptian monument, great or small. The tourist carves it all over with names and dates, and in some instances with caricatures. The student of Egyptology, by taking wet paper, sponges away every vestige of the original color. The collector buys and carries off everything of value that he can get, and the Arab steals for him. The work of destruction, meanwhile, goes on apace. There is no one to prevent it. There is no one to discourage it. Every day, more inscriptions are mutilated, more tombs are rifled, more paintings and sculptures are defaced. The Louvre contains a full-length portrait of Philae, cut out bodily from the walls of his sepulchre in the valley of the tombs of the kings. The museums of Berlin, of Turin, of Florence are rich in spoils which tell their own lamentable tale. When science leads the way, is it wonderful that ignorance should follow? Chapter 19. Back through Nubia. There are 14 temples between Abu Simbel and Philae, to say nothing of grottos, tombs, and other ruins. As a rule, people begin to get tired of temples about this time and vote them too plentiful. Meek travelers go through them as a duty, but the greater number rebel. Our happy couple, I grieve to say, went over to the majority. Dead to shame, they openly proclaimed themselves bored. They even skipped several temples. For myself, I was never bored by them. Though they had been twice as many, I should not have wished them fewer. Miss Martineau tells how, in this part of the river, she was scarcely satisfied to sit down to breakfast without having first explored a temple. But I could have breakfasted, dined, supped on temples. My appetite for them was insatiable and grew with what it fed upon. I went over them all. I took notes of them all. I sketched them, every one. I may as well say at once that I shall reproduce but few of those notes, and only some of those sketches in the present volume. If, surrounded by their local associations, these ruins fail to interest many who travel far to see them, it is not to be supposed that they would interest readers at home. Here and there, perhaps, might be one who would care to pore with me over every broken sculpture, to spell out every half-legible cartouche, to trace through Greek and Roman influences, which are nowhere more conspicuous than in these Nubian buildings, the slow deterioration of the Egyptian style. But the world for the most part reserves itself, and rightly, for the great epics and the great names of the past. And because it has not yet had too much of Karnak, of Abu Simbel, of the pyramids, it sets slight store by those minor monuments which record the periods of foreign rule and the decline of native art. For these reasons, therefore, I propose to dismiss very briefly many places upon which I bestowed hours of delightful labor. We left Abu Simbel just as the moon was rising on the evening of the 18th of February, and dropped down with the current for 3 or 4 miles before mooring for the night. At 6 next morning, the men began rowing, and at 8:30, the heads of the colossi were still looking placidly after us across a ridge of intervening hills. They were then more than 5 miles distant in a direct line, but every feature was still distinct in the early daylight. One went up again and again, as long as they remained in sight, and bade goodbye to them at last with that same heartache which comes of a farewell view of the Alps. When I say that we were 17 days getting from Abu Simbel to Philae, and that we had the wind against us from sunrise till sunset almost every day, it will be seen that our progress was of the slowest. To those who were tired of temples, and to the crew who were running short of bread, these long days of lying up under the bank, or of rocking to and fro in the middle of the river, were dreary enough. Slowly but surely, however, the hard-won miles go by. Sometimes the barren desert hems us in to right and left, with never a blade of green between the rock and the river. Sometimes, as at Tosco, we come upon an open tract where there are palms and castorberry plantations and cornfields alive with quail. The idle man goes ashore at Tosco with his gun, while the little lady and the writer climb a solitary rock about 200 feet above the river. The bank shelves here, and a crescent-like wave of inundation, about 3 miles in length, overflows it every season. From this height, one sees exactly how far the wave goes, and how it must make a little bay when it is there. Now it is a bay of barley, full to the brim and rippling to the breeze. Beyond the green comes the desert, the one defined against the other, as sharply as water against land. The desert looks wonderfully old beside the young green of the corn, and the Nile flows wide among sandbanks, like a tidal river near the sea. The village, squared off in parallelograms like a cattle market, lies mapped out below. A field glass shows that the houses are simply cloistered courtyards roofed with palm thatch, the sheik's house being larger than the rest, with the usual open space and spreading sycamore in front. There are women moving to and fro in the courtyards, and husbandmen in the castorberry patches. A funeral with a train of wailers goes out presently toward the burial ground on the edge of the desert. The idle man, a slight figure with a veil twisted round his hat, wades, half hidden, through the barley, signaling his whereabouts every now and then by a puff of white smoke. A cargo boat, stripped and shorn, comes floating down the river, making no visible progress. A native felucca, carrying one tattered brown sail, goes swiftly up with the wind at a pace that will bring her to Abu Simbel before nightfall. Already she is past the village, and those black specks yonder, which we had never dreamed were crocodiles, have slipped off into the water at her approach, and now she is far in the distance, that glowing, illimitable distance, traversed by long silvery reaches of river, and ending in a vast flat, so blue and aerial that, but for some 3 or 4 notches of purple peaks on the horizon, one could scarcely discern the point at which land and sky melt into each other. Ibrim comes next, then Dare, then Wadi Sabuya. At Ibrim, as at Dare, there are fair families, whose hideous light hair and blue eyes, grafted on brown-black skins, date back to Bosnian forefathers of 360 years ago. These people give themselves airs, and are the haute noblesse of the place. The men are lazy and quarrelsome. The women trail longer robes, wear more beads and rings, and are altogether more unattractive and castorally than any we have seen elsewhere. They keep slaves, too. We saw these unfortunates trotting at the heels of their mistresses, like dogs. Knowing slavery to be officially illegal in the dominions of the Khedive, the M.B. applied to a dealer, who offered them an Abyssinian girl for 10 pounds. This useful article warranted a bargain, was to sweep, wash, milk, and churn, but was not equal to cooking. The M.B.s, it is needless to add, having verified the facts, retired from the transaction. At Dare, we pay a farewell visit to the temple, and at Amada, arriving toward close of day, see the great view for the last time in the glory of sunset. And now, though the north wind blows persistently, it gets hotter every day. The crocodiles like it and come out to bask in the sunshine. Called up one morning in the middle of breakfast, we see 2, a little one and a big one, on a sandbank nearby. The men rest upon their oars. The boat goes with the stream. No one speaks, no one moves. Breathlessly and in dead silence, we drift on till we are close beside them. The big one is rough and black, like the trunk of a London elm, and measures full 18 feet in length. The little one is pale and greenish and glistens like glass. All at once the old one starts, doubles itself up for a spring, and disappears with a tremendous splash. But the little one, apparently unconscious of danger, lifts its tortoise-like head and eyes us sidewise. Presently someone whispers, and that whisper breaks the spell. Our little crocodile flings up its tail, plunges clown the bank, and is gone in a moment. The crew could not understand how the idle man, after lying in wait for crocodiles at Abu Simbel, should let this rare chance pass without a shot. But we had heard since then of so much indiscriminate slaughter at the second cataract that he was resolved to bear no part in the extermination of those old historic reptiles. That a sportsman should wish for a single trophy is not unreasonable, but that scores of crack shots should go up every winter killing and wounding these wretched brutes at an average rate of from 12 to 18 per gun is mere butchery and cannot be too strongly reprehended. Year by year, the creatures become shyer and fewer, and the day is probably not far distant when a crocodile will be as rarely seen below Semneh as it is now rarely seen below Assuan. The thermometer stands at 85 degrees in the saloon of the Philae when we come one afternoon to Wadi Sabwa, where there is a solitary temple drowned in sand. It was approached once by an avenue of sphinxes and standing colossi, now shattered and buried. The roof of the pronaos, if ever it was roofed, is gone. The inner halls and the sanctuary, all excavated in the rock, are choked and impassable. Only the propylon stands clear of sand, and that, massive as it is, looks as if one touch of a battering ram would bring it to the ground. Every huge stone in it is loose. Every block in the cornice seems tottering in its place. In all this, we fancy, we recognize the work of our Abu Simbel earthquake. At Wadi Sabwa, we see a fat native. The fact claims record because it is so uncommon. A stalwart, middle-aged man, dressed in a tattered kilt and carrying a palm staff in his hand. He stands before us the living double of the famous wooden statue at Bulak. He is followed by his 2 wives and 3 or 4 children, all bent upon trade. The women have trinkets, the boys a live chameleon and a small stuffed crocodile for sale, while the painter is bargaining for the crocodile and L for a nose ring. The writer makes acquaintance with a pair of self-important hoopoes who live in the pylon and evidently regard it as a big nest of their own building. They sit observing me curiously while I sketch, nodding their crested polls and chattering disparagingly like a couple of critics. By and by comes a small black bird with a white breast and sings deliciously. It is like no little bird that I have ever seen before, but the song that it pours so lavishly from its tiny throat is as sweet and brilliant as a canary's. Powerless against the wind, the dahabiyah lies idle day after day in the sun. Sometimes, when we chance to be near a village, the natives squat on the bank and stare at us for hours together. The moment anyone appears on deck, they burst into a chorus of bakshish. There is but one way to get rid of them, and that is to sketch them. The effect is instantaneous. With a good-sized block and a pencil, a whole village may be put to flight at a moment's notice. If, on the other hand, one wishes for a model, the difficulty is insuperable. The painter tried in vain to get some of the women and girls, not a few of whom were really pretty, to sit for their portraits. I well remember one haughty beauty, shaped and draped like a Juno, who stood on the bank one morning, scornfully watching all that was done on deck. She carried a flat basket backhanded, and her arms were covered with bracelets, and her fingers with rings. Her little girl, in a Madame Nubia fringe, clung to her skirts, half wondering, half frightened. The painter sent out an ambassador plenipotentiary to offer her anything from a sixpence to half a sovereign if she would only stand like that for half an hour. The manner of her refusal was grand. She drew her shawl over her face, took her child's hand, and stalked away like an offended goddess. The writer, meanwhile, hidden behind a curtain, had snatched a tiny sketch from the cabin window. On the western bank, somewhere between Wadi Sabwa and Mahareke, in a spot quite bare of vegetation, stand the ruins of a fortified town which is neither mentioned by Murray nor entered in the maps. It is built on a base of reddish rock and commands the river and the desert. The painter and writer explored it one afternoon in the course of a long ramble. Climbing first a steep slope strewn with masonry, we came to the remains of a stone gateway. Finding this impassable, we made our way through a breach in the battlemented wall, and thence up a narrow road down which had been poured a cataract of debris. Skirting a ruined postern at the top of this road, we found ourselves in a close labyrinth of vaulted arcades built of crude brick and lit, at short intervals, by openings in the roof. These strange streets, for they were streets, were lined on either side by small dwellings built of crude brick on stone foundations. We went into some of the houses, mere ruined courts and roofless chambers, in which were no indications of hearths or staircases. In one lay a fragment of stone column about 14 inches in diameter. The air in these ancient streets was foul and stagnant, and the ground was everywhere heaped with fragments of black, red, and yellowish pottery, like the shards of Elephantine and Philae. A more desolate place, in a more desolate situation, I never saw. It looked as if it had been besieged, sacked, and abandoned 1,000 years ago, which is probably under the mark, for the character of the pottery would seem to point to the period of Roman occupation. Noting how the brick superstructures were reared on apparently earlier masonry, we concluded that the beginnings of this place were probably Egyptian, and the later work Roman. The marvel was that any town should have been built in so barren a spot, there being not so much as an inch-wide border of lentils for a mile or more between the river and the desert. Having traversed the place from end to end, we came out through another breach on the westward side, and thinking to find a sketchable point of view inland, struck down toward the plain. In order to reach this, one first must skirt a deep ravine which divides the rock of the citadel from the desert. Following the brink of this ravine to the point at which it falls into the level, we found to our great surprise that we were treading the banks of an extinct river. It was full of sand now, but beyond all question, it had once been full of water. It came, evidently, from the mountains over toward the northwest. We could trace its windings for a long way across the plain, thence through the ravine, and on southward in a line parallel with the Nile. Here, beneath our feet, were the water-worn rocks through which it had fretted its way, and yonder, half buried in sand, were the boulders it had rounded and polished and borne along in its course. I doubt, however, if when it was a river of water this stream was half as beautiful as now, when it is a river of sand. It was turbid then, no doubt, and charged with sediment. Now it is more golden than Pactolus, and covered with ripples more playful and undulating than were ever modeled by Canaletti's pencil, supposing yonder town to have been founded in the days when the river was a river, and the plain fertile and well watered. The mystery of its position is explained. It was protected in front by the Nile, and in the rear by the ravine and the river. But how long ago was this? Here, apparently, was an independent stream, taking its rise among the Libyan mountains. It dated back, consequently, to a time when those barren hills collected and distributed water. That is to say, to a time when it used to rain in Nubia. And that time must have been before the rocky barrier broke down at Silsiles, in the old days when the land of Cush flowed with milk and honey. It would rain even now in Nubia, if it could. That same evening, when the sun was setting, we saw a fan-like drift of dappled cloud miles high above our heads, melting, as it seemed, in fringes of iridescent vapor. We could distinctly see those fringes forming, wavering, and evaporating, unable to descend as rain, because dispersed at a high altitude by radiated heat from the desert. This, with one exception, was the only occasion on which I saw clouds in Nubia. Coming back, we met a solitary native, with a string of beads in his hand and a knife up his sleeve. He followed us for a long way, volunteering a but half-intelligible story about some unknown Berbe in the desert. We asked where it was, and he pointed up the course of our unknown river. "You have seen it," said the painter, "Meret Ketir, many times. How far is it? 1 day's march in the Hagar desert, and have no Inglese ever been to look for it?" He shook his head at first, not understanding the question, then looked grave and held up one finger. Our stock of Arabic was so small and is so interlarded with Kensi that we had great difficulty in making out what he said next. We gathered, however, that some Hawaji, traveling alone and on foot, had once gone in search of this Berbe and never come back. Was he lost? Was he killed? Who could say? "It was a long time ago," said the man with the beads. "It was a long time ago, and he took no guide with him. We would have given much to trace the river to its source and search for this unknown temple in the desert. But it is one of the misfortunes of this kind of traveling that one cannot easily turn aside from the beaten track. hot season is approaching. The river is running low. The daily cost of the dahabeeyah is exorbitant. And in Nubia, where little or nothing can be bought in the way of food, the dilatory traveler risks starvation. It was something, however, to have seen with one's own eyes that the Nile, instead of flowing for a distance of 1,200 miles unfed by any affluent, had here received the waters of a tributary. To those who have a south breeze behind them, the temples must now follow in quick succession. We, however, achieved them by degrees and rejoiced when our helpless dahabeeyah lay within rowing reach of anything worth seeing. Thus we pull down one day to Mahareke, in itself a dull ruin but picturesquely desolate. Seen as one comes up the bank on landing, 2 parallel rows of columns stand boldly up against the sky, supporting a ruined entablature. In the foreground, a few stunted dom palms starve in an arid soil. The barren desert closes in the distance. We are beset here by an insolent crowd of savage-looking men and boys, and impudent girls with long frizzy hair and Nubian fringes, who pester us with beads and pebbles, dance, shout, slap their legs, and clap their hands in our faces, and pelt us when we go away. One ragged warrior brandishes an antique brass-mounted firelock full 6 feet long in the barrel, and some of the others carry slender spears. The temple, a late Roman structure, would seem to have been wrecked by an earthquake before it was completed. The masonry is all in the rough pillars as they came from the quarry, capitals blocked out, waiting for the carver. These unfinished ruins, of which every stone looks new, as if the work was still in progress, affect one's imagination strangely. On a fallen wall south of the portico, the idle man detected some remains of a Greek inscription. But for hieroglyphic characters or cartouches by which to date the building, we looked in vain. Dake comes next in order, then Jurf Hassin, Dendor, and Kalebshe. Arriving at Dake soon after sunrise, we find the whole population, screaming, pushing, chattering, laden with eggs, pigeons, and gourds for sale, drawn up to receive us. There is a large sand island in the way here, so we moor about a mile above the temple. We first saw the twin pylons of Dake some weeks ago from the deck of the Philae, and we then likened them to the majestic towers of Edfu. Approaching them now by land, we are surprised to find them so small. It is a brilliant, hot morning, and our way lies by the river, between the lentil slope and the castorberry patches. There are flocks of pigeons flying low overhead, barking dogs, and crowing cocks in the village close by. And all over the path, hundreds of beetles, real live scarabs, black as coal and busy as ants, rolling their clay pellets up from the water's edge to the desert. If we were to examine a score or so of these pellets, we should hear, and there find one that contained no eggs. For it is a curious fact that the scarab beetle makes and rolls her pellets, whether she has an egg to deposit or not. The female beetle, though assisted by the male, is said to do the heavier share of the pellet rolling. and if evening comes on before her pellet is safely stowed away, she will sleep, holding it with her feet all night, and resume her labor in the morning. The temple here, begun by an Ethiopian king named Archamen about whom Diodorus has a long story to tell, and carried on by the Ptolemies and Caesars, stands in a desolate open space to the north of the village, and is approached by an avenue, the walls of which are constructed with blocks from some earlier building. The whole of this avenue and all the waste ground for 300 or 400 yards round about the temple is not merely strewn, but piled with fragments of pottery, pebbles, and large, smooth stones of porphyry, alabaster, basalt, and a kind of marble like furred antico. These stones are puzzling. They look as if they might be fragments of statues that had been rolled and polished by ages of friction in the bed of a torrent. Among the potsherds, we find some inscribed fragments like those of Elephantine. Of the temple, I will only say that, as masonry, it is better put together than any work of the 18th or 19th dynasties with which I am acquainted. The sculptures, however, are atrocious. Such misshapen hieroglyphs, such dumpy, smirking goddesses, such clownish kings in such preposterous headdresses, we have never seen till now. The whole thing, in short, as regards sculpturesque style, is the Ptolemaic out-Ptolemaied, rowing round presently to Caban, the river running wide with the sand island between. We land under the walls of a huge crude brick structure, black with age, which at first sight looks quite shapeless, but which proves to be an ancient Egyptian fortress, buttressed, towered, loopholed, finished at the angles with the invariable molded torus, and surrounded by a deep dry moat, which is probably yet filled each summer by the inundation. Now, of all rare things in the valley of the Nile, a purely secular ruin is the rarest. And this, with the exception of some foundations of dwellings here and there, is the first we have seen. It is probably very, very old as the days of Thothmes III, whose name is found on some scattered blocks about a quarter of a mile away, and who built two similar fortresses at Semneh, 35 miles above Wadi Halfa. It may be even 1,000 years older still, and date from the time of Amenemhat III, whose name is also found on a stela near Caban. For here was once an ancient city, when Celsus, now Dake, was but a new suburb on the opposite bank. The name of this ancient city is lost, but it is by some supposed to be identical with the Metachompso of Ptolemy. As the suburb grew, the mother town declined, and in time the suburb became the city, and the city became the suburb. The scattered blocks aforesaid, together with the remains of a small temple, yet mark the position of the elder city. The walls of this most curious and interesting fortress have probably lost much of their original height. They are in some parts 30 feet thick, and nowhere less than 20. Vertical on the inside, they are built at a buttress slope outside, with additional shallow buttresses at regular distances. These last, as they can scarcely add to the enormous strength of the original wall, were probably designed for effect. There are two entrances to the fortress, one in the center of the north wall, and one in the south. we enter the enclosure by the last named and find ourselves in the midst of an immense parallelogram measuring about 450 feet from east to west, and perhaps 300 feet from north to south. All within these bounds is a wilderness of ruin. The space looks large enough for a city and contains what might be the debris of a dozen cities. We climb huge mounds of rubbish, skirt cataracts of broken pottery, and stand on the brink of excavated pits, honeycombed 40 feet below, with brick foundations. Over these mounds, and at the bottom of these pits, swarm men, women, and children, filling and carrying away basket loads of rubble. The dust rises in clouds. The noise, the heat, the confusion are indescribable. One pauses, bewildered, seeking in vain to discover in this mighty maze any indication of a plan. It is only by an effort that one gradually realizes how the place is but a vast shell, and how all these mounds and pits mark the site of what was once a huge edifice rising tower above tower to a central keep, such as we see represented in the battle subjects of Abu Simbel and Thebes. That towered edifice and central keep, quarried, broken up, carried away piecemeal, reduced to powder, and spread over the land as manure, has now disappeared almost to its foundations. Only the well in the middle of the enclosure and the great wall of circuit remain. That wall is doomed and will by and by share the fate of the rest. The well, which must have been very deep, is choked with rubbish to the brim. Meanwhile, in order to realize what the place in its present condition is like, one need but imagine how the Tower of London would look if the whole of the inner buildings, White Tower, chapel, armory, governor's quarters, and all were leveled in shapeless ruin, and only the outer walls and moat were left. Built up against the inner side of the wall of circuit are the remains of a series of massive towers, the tops of which, as they are, strangely enough, shorter than the external structure, can never have communicated with the battlements, unless by ladders. The finest of these towers, together with a magnificent fragment of wall, faces the eastern desert. Going out by the north entrance, we find the sides of the gateway, and even the steps leading down into the moat in perfect preservation. While at the base of the great wall, on the outer side facing the river, there yet remains a channel or conduit about 2 feet square, built and roofed with stone, which in Murray is described as a water gate. The sun is high, the heat is overwhelming, the felucca waits, and we turn reluctantly away, knowing that between here and Cairo we shall see no more curious relics of the far-off past than this dismantled stronghold. It is a mere mountain of unburned brick, altogether unlovely, admirable only for the gigantic strength of its proportions, pathetic only in the abjectness of its ruin. Yet it brings the lost ages home to one's imagination in a way that no temple could ever bring them. It dispels for a moment the historic glamour of the sculptures and compels us to remember those nameless and forgotten millions, of whom their rulers fashioned soldiers in time of war and builders in time of peace. Our adventures, by the way, are few and far between, and we now rarely meet a dahabeah. Birds are more plentiful than when we were in this part of the river a few weeks ago. We see immense flights of black and white cranes congregated at night on the sandbanks, and any number of quail may be had for the shooting. It is matter for rejoicing when the idle man goes out with his gun and brings home a full bag. For our last sheep was killed before we started for Wadi Halfay, and our last poultry ceased cackling at Abu Simbel. One morning early, we see a bride taken across the river in a big boat full of women and girls who are clapping their hands and shrilling the tremulous Sagharat. The bride, a chocolate beauty with magnificent eyes, wears a gold brow pendant and nose ring, and has her hair newly plaited in hundreds of tails, finished off at the ends with mud pellets daubed with yellow ochre. She stands surrounded by her companions, proud of her finery, and pleased to be stared at by the Inglese. About this time, also, we see one night a wild sort of festival going on for some miles along both sides of the river. Watchfires break out toward twilight, first on this bank, then on that, becoming brighter and more numerous as the darkness deepens. By and by, when we are going to bed, we hear sounds of drumming on the eastern bank and see from afar a torchlight procession and dance. The effect of this dance of torches, for it is only the torches that are visible, is quite diabolic. The lights flit and leap as if they were alive, circling, clustering, dispersing, bobbing, pouseting, pursuing each other at a gallop, and whirling every now and then through the air, like rockets. Late as it is, we would fain put ashore and see this orgy more nearly, but Reis Hassan shakes his head. The natives hereabout are said to be quarrelsome, and if, as it is probable, they are celebrating the festival of some local saint, we might be treated as intruders. Coming at early morning to Jerf Hassan, we make our way up to the temple, which is excavated in the face of a limestone cliff, a couple of 100 feet, perhaps, above the river. A steep path, glaring hot in the sun, leads to a terrace in the rock, the temple being approached through the ruins of a built-out portico and an avenue of battered colossi. It is a gloomy place within an inferior edition, so to say, of the great temple of Abu Simbel, and of the same date. It consists of a first hall supported by Osirid pillars, a second and smaller hall with square columns, a smoke-blackened sanctuary, and 2 side chambers. The Osirid colossi, which stand 20 feet high without the entablature over their heads, or the pedestal under their feet, are thick-set, bow-legged, and misshapen. Their faces would seem to have been painted black originally, while those of the avenue outside have distinctly Ethiopian features. One seems to detect here, as at Dare and Wadi Sabwa, the work of provincial sculptors. Just as at Abu Simbel, one recognizes the master style of the artists of the Theban Ramesseum. The side chambers at Jerf Hassan are infested with bats. These bats are the great sight of the place and have their appointed showman. We find him waiting for us with an end of tarred rope, which he flings, blazing, into the pitch-dark doorway. For a moment, we see the whole ceiling hung, as it were, with a close fringe of white, filmy-looking pendants. But it is only for a moment. The next instant, the creatures are all in motion, dashing out madly in our faces like driven snowflakes. We picked up a dead one afterward, when the rush was over, and examined it by the outer daylight. A lovely little creature, white and downy, with fine transparent wings and little pink feet and the prettiest mousy mouth imaginable, bordered with dwarf palms, acacias, and henna bushes. The cliffs between Jerf Hassing and Dendor stand out in detached masses, so like ruins, that sometimes we can hardly believe they are rocks. At Dendor, when the sun is setting and a delicious gloom is stealing up the valley, we visit a tiny temple on the western bank. It stands out above the river, surrounded by a wall of enclosure, and consists of a single pylon, a portico, 2 little chambers, and a sanctuary. The whole thing is like an exquisite toy, so covered with sculptures, so smooth, so new-looking, so admirably built. Seeing them half by sunset, half by dusk, it matters not that these delicately wrought bas-reliefs are of the decadent school. The rosy half-light of an Egyptian afterglow covers a multitude of sins and steeps the whole in an atmosphere of romance. Wondering what has happened to the climate, we wake shivering next morning an hour or so before break of day, and, for the first time in several weeks, taste the old, early chill upon the air. When the sun rises, we find ourselves at Calabshe, having passed the limit of the tropic during the night. Henceforth, no matter how great the heat may be by day, this chill invariably comes with the dark hour before dawn. The usual yelling crowd, with the usual beads, baskets, eggs, and pigeons for sale, greets us on the shore at Calabshe. One of the men has a fine old 2-handed sword in a shabby blue velvet sheath, for which he asks 5 Napoleons. It looks as if it might have belonged to a crusader. Some of the women bring buffalo cream in filthy-looking black skins slung round their waists like girdles. The cream is excellent, but the skins temper one's enjoyment of the unaccustomed dainty. There is a magnificent temple here, and close by, excavated in the cliff, a rock-cut spios, the local name of which is Baytelwell. The sculptures of this famous spios have been more frequently described and engraved than almost any sculptures in Egypt. The procession of Ethiopian tribute-bearers, the assault of the Amorite city, the triumph of Ramesses, are familiar not only to every reader of Wilkinson, but to every visitor passing through the Egyptian rooms of the British Museum, notwithstanding the casts that have been taken from them, and the ill treatment to which they have been subjected by natives and visitors. They are still beautiful. The color of those in the roofless courtyard, though so perfect when Bonomi executed his admirable facsimiles, has now almost entirely peeled off. But in the portico and inner chambers, it is yet brilliant. An emerald green Osiris, a crimson Anubis, and an Isis of the brightest chrome yellow are astonishingly pure and forcibly in quality. As for the flesh tones of the Anubis, this was, I believe, the only instance I observed of a true crimson in Egypt pigments. between the speos of Beit el-Weli and the neighboring temple of Calabshe, there lies about half a mile of hilly pathway and a gulf of 1400 years. Ramesses ushers us into the presence of Augustus, and we pass, as it were, from an oratory in the great house of Pharaoh to the presence chambers of the Caesars. But if the decorative work in the presence chamber of the Caesars was anything like the decorative work in the temple of Calabshe, then the taste thereof was of the vilest. Such a masquerade of deities, such striped and spotted and cross-barred robes, such outrageous headdresses, such crude and violent coloring, we have never seen the like of. As for the goddesses, they are gaudier than the dancing damsels of Luxurer, while the kings balance on their heads diadems compounded of horns, moons, birds, balls, beetles, lotus blossoms, asps, vases, and feathers. The temple, however, is conceived on a grand scale. It is the Karnak of Nubia, but it is a Karnak that has evidently been visited by a shock of earthquake far more severe than that which shook the mighty pillars of the hypostyle hall and flung down the obelisk of Hatassu. From the river, it looks like a huge fortress, but seen from the threshold of the main gateway, it is a wilderness of ruin. Fallen blocks, pillars, capitals, entablatures lie so extravagantly piled that there is not one spot in all those halls and courtyards upon which it is possible to set one's foot on the level of the original pavement. Here, again, the earthquake seems to have come before the work was completed. There are figures outlined on the walls, but never sculptured. Others have been begun, but never finished. You can see where the chisel stopped. You can even detect which was the last mark it made on the surface. One traces here, in fact, the 4 processes of wall decoration. In some places, the space is squared off and ruled by the mechanic. In others, the subject is ready drawn within those spaces by the artist. Here the sculptor has carried it a stage farther. Yonder the painter has begun to color it. More interesting, however, than aught else at Calabshe is the Greek inscription of Silko of Ethiopia. This inscription, made famous by the commentaries of Niebuhr and Letron, was discovered by M. Gao in A.D. 1818. It consists of 21 lines very neatly written in red ink, and it dates from the 6th century of the Christian era. It commences thus: I, Silko, puissant king of the Nubians and all the Ethiopians, I came twice as far as Talmes and Taphais. I fought against the Blemites, and God granted me the victory. I vanquished them a second time, and the first time I established myself completely with my troops. I vanquished them, and they supplicated me. I made peace with them, and they swore to me by their idols. I trusted them, because they are a people of good faith. Then I returned to my dominions in the upper country, for I am a king. Not only am I no follower in the train of other kings, but I go before them. As for those who seek strife against me, I give them no peace in their homes till they entreat my pardon. For I am a lion on the plains and a goat upon the mountains, etc. The historical value of this inscription is very great. It shows that in the 6th century, while the native inhabitants of this part of the valley of the Nile yet adhered to the ancient Egyptian faith, the Ethiopians of the south were professedly Christian. The descendants of the Blemis are a fine race, tall, strong, and of a rich chocolate complexion. Strolling through the village at sunset, we see the entire population, old men sitting at their doors, young men lounging and smoking, children at play. The women, with glittering white teeth and liquid eyes, and a profusion of gold and silver ornaments on neck and brow, come out with their little brown babies astride on hip or shoulder to stare as we go by. One sick old woman, lying outside her hut on a palm-wood couch, raises herself for a moment on her elbow, then sinks back with a weary sigh and turns her face to the wall. The mud dwellings here are built in and out of a maze of massive stone foundations, the remains of buildings once magnificent. Some of these walls are built in concave courses, each course of stones, that is to say, being depressed in the center and raised at the angles, which mode of construction was adopted in order to offer less resistance when shaken by earthquake. We observe more foundations built thus at Taffa, where we arrive next morning. As the masons' work at Taffa is of late Roman date, it follows that earthquakes were yet frequent in Nubia at a period long subsequent to the great shock of BC 27 mentioned by Eusebius. Travelers are too ready to ascribe everything in the way of ruin to the fury of Cambyses and the pious rage of the early Christians. Nothing, however, is easier than to distinguish between the damage done to the monuments by the hand of man and the damage caused by subterraneous upheaval. Mutilation is the rule in the one case, displacement in the other. At Dendera, for example, the injury done is wholly willful. At Abu Simbel, it is wholly accidental. At Karnak, it is both willful and accidental. As for Calabshe, it is clear that no such tremendous havoc could have been effected by human means without the aid of powerful rams, fire, or gunpowder, any of which must have left unmistakable traces. At Taffa, there are two little temples, one in picturesque ruin, one quite perfect, and now used as a stable. There are also a number of stone foundations, separate, quadrangular, subdivided into numerous small chambers, and enclosed in boundary walls, some of which are built in the concave courses just named. These substructions, of which the painter counted 18, have long been the puzzle of travelers. Taffa is charmingly placed, and the 7 miles which divide it from Calabshe, once, no doubt, the scene of a cataract, are perhaps the most picturesque on this side of Wadi Hafe. Rocky islets in the river, palm groves, acacias, carobs, henna, and castorberry bushes, and all kinds of flowering shrubs along the edges of the banks. Fantastic precipices, riven and pinnacled, here rising abruptly from the water's edge and there from the sandy plain, make lovely sketches whichever way one turns. There are gazelles, it is said, in the ravines behind Taffa, and one of the natives, A truculent fellow in ragged shirt and dirty white turban tells how, at a distance of 3 hours up a certain glen, there is another Berbe, larger than either of these, in the plain, and a great standing statue taller than 3 men. Here, then, if the tale be true, is another ready-made discovery for whoever may care to undertake it. This same native, having sold a necklace to the idle man and gone away content with his bargain, comes back by and by with half the village at his heels, requiring double price. This modest demand being refused, he rages up and down like a maniac, tears off his turban, goes through a wild manual exercise with his spear, then sits down in stately silence, with his friends and neighbors drawn up in a semicircle behind him. This, it seems, is Nubian for a challenge. He has thrown down his gauntlet in form and demands trial by combat. The noisy crowd, meanwhile, increases every moment. Reis Hassan looks grave, fearing a possible fracas, and the idle man, who is reading the morning service down below, for it is on a Sunday morning, can scarcely be heard for the clamor outside. In this emergency, it occurs to the writer to send a message ashore informing these gentlemen that the Hawajis are holding mosque in the dahabeeyah, and entreating them to be quiet till the hour of prayer is past. The effect of the message, strange to say, is instantaneous. The angry voices are at once hushed. The challenger puts on his turban. The assembled spectators squat in respectful silence on the bank. A whole hour goes by thus, so giving the storm time to blow over. And when the idle man reappears on deck, his would-be adversary comes forward quite pleasantly to discuss the purchase afresh. It matters little how the affair ended, but I believe he was offered his necklace back in exchange for the money paid, and preferred to abide by his bargain. It is as evidence of the sincerity of the religion's sentiment in the minds of a semi-savage people that I have thought the incident worth telling. We are now less than 40 miles from Philae, but the head wind is always against us, and the men's bread is exhausted, and there is no flour to be bought in these Nubian villages. The poor fellows swept out the last crumbs from the bottom of their bread chest 3 or 4 days ago, and are now living on quarter rations of lentil soup and a few dried dates bought at Wadi Hafe. Patient and depressed, they crouch silently beside their oars, or forget their hunger in sleep. For ourselves, it is painful to witness their need, and still more painful to be unable to help them. Talhami, whose own stores are at a low ebb, vows he can do nothing. It would take his few remaining tins of preserved meat to feed 15 men for 2 days, and of flour he has barely enough for the Hawajis. Hungry. Well, yes, no doubt they are hungry. But what of that? They are Arabs, and Arabs bear hunger as camels bear thirst. It is nothing new to them. They have often been hungry before. They will often be hungry again. Enough. It is not for the ladies to trouble themselves about such fellows as these. Excellent advice, no doubt, but hard to follow. Not to be troubled, and not to do what little we can for the poor lads, is impossible, when that little means laying violent hands upon Talhami's reserve of eggs and biscuits, and getting up lotteries for prizes of chocolate and tobacco. That worthy evidently considers that we have taken leave of our wits. Under a burning sky, we touch for an hour or two at Girdasy, and then push on for Dabad. The limestone quarries at Girdasy are full of votive sculptures and inscriptions, and the little ruin, a mere cluster of graceful columns supporting a fragment of cornice, stands high on the brink of a cliff overhanging the river. Take it as you will, from above or below, looking north or looking south, it makes a charming sketch. If transported to Dabad on that magic carpet of the fairy tale, one would take it for a ruin on the beached margin of some placid lake in dreamland. It lies between two bends of the river, which here flows wide, showing no outlet and seeming to be girdled by mountains and palm groves. The temple is small and uninteresting, begun, like Dake, by an Ethiopian king, and finished by Ptolemies and Caesars. The one curious thing about it is a secret cell, most cunningly devised. Adjoining the sanctuary is a dark side chamber. In the floor of the side chamber is a pit, once paved over. In one corner of the pit is a manhole opening into a narrow passage, and in the narrow passage are steps leading up to a secret chamber constructed in the thickness of the wall. We saw other secret chambers in other temples, but not one in which the old approaches were so perfectly preserved. From Dabad to Philae is but 10 miles, and we are bound for Toragor, which is 2 miles nearer. Now Toragor is that same village at the foot of the beautiful sanddrift, near which we moored on our way up the river. And here we are to stay 2 days, followed by at least a week at Philae. No sooner, therefore, have we reached Toragor than Reis Hassan and 3 sailors start for Asuan to buy flour. Old Ali, Riskeli, and Musa, whose homes lie in the villages round about, get leave of absence for a week, and we find ourselves reduced all at once to a crew of 5, with only Khalife in command. 5, however, are as good as 50 when the dahabeah lies moored, and there's nothing to do, and our 5, having succeeded in buying some flabby Nubian cakes and green lentils, are now quite happy. So the painter pitches his tent on the top of the sanddrift, and the writer sketches the ruined convent opposite, and and the little lady write no end of letters, and the idle man, with Mehemet Ali for a retriever, shoots quail, and everybody is satisfied. Hapless idle man, hapless but homicidal. If he had been content to shoot only quail, and had not taken to shooting babies, what possessed him to do it? Not, let us hope, an ill-directed ambition foiled of crocodiles. He went serene and smiling, with his gun under his arm, and Mehemet Ali in his wake, who so light of heart as that idle man, who so light of heel as that turbaned retriever. We heard our sportsman popping away presently in the barley. It was a pleasant sound, for we knew his aim was true. Every shot, said we, means a bird. We little dreamed that one of those shots meant a baby. All at once a woman screamed. It was a sharp, sudden scream, following a shot, a scream with a ring of horror in it. Instantly, it was caught up from point to point, growing in volume and seeming to be echoed from every direction at once. At the same moment, the bank became alive with human beings. They seemed to spring from the soil, women shrieking and waving their arms, men running, all making for the same goal. The writer heard the scream, saw the rush, and knew at once that a gun accident had happened. A few minutes of painful suspense followed. Then Mehemet Ali appeared, tearing back at the top of his speed, and presently, perhaps 5 minutes later, though it seemed like 20, came the idle man, walking very slowly and defiantly, with his head up, his arms folded, his gun gone, and an immense rabble at his heels. Our scanty crew, armed with sticks, flew at once to the rescue and brought him off in safety. We then learned what had happened. A flight of quail had risen, and as quail fly low, skimming the surface of the grain and diving down again almost immediately, he had taken a level aim. At the instant that he fired, and in the very path of the quail, a woman and child who had been squatting in the barley sprang up screaming. He at once saw the coming danger, and with admirable presence of mind, drew the charge of his second barrel. He then hid his cartridge box and hugged his gun, determined to hold it as long as possible. The next moment he was surrounded, overpowered, had the gun wrenched from his grasp, and received a blow on the back with a stone. Having captured the gun, 1 or 2 of the men let go. It was then that he shook off the rest and came back to the boat. Mehemet Ali at the same time flew to call a rescue. He, too, came in for some hard knocks, besides having his shirt rent and his turban torn off his head. Here were we, meanwhile, with less than half our crew, a private war on our hands, no captain, and one of our 3 guns in the hands of the enemy. What a scene it was! A whole village, apparently a very considerable village, swarming on the bank, all hurrying to and fro, all raving, shouting, gesticulating. If we had been on the verge of a fracas at Taffa, here we were threatened with a siege. Drawing in the plank between the boat and the shore, we held a hasty council of war, the woman being unhurt, and the child, if hurt at all, hurt very slightly. We felt justified in assuming an injured tone, calling the village to account for a case of cowardly assault, and demanding instant restitution of the gun. We accordingly sent Talhemi to parley with the head man of the place, and peremptorily demand the gun. We also bade him add, and this we regarded as a master stroke of policy, that if due submission was immediately made, the Hawaji, one of whom was a hakim, would permit the father to bring his child on board to have its hurts attended to. Outwardly indifferent, inwardly not a little anxious, we waited the event. Talhemi's back being toward the river, we had the whole semicircle of swarthy faces full in view, bent brows, flashing eyes, glittering teeth, all anger, all scorn, all defiance. Suddenly, the expression of the faces changed, the change beginning with those nearest the speaker and spreading gradually outward. It was as if a wave had passed over them. We knew then that our coup was made. Talhemi returned. The villagers crowded round their leaders, deliberating. Numbers now began to sit down, and when a Nubian sits down, you may be sure that he is no longer dangerous. Presently, after perhaps a quarter of an hour, the gun was brought back uninjured, and an elderly man carrying a blue bundle appeared on the bank. The plank was now put across, the crowd was kept off, and the man with the bundle and 3 or 4 others were allowed to pass. The bundle being undone, a little brown imp of about 4 years of age, with shaven head and shaggy scalp-lock, was produced. He whimpered at first, seeing the strange white faces, but when offered a fig, forgot his terrors and sat munching it like a monkey. As for his wounds, they were literally skin deep, the shot having but slightly grazed his shoulders in 4 or 5 places. The idle man, however, solemnly sponged the scratches with warm water, and L covered them with patches of sticking plaster. Finally, the father was presented with a Napoleon. The patient was wrapped in one of his murderer's shirts, and the first act of the tragedy ended. The second and third acts were to come. When the painter and the idle man talked the affair over, they agreed that it was expedient, for the protection of future travelers, to lodge a complaint against the village, and this mainly on account of the treacherous blow dealt from behind, at a time when the idle man, who had not once attempted to defend himself, was powerless in the hands of a mob. They therefore went next day to Asuan, and the governor, charming as ever, promised that justice should be done. Meanwhile, we moved the dahabeah to Philae, and there settled down for a week's sketching. Next evening came a woeful deputation from Toragor, entreating forgiveness and stating that 15 villagers had been swept off to prison. The idle man explained that he no longer had anything to do with it, that the matter, in short, was in the hands of justice and would be dealt with according to law. Hereupon, the spokesman gathered up a handful of imaginary dust and made believe to scatter it on his head. "O dragoman," he said, "tell the Howajji that there is no law but his pleasure, and no justice but the will of the governor." Summoned next morning to give evidence, the idle man went betimes to Asuan, where he was received in private by the governor and mudir. Pipes and coffee were handed, and the usual civilities exchanged. The governor then informed his guest that 15 men of Toragor had been arrested, and that 14 of them unanimously identified the 15th as the one who struck the blow. "And now," said the governor, "before we send for the prisoners, it will be as well to decide on the sentence. What does His Excellency wish done to them?" The idle man was puzzled. How could he offer an opinion, being ignorant of the Egyptian civil code, and how could the sentence be decided upon before the trial? The governor smiled serenely. "But," he said, "this is the trial. Being an Englishman, it necessarily cost the idle man an effort to realize the full force of this explanation, an explanation which, in its sublime simplicity, epitomized the whole system of the judicial administration of Egyptian law. He hastened, however, to explain that he cherished no resentment against the culprit or the villagers, and that his only wish was to frighten them into a due respect for travelers in general. The governor hereupon invited the mudir to suggest a sentence, and the mudir, taking into consideration, as he said, His Excellency's lenient disposition, proposed to award to the 14 innocent men 1 month's imprisonment each, and to the real offender 2 months' imprisonment, with 150 blows of the bastinado. Shocked at the mere idea of such a sentence, the idle man declared that he must have the innocent set at liberty, but consented that the culprit, for the sake of example, should be sentenced to the 150 blows, the punishment to be remitted after the first few strokes had been dealt. Word was now given for the prisoners to be brought in. The jailer marched first, followed by 2 soldiers. Then came the 15 prisoners, I am ashamed to write it, chained neck to neck in single file. One can imagine how the idle man felt at this moment. Sentence being pronounced, the 14 looked as if they could hardly believe their ears, while the 15th, though condemned to his 150 strokes, 75 to each foot, specified the governor, was overjoyed to be let off so easily. He was then flung down, his feet were fastened soles uppermost, and 2 soldiers proceeded to execute the sentence. As each blow fell, he cried, God save the governor, God save the mudir, God save the Howajji. When the 6th stroke had been dealt, the idle man turned to the governor and formally interceded for the remission of the rest of the sentence. The governor as formally granted the request, and the prisoners, weeping with joy, were set at liberty. The governor, the mudir, and the idle man then parted with a profusion of compliments. The governor protesting that his only wish was to be agreeable to the English, and that the whole village should have been bastinadoed had His Excellency desired it. We spent 8 enchanted days at Philae, and it so happened, when the afternoon of the 8th came round, that for the last few hours the writer was alone on the island. Alone, that is to say, with only a sailor in attendance, which was virtually solitude. And Philae is a place to which solitude adds an inexpressible touch of pathos and remoteness. It has been a hot day, and there is dead calm on the river. My last sketch finished, I wander slowly round from spot to spot, saying farewell to Pharaoh's bed, to the painted columns, to the terrace, and palm, and shrine, and familiar point of view. I peep once again into the mystic chamber of Osiris. I see the sun set for the last time from the roof of the temple of Isis. Then, when all that wondrous flush of rose and gold has died away, comes the warm afterglow. No words can paint the melancholy beauty of Philae at this hour. The surrounding mountains stand out jagged and purple against a pale amber sky. The Nile is glassy. Not a breath, not a bubble, troubles the inverted landscape. Every palm is twofold, every stone is doubled. The big boulders in midstream are reflected so perfectly that it is impossible to tell where the rock ends and the water begins. The temples, meanwhile, have turned to a subdued golden bronze, and the pylons are peopled with shapes that glow with fantastic life and look ready to step down from their places. The solitude is perfect, and there is a magical stillness in the air. I hear a mother crooning to her baby on the neighboring island, a sparrow twittering in its little nest in the capital of a column below my feet, a vulture screaming plaintively among the rocks in the far distance. I look, I listen. I promise myself that I will remember it all in years to come. All the solemn hills, these silent colonnades, these deep, quiet spaces of shadow, these sleeping palms, lingering till it is all but dark, I at last bid them farewell, fearing lest I may behold them no more. Chapter 20. Asilas and Ediafu. Going, it cost us 4 days to struggle up from Asuan to Mahada. Returning, we slid down, thanks to our old friend the Sheik of the Cataract, in one short, sensational half-hour. He came flat-faced, fishy-eyed, fatuous as ever, with his head tied up in the same old yellow handkerchief, and with the same chibuk in his mouth. He brought with him a following of 50 stalwart Philaes, and under his arm he carried a tattered red flag. This flag, on which were embroidered the crescent and star, he hoisted with much solemnity at the prow, consigned thus to the protection of the Prophet, windows and tambushi shuttered up, doors closed, breakables removed to a place of safety, and everything made snug, as if for a storm at sea. We put off from Mahada at 7 a.m. on a lovely morning in the middle of March. The Philae, instead of threading her way back through the old channels, strikes across to the Libyan side, making straight for the Big Bab, that formidable rapid which as yet we have not seen. All last night we heard its voice in the distance. Now, at every stroke of the oars, that rushing sound draws nearer. The Sheik of the Cataract is our captain, and his men are our sailors today, Reis Hassan, and the crew having only to sit still and look on. The Philaes, meanwhile, row swiftly and steadily. Already the river seems to be running faster than usual. Already the current feels stronger under our keel. And now, suddenly, there is sparkle and foam on the surface yonder. There are rocks ahead, rocks to right and left, eddies everywhere. The Sheik lays down his pipe, kicks off his shoes, and goes himself to the prow. His second in command is stationed at the top of the stairs leading to the upper deck. 6 men take the tiller. The rowers are reinforced and sit 2 to each oar. In the midst of these preparations, when everybody looks grave, and even the Arabs are silent, we all at once find ourselves at the mouth of a long and narrow strait, a kind of ravine between 2 walls of rock, through which, at a steep incline, there rushes a roaring mass of waters. The whole Nile, in fact, seems to be thundering in wild waves down that terrible channel. It seems, at first sight, impossible that any dahabeah should venture that way and not be dashed to pieces. Neither does there seem room for boats and oars to pass. The Sheik, however, gives the word. His second echoes it. The men at the helm obey. They put the dahabeah straight at that monster mill race. For one breathless second, we seem to tremble on the edge of the fall. Then the Philae plunges in headlong. We see the whole boat slope down bodily under our feet. We feel the leap, the dead fall, the staggering rush forward. Instantly, the waves are foaming and boiling up on all sides, flooding the lower deck and covering the upper deck with spray. The men ship their oars, leaving all to helm and current. And despite the hoarse tumult, we distinctly hear those oars scrape the rocks on either side. Now the sheik, looking for the moment quite majestic, stands motionless with uplifted arm. For at the end of the pass, there is a sharp turn to the right, as sharp as a street corner in a narrow London thoroughfare. Can the Philae, measuring 100 feet from stem to stern, ever round that angle in safety? Suddenly the uplifted arm is waved. The sheik thunders Daffet. Helm. The men, steady and prompt, put the helm about the boat, answering splendidly to the word of command, begins to turn before we are out of the rocks. Then, shooting round the corner at exactly the right moment, comes out safe and sound, with only an oar broken. Great is the rejoicing. Reis Hassan, in the joy of his heart, runs to shake hands all round. The Arabs burst into a chorus of taibs and salims. And Talhemi, coming up all smiles, is set upon by half a dozen playful Shellalees, who snatch his keffiyeh from his head and carry it off as a trophy. The only one unmoved is the sheik of the cataract. His momentary flash of energy over, he slouches back with the old stolid face, slips on his shoes, drops on his heels, lights his pipe, and looks more like an owl than ever. We had fancied, till now, that the cataract Arabs for their own profit and travelers for their own glory had grossly exaggerated the dangers of the Big Bab. But such is not the case. The Big Bab is in truth a serious undertaking, so serious that I doubt whether any English boatman would venture to take such a boat down such a rapid, and between such rocks as the Shellale Arabs took the Philae that day. All dahabeahs, however, are not so lucky. Of 34 that shot the fall this season, several had been slightly damaged, and one was so disabled that she had to lie up at a Suan for a fortnight to be mended. Of actual shipwreck or injury to life and limb, I do not suppose there is any real danger. The Shellalees are wonderfully cool and skillful and have abundant practice. Our painter, it is true, preferred rolling up his canvases and carrying them round on dry land by way of the desert. But this was a precaution that neither he nor any of us would have dreamed of taking on account of our own personal safety. There is, in fact, little, if anything, to fear. And the traveler who forgoes the descent of the cataract forgoes a very curious sight and a very exciting adventure. At Asuan, we bade farewell to Nubia and the blameless Ethiopians, and found ourselves once more traversing the Nile of Egypt. If instead of 5 miles of cataract, we had crossed 500 miles of sea or desert, The change could not have been more complete. We left behind us a dreamy river, a silent shore, an ever-present desert. Returning, we plunged back at once into the midst of a fertile and populous region. All day long now, we see boats on the river, villages on the banks, birds on the wing, husbandmen on the land, men and women, horses, camels, and asses, passing perpetually to and fro on the towing path. There is always something moving, something doing. The Nile is running low, and the shadows, 3 deep now, are in full swing from morning till night. Again, the smoke goes up from clusters of unseen huts at close of day. Again, we hear the dogs barking from hamlet to hamlet in the still hours of the night. Again, toward sunset, we see troops of girls coming clown to the riverside with their water jars on their heads. Those Arab maidens, when they stand with garments tightly tucked up and just their feet in the water, dipping the gula at arm's length in the fresher gush of the current, almost tempt one's pencil into the forbidden paths of caricature. Kam Ambo is a magnificent torso. It was as large once as Dendera, perhaps larger, for being on the same grand scale, it was a double temple, and dedicated to 2 gods, Horus and Sebek, the hawk and the crocodile. Now there remain only a few giant columns, buried to within 8 or 10 feet of their gorgeous capitals. A superb fragment of architrave, one broken wave of sculptured cornice, and some fallen blocks, graven with the names of Ptolemies and Cleopatras. A great double doorway, a hall of columns, and a double sanctuary are said to be yet perfect, though no longer accessible. The roofing blocks of 3 halls, one behind the other, and a few capitals are yet visible behind the portico. What more may lie buried below the surface none can tell. We only know that an ancient city and a medieval hamlet have been slowly engulfed, and that an early temple, contemporary with the temple of Amata, once stood within the sacred enclosure. The sand here has been accumulating for 2,000 years. It lies 40 feet deep and has never been excavated. It will never be excavated now, for the Nile is gradually sapping the bank and carrying away piecemeal from below what the desert has buried from above. Half of one noble pylon, a cataract of sculptured blocks, strews the steep slope from top to bottom. The other half hangs suspended on the brink of the precipice. It cannot hang so much longer. A day must soon come when it will collapse with a crash and thunder down like its fellow. Between Kam Ambo and Silsiles, we lost our painter. Not that he either strayed or was stolen, but that, having accomplished the main object of his journey, he was glad to seize the first opportunity of getting back quickly to Cairo. That opportunity, represented by a noble duke honeymooning with a steam tug, happened halfway between Kam Ambo and Silsiles. Painter and duke being acquaintances of old, the matter was soon settled. In less than a quarter of an hour, the big picture and all the paraphernalia of the studio were transported from the stern cabin of the Philae to the stern cabin of the steam tug. And our painter, fitted out with an extempore canteen, a cook boy, a waiter, and his fair share of the necessaries of life, was soon disappearing gaily in the distance at the rate of 20 miles an hour. If the happy couple, so weary of headwinds, so satiated with temples, followed that vanishing steam tug with eyes of melancholy longing, the writer at least asked nothing better than to drift on with the Philae. Still, the Nile is long, and life is short, and the tale told by our logbook was certainly not encouraging. When we reached Silsiles on the morning of the 17th of March, the north wind had been blowing with only 1 day's intermission since the 1st of February. At Silsiles, one looks in vain for traces of that great barrier which once blocked the Nile at this point. The stream is narrow here, and the sandstone cliffs come down on both sides to the water's edge. In some places, there is space for a footpath, in others, none. There are also some sunken rocks in the bed of the river, upon one of which, by the way, a cook's steamer had struck 2 days before, but of such a mass as could have dammed the Nile, and by its disruption, not only have caused the river to desert its bed at Philae, but have changed the whole physical and climatic conditions of Lower Nubia. There is no sign whatever. The Arabs here show a rock, fantastically quarried in the shape of a gigantic umbrella, to which they pretend some king of old attached one end of a chain with which he barred the Nile. It may be that in this apocryphal legend there survives some memory of the ancient barrier. The cliffs of the western bank are rich in memorial niches, votive shrines, tombs, historical stela, and inscriptions. These last date from the 6th to the 22nd dynasties. Some of the tombs and alcoves are very curious, ranged side by side in a long row close above the river, and revealing glimpses of seated figures and gaudy decorations within. They look like private boxes with their occupants. In most of these, we found mutilated triads of gods, sculptured and painted, and in one larger than the rest were 3 niches, each containing 3 deities. The great Speos of Hormheb, the last pharaoh of the 18th dynasty, lies farthest north, and the memorial shrines of the Ramesses family lie farthest south of the series. The first is a long gallery, like a cloister supported on 4 square columns, and is excavated parallel with the river. The walls inside and out are covered with delicately executed sculptures in low relief, some of which yet retain traces of color. The triumph of Hormheb returning from conquest in the land of Cush, and the famous subject on the south wall described by Mariette as one of the few really lovely things in Egyptian art, have been too often engraved to need description. The votive shrines of the Ramesses family are grouped all together in a picturesque nook, green with bushes to the water's edge. There are 3, the work of Seti I, Ramesses II, and Meneptah lofty alcoves, each like a little proscenium, with painted cornices and side pillars, and groups of kings and gods still bright with color. In most of the votive sculptures of Silsiles, there figure 2 deities, but rarely seen elsewhere, namely Sebek, the crocodile god, and Happy Mew, the lotus-crowned god of the Nile. This last was the tutelary deity of the spot, and was worshipped at Silsiles with special rites. Hymns in his honor are found carved here and there upon the rocks. Most curious of all, however, is a goddess named Ta'urti, represented in one of the side subjects of the shrine of Ramesses II. This charming person, who has the body of a hippopotamus and the face of a woman, wears a tie wig and a robe of state with 5 capes, and looks like a cross between a Lord Chancellor and a coachman. Behind her stand Thoth and Nut, all 3 receiving the homage of Queen Nefertari, who advances with an offering of 2 sistrums. As a hippopotamus crowned with the disc and plumes, we had met with this goddess before. She is not uncommon as an amulet, and the writer had already sketched her at Philae, where she occupies a prominent place in the facade of the Mammoth. But the grotesque elegance of her attire at Silsiles is, I imagine, quite unique. The interest of the Western Bank centers in its sculptures and inscriptions, the interest of the Eastern Bank in its quarries. We rode over to a point nearly opposite the shrines of the Ramessides, and climbing a steep verge of debris, came to the mouth of a narrow, cutting between walls of solid rock from 40 to 50 feet in height. These walls are smooth, clean-cut, and faultlessly perpendicular. The color of the sandstone is rich amber. The passage is about 10 feet in width and perhaps 400 in length, seen at a little after midday, with one side in shadow, the other in sunlight, and a narrow ribbon of blue sky overhead. It is like nothing else in the world, unless, perhaps, the entrance to Petra. Following this passage, we came presently to an immense area, at least as large as Belgrave Square, beyond which, separated by a thin partition of rock, opened a second and somewhat smaller area. On the walls of these huge amphitheaters, the chisel marks and wedge holes were as fresh as if the last blocks had been taken hence but yesterday. Yet it is some 2,000 years since the place last rang to the blows of the mallet and echoed back the voices of the workmen. From the days of the Theban pharaohs to the days of the Ptolemies and Caesars, those echoes can never have been silent. The temples of Karnak and Luxor, of Gurna, of Medinet Habu, of Esne and Edfu and Hermonthis, all came from here, and from the quarries on the opposite side of the river. Returning, we climbed long hills of chips, looked down into valleys of debris, and came back at last to the riverside by way of an ancient inclined plane, along which the blocks were slid down to the transport boats below. But the most wonderful thing about Silsiles is the way in which the quarrying has been done. In all these halls and passages and amphitheaters, the sandstone has been sliced out smooth and straight, like hay from a hayrick. Everywhere the blocks have been taken out square, and everywhere the best of the stone has been extracted and the worst left, where it was fine in grain, and even in color it has been cut with the nicest economy. Where it was whitish or brownish or traversed by veins of violet, it has been left standing. Here and there we saw places where the lower part had been removed and the upper part left projecting, like the overhanging stories of our old medieval timber houses. Compared with this puissant and perfect quarrying, our rough and ready blasting looks like the work of savages. Struggling hard against the wind, we left Silsiles that same afternoon. The wrecked steamer was now more than half underwater. She had broken her back and begun filling immediately, with all Cook's party on board, being rowed ashore with what necessaries they could gather together. These unfortunates had been obliged to encamp in tents borrowed from the mudir of the district. Luckily for them, a couple of homeward-bound dahabiyas came by next morning and took off as many as they could accommodate. The Duke's steam tug received the rest. The tents were still there, and a gang of natives, under the superintendence of the mudir, were busy getting off all that could be saved from the wreck. As evening drew on, our headwind became a hurricane, and that hurricane lasted day and night for 36 hours. All this time, the Nile was driving up against the current in great rollers, like rollers on the Cornish coast, when tide and wind set together from the west. To hear them roaring past in the darkness of the night, to feel the Philae rocking, shivering, straining at her mooring ropes, and bumping perpetually against the bank, was far from pleasant. By day, the scene was extraordinary. There were no clouds, but the air was thick with sand, through which the sun glimmered feebly. Some palms, looking gray and ghost-like on the bank above, bent as if they must break before the blast. The Nile was yeasty and flecked with brown foam, large lumps of which came swirling every now and then against our cabin windows. The opposite bank was simply nowhere. Judging only by what was visible from the deck, one would have vowed that the dahabeah was moored against an open coast with an angry sea coming in. The wind fell about 5 a.m. the second day, when the men at once took to their oars, and by breakfast time brought us to Edfu. Nothing now could be more delicious than the weather. It was a cool, silvery, misty morning, such a morning as one never knows in Nubia, where the sun is no sooner up than one is plunged at once into the full blaze and stress of day. There were donkeys waiting for us on the bank, and our way lay for about a mile through barley flats and cotton plantations. The country looked rich, the people smiling and well-conditioned. We met a troop of them going down to the dahabeah with sheep, pigeons, poultry, and a young ox for sale. Crossing a backwater, bridged by a few rickety palm trunks, we now approached the village, which is perched, as usual, on the mounds of the ancient city. Meanwhile, the great pylons, seeming to grow larger every moment, rose, creamy and light, against a soft blue sky. Riding through lanes of huts, we came presently to an open space and a long flight of roughly built steps in front of the temple. At the top of these steps, we were standing on the level of the modern village. At the bottom, we saw the massive pavement that marked the level of the ancient city. From that level rose the pylons, which even from afar off had looked so large. We now found that those stupendous towers not only soared to a height of about 75 feet above our heads, but plunged down to a depth of at least 40 more beneath our feet. 10 years ago, nothing was visible of the great temple of Edfu save the tops of these pylons. The rest of the building was as much lost to sight as if the earth had opened and swallowed it. Its courtyards were choked with foul debris. Its sculptured chambers were buried under 40 feet of soil. Its terraced roof was a maze of closely packed huts, swarming with human beings, poultry, dogs, kine, asses, and vermin. Thanks to the indefatigable energy of Mariette, these Augean stables were cleansed some 30 years ago. Writing himself of this tremendous task, he says, "I caused to be demolished the 64 houses which encumbered the roof, as well as 28 more which approached to near the outer wall of the temple, when the whole shall be isolated from its present surroundings by a massive wall. The work of restoration at Edfu will be accomplished. That wall has not yet been built, but the encroaching mound has been cut clean away all round the building, now standing free in a deep open space, the sides of which are in some places as perpendicular as the quarried cliffs of Silsiles. In the midst of this pit, like a risen god issuing from the grave, the huge building stands before us in the sunshine, erect and perfect. The effect at first sight is overwhelming. Through the great doorway, 50 feet in height, we catch glimpses of a grand courtyard and of a vista of doorways, one behind another. Going slowly down, we see farther into those dark and distant halls at every step. At the same time, the pylons, covered with gigantic sculptures, tower higher and higher and seem to shut out the sky. The custod, a pygmy of 6'2" in semi-European dress, looks up grinning, expectant of bakshish. For there is actually a custod here, and which is more to the purpose, a good strong gate, through which neither pilfering visitors nor pilfering Arabs can pass unnoticed. Who enters that gate crosses the threshold of the past and leaves 2,000 years behind him. In these vast courts and storied halls, all is unchanged. Every pavement, every column, every stair is in its place. The roof, but for a few roofing stones missing just over the sanctuary, is not only uninjured, but in good repair. The hieroglyphic inscriptions are as sharp and legible as the day they were cut. If here and there a capital, or the face of a human-headed deity, has been mutilated, these are blemishes which at first one scarcely observes, and which in no wise mar the wonderful effect of the whole. We cross that great courtyard in the full blaze of the morning sunlight. In the colonnades on either side there is shade, and in the pillared portico beyond, a darkness as of night, save where a patch of deep blue sky burns through a square opening in the roof and is matched by a corresponding patch of blinding light on the pavement below. Hence, we pass on through a hall of columns, 2 transverse corridors, a side chapel, a series of pitch-dark side chambers, and a sanctuary. Outside all these, surrounding the actual temple on 3 sides, runs an external corridor open to the sky, and bounded by a superb wall full 40 feet in height. When I have said that the entrance front, with its twin pylons and central doorway, measures 250 feet in width by 125 feet in height, that the first courtyard measures more than 160 feet in length by 140 in width, that the entire length of the building is 450 feet, and that it covers an area of 80,000 square feet. I have stated facts of a kind which convey no more than a general idea of largeness to the ordinary reader, of the harmony of the proportions, of the amazing size and strength of the individual parts, of the perfect workmanship, of the fine grain and creamy amber of the stone. No description can do more than suggest an indefinite notion. Edfu and Dendera may almost be called twin temples. They belong to the same period. They are built very nearly after the same plan. They are even allied in a religious sense, for the myths of Horus and Hathor are interdependent, the one being the complement of the other. Thus, in the inscriptions of Edfu, we find perpetual allusion to the cultus of Dendera, and vice versa. Both Edfu and Dendera are rich in inscriptions. But as the extent of wall space is greater at Edfu, so is the literary wealth of this temple greater than the literary wealth of Dendera. It also seemed to me that the surface was more closely filled in at Edfu than at Dendera. Every wall, every ceiling, every pillar, every architrave, every passage and side chamber, however dark, every staircase, every doorway, the outer wall of the temple, the inner side of the great wall of circuit, the huge pylons from top to bottom, are not only covered, but crowded with figures and hieroglyphs. Among these, we find no enormous battle subjects, as at Abu Simbel, no heroic recitals, like the poem of Pentor. Those went out with the pharaohs, and were succeeded by tableaus of religious rites and dialogues of gods and kings. Such are the stock subjects of Ptolemaic edifices. They abound at Dendera and Esne, as well as at Edfu. But at Edfu, there are more inscriptions of a miscellaneous character than in any temple of Egypt. And it is precisely this secular information which is so priceless. Here are geographical lists of Nubian and Egyptian nomes, with their principal cities, their products, and their tutelary gods, lists of tributary provinces and princes, lists of temples and of lands pertaining thereunto, lists of canals, of ports, of lakes, calendars of feasts and fasts, astronomical tables, genealogies, and chronicles of the gods, lists of the priests and priestesses of both Edfu and Dendera, with their names, lists also of singers and assistant functionaries, lists of offerings, hymns, invocations, and such a profusion of religious legends as make of the walls of Edfu alone a complete textbook of Egyptian mythology. No great collection of these inscriptions, like the Dendera of Mariette, has yet been published, but every now and then some enterprising Egyptologist, such as M. Naville or M. Jacques de Roguet, plunges for a while into the depths of the Edfu mine and brings back as much precious ore as he can carry. Some most singular and interesting details have thus been brought to light. One inscription, for instance, records exactly in what month and on what day, and at what hour Isis gave birth to Horus. Another tells all about the sacred boats. We know now that Edfu possessed at least two, and that one was called Horhat, or the first Horus, and the other Amephik, or great of turquoise. These boats, it would appear, were not merely for carrying in procession, but for actual use upon the water. Another text, one of the most curious, informs us that Hathor of Dendera paid an annual visit to Horus, or Horhat of Edfu, and spent some days with him in his temple. The whole ceremonial of this fantastic trip is given in detail. The goddess traveled in her boat called Nebmerti, or Lady of the Lake. Horus, like a polite host, went out in his boat Horhat to meet her. The two deities with their attendants then formed one procession, and so came to Edfu, where the goddess was entertained with a succession of festivals. One would like to know whether Horus duly returned all these visits, and if the gods, like modern emperors, had a gay time among themselves. Other questions inevitably suggest themselves, sometimes painfully, sometimes ludicrously, as one paces chamber after chamber, corridor after corridor, sculptured all over with strange forms and stranger legends. What about these gods whose genealogies are so intricate, whose mutual relations are so complicated, who wedded and became parents, who exchanged visits, and who even traveled at times to distant countries? What about those who served them in the temples, who robed and unrobed them, who celebrated their birthdays and paraded them in stately processions, and consumed the lives of millions in erecting these mountains of masonry and sculpture to their honor? We know now with what elaborate rites the gods were adored, what jewels they wore, what hymns were sung in their praise. We know from what a subtle and philosophical core of solar myths their curious personal adventures were evolved. We may also be quite sure that the hidden meaning of these legends was almost wholly lost sight of in the later days of the religion, and that the gods were accepted for what they seemed to be, and not for what they were symbolized. What, then, of their worshippers? Did they really believe all these things, or were any among them tormented with doubts of the gods? Were there skeptics in those days who wondered how two hierogrammates could look each other in the face without laughing? The custod told us that there were 242 steps to the top of each tower of the propylon. We counted 224 and dispensed willingly with the remainder. It was a long pull, but had the steps been 4 times as many, the sight from the top would have been worth the climb. The chambers in the pylons are on a grand scale, with wide beveled windows like the mouths of monster letter boxes, placed at regular intervals all the way up. Through these windows, the great flagstaffs and pennons were regulated from within. The 2 pylons communicate by a terrace over the central doorway. The parapet of this terrace and the parapets of the pylons above are plentifully scrawled with names, many of which were left there by the French soldiers of 1799. The cornices of these two magnificent towers are unfortunately gone, but the total height without them is 125 feet. From the top, as from the minaret of the great mosque at Damascus, one looks down into the heart of the town. Hundreds of mud huts thatched with palm leaves, hundreds of little courtyards, lie mapped out beneath one's feet. And as the fellah lives in his yard by day, using his hut merely as a sleeping place at night, one looks down, like the diable Boitu, upon the domestic doings of a roofless world. We see people moving to and fro, unconscious of strange eyes watching them from above, men lounging, smoking, sleeping in shady corners, children playing, infants crawling on all fours, women cooking at clay ovens in the open air, cows and sheep feeding, poultry scratching and pecking, dogs basking in the sun. The huts look more like the lairs of prairie dogs than the dwellings of human beings. The little mosque with its one dome and stunted minaret, so small, so far below, looks like a clay toy. Beyond the village, which reaches far and wide, lie barley fields and cotton patches and palm groves, bounded on one side by the river and on the other by the desert. A broad road, dotted over with moving specks of men and cattle, cleaves its way straight through the cultivated land and out across the sandy plain beyond. We can trace its course for miles where it is only a trodden track in the desert. It goes, they tell us, direct to Cairo. On the opposite bank glares a hideous white sugar factory, and bowered in greenery, a country villa of the Khedive. The broad Nile flows between. The sweet Theban hills gleam through a pearly haze on the horizon. All at once, a fitful breeze springs up, blowing in little gusts and swirling the dust in circles round our feet. At the same moment, like a beautiful spectre, there rises from the desert close, by an undulating semi-transparent stalk of yellow sand, which grows higher every moment and begins moving northward across the plain. Almost at the same instant, another appears a long way off toward the south, and a third comes gliding mysteriously along the opposite bank. While we are watching the third, the first begins throwing off a wonderful kind of plume, which follows it, waving and melting in the air. And now the stranger from the south comes up at a smooth, tremendous pace, towering at least 500 feet above the desert, till meeting some cross-current, it is snapped suddenly in twain. The lower half instantly collapses, the upper, after hanging suspended for a moment, spreads and floats slowly, like a cloud. In the meanwhile, other and smaller columns form here and there, stalk a little way, waver, disperse, form again, and again drop away in dust. Then the breeze falls and puts an abrupt end to this extraordinary spectacle. In less than 2 minutes, there is not a sand column left. As they came, they vanish suddenly. Such is the landscape that frames the temple. And the temple, after all, is the sight that one comes up here to see. There it lies far below our feet, the courtyard with its almost perfect pavement, the flat roof compact of gigantic monoliths, the wall of circuit with its panoramic sculptures, The portico, with its screen and pillars, distinct in brilliant light against inner depths of dark. Each pillar a shaft of ivory, each square of dark a block of ebony. So perfect, so solid, so splendid is the whole structure, so simple in unity of plan, so complex in ornament, so majestic in completeness, that one feels as if it solved the whole problem of religious architecture. Take it for what it is, a Ptolemaic structure preserved in all its integrity of strength and finish. It is certainly the finest temple in Egypt. It brings before us, with even more completeness than Dendera, the purposes of its various parts and the kind of ceremonial for which it was designed. Every corridor and chamber tells its own story. Even the names of the different chambers are graven upon them in such wise that nothing would be easier than to reconstruct the ground plan of the whole building in hieroglyphic nomenclature, that neither the Ptolemaic building nor the Ptolemaic mythos can be accepted as strictly representative of either pure Egyptian art or pure Egyptian thought, must of course be conceded. Both are modified by Greek influences and have so far departed from the pharaonic model. But then, we have no equally perfect specimen of the pharaonic model. The Ramesseum is but a grand fragment. Karnak and Medinet Habu are aggregates of many temples and many styles. Abydos is still half buried. Amid so much that is fragmentary, amid so much that is ruined, the one absolutely perfect structure, Ptolemaic though it be, is of incalculable interest and equally incalculable value. While we are dreaming over these things, trying to fancy how it all looked when the sacred flotilla came sweeping up the river yonder, and the procession of Horhat issued forth to meet the goddess guest. While we are half expecting to see the whole brilliant concourse pour out, priests in their robes of panther skin, priestesses with the tinkling sistrum, singers and harpists, and bearers of gifts and emblems, and high functionaries rearing aloft the sacred boat of the god. In this moment, a turbaned maiden comes out upon the rickety wooden gallery of the little minaret below, and intones the call to midday prayer. That plaintive cry has hardly died away before we see men here, and there, among the huts turning toward the east and assuming the first posture of devotion, the women go on cooking and nursing their babies. I have seen Moslem women at prayer in the mosques of Constantinople, but never in Egypt. Meanwhile, some children catch sight of us, and notwithstanding that we are 125 feet above their heads, burst into a frantic chorus of bakshish. And now, with a last long look at the temple and the wide landscape beyond, we come down and go to see a dismal little mammacy, 3 parts buried among a wilderness of mounds close by. These mounds, which consist almost entirely of crude brick debris with embedded fragments of stone and pottery, are built up like coral reefs and represent the dwellings of some 60 generations. When they are cut straight through, as here round about the great temple, the substance of them looks like rich plum cake. Chapter 21. Thebes. We had so long been the sport of destiny that we hardly knew what to make of our good fortune when 2 days of sweet south wind carried us from Edfu to Luxor. We came back to find the old mooring place alive with dahabiyas and gay with English and American colors. These 2 flags well nigh divide the river. In every 25 boats, one may fairly calculate upon an average of 12 English, 9 American, 2 German, 1 Belgian, and 1 French. Of all these, our American cousins, ever helpful, ever cordial, are pleasantest to meet. Their flag stands to me for a host of brave and generous and kindly associations. It brings back memories of many lands and many faces. It calls up echoes of friendly voices, some far distant, some, alas, silent. Wherefore, be it on the Nile, or the Thames, or the high seas, or among Syrian camping grounds, or drooping listlessly from the balconies of gloomy diplomatic haunts in continental cities, my heart warms to the stars and stripes whenever I see them. Our arrival brought all the dealers in Luxor to the surface. They waylaid and followed us wherever we went, while some of the better sort, grave men in long black robes and ample turbans, installed themselves on our lower deck and lived there for a fortnight. Go upstairs when one would, whether before breakfast in the morning or after dinner in the evening. There we always found them, patient, imperturbable, ready to rise up and salaam, and produce from some hidden pocket a purseful of scarabs or a bundle of funerary statuettes. Some of these gentlemen were Arabs, some Copts, all polite, plausible, and mendacious. Where Copt and Arab drive the same doubtful trade, it is not easy to define the shades of difference in their dealings. As workmen, the Copts are perhaps the most artistic. As salesmen, the Arabs are perhaps the less dishonest. Both sell more forgeries than genuine antiquities. Be the demand what it may, they are prepared to meet it. Thothmes is not too heavy, nor Cleopatra too light for them. Their carvings in old sycamore wood, their porcelain statuettes, their hieroglyphed limestone tablets are executed with a skill that almost defies detection. As for genuine scarabs of the highest antiquity, they are turned out by the gross every season, engraved, glazed, and administered to the turkeys in the form of boluses. They acquire, by the simple process of digestion, a degree of venerableness that is really charming. Side by side with the work of production goes on the work of excavation. The professed diggers colonize the western bank. They live rent-free among the tombs, drive donkeys, or work shadows by day, and spend their nights searching for treasure. Some hundreds of families live in this grim way, spoiling the dead-end gone Egyptians for a livelihood. Forgers, diggers, and dealers play, meanwhile, into one another's hands and drive a roaring trade. Your dahabeah, as I have just shown, is beset from the moment you moor till the moment you pole off again from shore. The boy who drives your donkey, the guide who pilots you among the tombs, the half-naked fella who flings down his hoe as you pass, and runs beside you for half a mile across the plain, have one and all an Antica to dispose of. The turbaned official who comes, attended by his secretary and pipe-bearer, to pay you a visit of ceremony, warns you against imposition, and hints at genuine treasures to which he alone possesses the key. The gentlemanly native who sits next to you at dinner has a wonderful scarab in his pocket. In short, every man, woman, and child about the place is bent on selling a bargain. And the bargain, in 99 cases out of 100, is valuable in so far as it represents the industry of Luxor, but no farther. A good thing, of course, is to be had occasionally, but the good thing never comes to the surface as long as a market can be found for the bad one. It is only when the dealer finds he has to do with an experienced customer that he produces the best he has. Flourishing as it is, the trade of Luxor labors, however, under some uncomfortable restrictions. Private excavation being prohibited, the digger lives in dread of being found out by the governor. The forger, who has nothing to fear from the governor, lives in dread of being found out by the tourist. As for the dealer, whether he sells an antique or an imitation, he is equally liable to punishment. In the one case, he commits an offense against the state, and in the other, he obtains money under false pretenses. Meanwhile, the governor deals out such even-handed justice as he can, and does his best to enforce the law on both sides of the river. A curious accident, L. and the writer once actually penetrated into a forger's workshop. Not knowing that it had been abolished, we went to a certain house in which a certain consulate had once upon a time been located, and there knocked for admission. An old deaf fellaha opened the door, and after some hesitation showed us into a large unfurnished room with 3 windows. In each window there stood a workman's bench strewn with scarabs, amulets, and funerary statuettes in every stage of progress. We examined these specimens with no little curiosity. Some were of wood, some were of limestone, some were partly colored. The colors and brushes were there, to say nothing of files, gravers, and little pointed tools like gimlets. A magnifying glass of the kind used by engravers lay in one of the window recesses. We also observed a small grindstone screwed to one of the benches and worked by a treadle, while a massive fragment of mummy case in a corner behind the door showed whence came the old sycamore wood for the wooden specimens that 3 skilled workmen furnished with European tools had been busy in this room shortly before we were shown into it was perfectly clear. We concluded that they had just gone away to breakfast. Meanwhile, we waited, expecting to be ushered into the presence of the consul. In about 10 minutes, however, breathless with hurrying, arrived a well-dressed Arab whom we had never seen before. Distracted between his oriental politeness and his desire to get rid of us, he bowed us out precipitately, explaining that the house had changed owners and that the power in question had ceased to be represented at Luxor. We heard him rating the old woman savagely as soon as the door had closed behind us. I met that well-dressed Arab a day or 2 after, near the governor's house, and he immediately vanished round the nearest corner. The Bulak authorities keep a small gang of trained excavators always at work in the necropolis of Thebes. These men are superintended by the governor, and every mummy case discovered is forwarded to Bulak unopened. Thanks to the courtesy of the governor, we had the good fortune to be present one morning at the opening of a tomb. He sent to summon us just as we were going to breakfast. With what alacrity we manned the felucca, and how we ate our bread and butter, half in the boat and half on donkey back, may easily be imagined. How well I remember that early morning ride across the western plain of Thebes, the young barley rippling for miles in the sun, the little water channel running beside the path, the white butterflies circling in couples, the wayside grave with its tiny dome and prayer mat, its well and broken cully, inviting the passerby to drink and pray, the wild vine that trailed along the wall, the vivid violet of the vetches that blossomed unbidden in the barley. We had the mounds and pylons of Medinet Habu to the left, the ruins of the Ramesseum to the right, the colossi of the plain, and the rosy western mountains before us all the way. How the great statues glistened in the morning light, how they towered up against the soft blue sky. Battered and featureless, they sat in the old patient attitude, looking as if they mourned the vanished springs. We found the new tomb a few hundred yards in the rear of the Ramesseum. The diggers were in the pit, the governor and a few Arabs were looking on. The vault was lined with brickwork above and cut square in the living rock below. We were just in time, for already, through the sand and rubble with which the grave had been filled in, there appeared an outline of something buried. The men, throwing spades and picks aside, now began scraping up the dust with their hands, and a mummy case came gradually to light. It was shaped to represent a body lying at length with the hands crossed upon the breast. Both hands and face were carved in high relief. The ground color of the sarcophagus was white, the surface covered with hieroglyphed legends, and somewhat coarsely painted figures of 4 lesser gods of the dead. The face, like the hands, was colored a brownish yellow and highly varnished, but for a little dimness of the gaudy hues, and a little flaking off of the surface here and there, the thing was as perfect as when it was placed in the ground. A small wooden box, roughly put together, lay at the feet of the mummy. This was taken out first and handed to the governor, who put it aside without opening it. The mummy case was then raised upright, hoisted to the brink of the pit, and laid upon the ground. It gave one a kind of shock to see it first of all lying just as it had been left by the mourners, then hauled out by rude hands, to be searched, unrolled, perhaps broken up as unworthy to occupy a corner of the Bulak collection. Once they are lodged and catalogued in a museum, one comes to look upon these things as specimens and forgets that they once were living beings like ourselves. But this poor mummy looked startlingly human and pathetic, lying at the bottom of its grave in the morning sunlight. After the sarcophagus had been lifted out, a small blue porcelain cup a ball of the same material, and another little object shaped like a cherry were found in the debris. The last was hollow and contained something that rattled when shaken. The mummy, the wooden box, and these porcelain toys were then removed to a stable close by, and the excavators, having laid bare what looked like the mouth of a bricked-up tunnel in the side of the tomb, fell to work again immediately. A second vault, perhaps a chain of vaults, it was thought would now be discovered. We went away, meanwhile, for a few hours, and saw some of the famous painted tombs in that part of the mountainside just above, which goes by the name of Sheikh Abdel Corne. It was a hot climb, the sun blazing overhead, the cliffs reflecting light and heat, the white debris glaring underfoot. Some of the tombs up here are excavated in terraces and look from a distance like rows of pigeonholes. Others are pierced in solitary ledges of rock. Many are difficult of access. All are intolerably hot and oppressive. They were numbered half a century ago by the late Sir Gardner Wilkinson, and the numbers are there still. We went that morning into 14, 16, 17, and 35. As a child, the manners and customs of the ancient Egyptians had shared my affections with the Arabian Nights. I had read every line of the old 6-volume edition over and over again. I knew every one of the 600 illustrations by heart. Now I suddenly found myself in the midst of old and half-forgotten friends. Every subject on these wonderful walls was already familiar to me. Only the framework, only the coloring, only the sand underfoot, only the mountain slope outside were new and strange. It seemed to me that I had met all these kindly brown people years and years ago, perhaps in some previous stage of existence, that I had walked with them in their gardens, listened to the music of their lutes and tambourines, pledged them at their feasts. Here is the funeral procession that I know so well, and the trial scene after death, where the mummy stands upright in the presence of Osiris and sees his heart weighed in the balance. Here is that well-remembered old fowler crouching in the rushes with his basket of decoys. One withered hand is lifted to his mouth, his lips frame the call, his thin hair blows in the breeze. I see now that he has placed himself to the leeward of the game, but that subtlety escaped me in the reading days of my youth. Yonder I recognize a sculptor's studio into which I frequently peeped at that time. His men are at work as actively as ever, but I marvel that they have not yet finished polishing the surface of that red granite colossus. This patient angler, still waiting for a bite, is another old acquaintance. And yonder, I declare, is that evening party at which I was so often an imaginary guest. Is the feast not yet over? Has that latecomer whom we saw hurrying along just now in a neighboring corridor not yet arrived? Will the musicians never play to the end of their concerto? Are those ladies still so deeply interested in the patterns of one another's earrings? It seems to me that the world has been standing still in here for these last 35 years. Did I say 35? Ah me, I think we must multiply it by 10, and then by 10 again, ere we come to the right figure. These people lived in the time of the Thothams and the Amenhoteps, a time upon which Ramesses the Great looked back as we look back to the days of the Tudors and the Stuarts. From the tombs above, we went back to the excavations below. The bricked-up opening had led, as the diggers expected, into a second vault, and another mummy case, half crushed by a fall of debris, had just been taken out. A third was found later in the afternoon. Curiously enough, they were all 3 mummies of women. The governor was taking his luncheon with the first mummy in the recesses of the stable, which had been a fine tomb once, but reeked now with manure. He sat on a rug, cross-legged, with a bowl of sour milk before him, and a tray of most uninviting little cakes. He invited me to a seat on his rug, handed me his own spoon, and did the honors of the stable as pleasantly as if it had been a palace. I asked him why the excavators, instead of working among these second-class graves, were not set to search for the tombs of the kings of the 18th dynasty, supposed to be waiting discovery in a certain valley called the Valley of the West. He shook his head. The way to the Valley of the West, he said, was long and difficult. Men working there must encamp upon the spot, and merely to supply them with water would be no easy matter. He was allowed, in fact, only a sum sufficient for the wages of 50 excavators, and to attack the Valley of the West with less than 200 would be useless. We had luncheon that morning, I remember, with the M.B.'s in the second hall of the Ramesseum. It was but one occasion among many, for the writer was constantly at work on that side of the river, and we had luncheon in one or other of the Western temples every day. Yet that particular meeting stands out in my memory apart from the rest. I see the joyous party gathered together in the shade of the great columns, the Persian rugs spread on the uneven ground, the dragoman in his picturesque dress going to and fro, the brown and tattered Arabs squatting a little way off, silent and hungry-eyed, each with his string of forged scarabs, his imitation gods, or his bits of mummy case and painted cartonnage for sale, the glowing peeps of landscape framed in here and there through vistas of columns, the emblazoned architraves laid along from capital to capital overhead, each block sculptured with enormous cartouches, yet brilliant with vermilion and ultramarine. The patient donkeys munching all together at a little heap of vetches in one corner, the intense depths of cloudless blue above. Of all Theban ruins, the Ramesseum is the most cheerful. Drenched in sunshine, the warm limestone of which it is built seems to have mellowed and turned golden with time. No walls enclose it. No towering pylons overshadow it. It stands high, and the air circulates freely among those simple and beautiful columns. There are not many Egyptian ruins in which one can talk and be merry, but in the Ramesseum, one may thoroughly enjoy the passing hour. Whether Ramesses the Great was ever actually buried in this place is a problem which future discoveries may possibly solve. But that the Ramesseum, and the tomb of Ozymandias were one. And the same building is a point upon which I never entertained a moment's doubt, spending day after day among these ruins, sketching now here, now there, going over the ground bit by bit, and comparing every detail. I came at last to wonder how an identity so obvious could ever have been doubted. Diodorus was of course inaccurate, but then one as little looks for accuracy in Diodorus as in Homer. Compared with some of his topographical descriptions, the account he gives of the Ramesseum is a marvel of exactness. He describes a building approached by two vast courtyards, a hall of pillars opening by way of 3 entrances from the second courtyard, a succession of chambers, including a sacred library, ceilings of azure, bespangled with stars, walls covered with sculptures representing the deeds and triumphs of the king, whom he calls Ozymandias, among which are particularly noticed the assault of a fortress, environed by a river, a procession of captives without hands, and a series of all the gods of Egypt, to whom the king was represented in the act of making offerings. Finally, against the entrance to the second courtyard, 3 statues of the king, one of which, being of syenite granite and made in a sitting posture, is stated to be not only the greatest in all Egypt, but admirable above all others for its workmanship and the excellence of the stone, bearing in mind that what is left of the Ramesseum is, as it were, only the backbone of the entire structure. One can still walk from end to end of the building and still recognize every feature of this description. We turn our backs on the wrecked towers of the first propylon, crossing what was once the first courtyard. We leave to the left the fallen Colossus. We enter the second courtyard and see before us the 3 entrances to the hall of pillars and the remains of 2 other statues. We walk up the central avenue of the great hall and see above our heads architraves studded with yellow stars upon a ground color so luminously blue that it almost matches the sky. Thence, passing through a chamber lined with sculptures, we come to the library, upon the door jambs of which Champollion found the figures of Thoth and Saph, the Lord of Letters, and the Lady of the Sacred Books. Finally, among such fragments of sculptured decoration as yet remain, we find the king making offerings to a hieroglyphed list of gods, as well as to his deified ancestors. We see the train of captives and the piles of severed hands, and we discover an immense battle piece, which is in fact a replica of the famous battle piece at Abu Simbel. This subject, like its Nubian prototype, yet preserves some of its color. The enemy are shown to be fair-skinned and light-haired, and wear the same Syrian robes, and the river, more green than that at Abu Simbel, is painted in zigzags in the same manner. The king, alone in his chariot, sends arrow after arrow against the flying foe. They leap into the river and swim for their lives. Some are drowned, some cross in safety, and are helped out by their friends on the opposite bank. A red-haired chief, thus rescued, is suspended head downward by his soldiers, in order to let the water that he has swallowed run out of his mouth. The river is once more the Orontes. The city is once more Kadesh. The king is once more Ramesses II. And the incidents are again the incidents of the poem of Pentor. The one wholly unmistakable point in the narrative is, however, the colossal statue of Syenite, the largest in Egypt. The siege and the river, the troops of captives are to be found elsewhere, but nowhere, save here, a colossus which answers to that description. This statue was larger than even the twin colossi of the plain. They measure 18 feet 3 inches across the shoulders. This measures 22 feet 4 inches. They sit about 50 feet high, without their pedestals. This one must have lifted his head some 10 feet higher still. The measure of his foot, says Diodorus, exceeded 7 cubits, the Greek cubit being a little over 18 inches in length. The foot of the fallen Ramesses measures nearly 11 feet in length by 4 feet 10 inches in breadth. This, also, is the only very large Theban colossus sculptured in the red syenite of Assuan. Ruined almost beyond recognition as it is, one never doubts for a moment that this statue was one of the wonders of Egyptian workmanship. It most probably repeated in every detail the colossi of Abu Simbel, but it surpassed them as much in finish of carving as in perfection of material. The stone is even more beautiful in color than that of the famous obelisks of Karnak, and is so close and hard in grain that the scarab cutters of Luxor are said to use splinters of it, as our engravers use diamonds, for the points of their graving tools. The solid contents of the whole, when entire, are calculated at 887 tons. How this astounding mass was transported from Assuan, how it was raised, how it was overthrown, are problems upon which a great deal of ingenious conjecture has been wasted. One traveler affirms that the wedge marks of the destroyer are distinctly visible. Another, having carefully examined the fractured edges, declares that the keenest eye can detect neither wedge marks nor any other evidences of violence. We looked for none of these signs and tokens. We never asked ourselves how or when the ruin had been done. It was enough that the mighty had fallen, inasmuch as one can clamber upon and measure these stupendous fragments. The fallen colossus is more astonishing, perhaps, as a wreck than it would have been as a whole. Here, snapped across at the waist and flung helplessly back, lie a huge head and shoulders, to climb which is like climbing a rock. Yonder, amid piles of unintelligible debris, we see a great foot, and nearer the head, part of an enormous trunk, together with the upper halves of 2 huge thighs clothed in the usual shenty, or striped tunic. The claft or headdress is also striped, and these stripes, in both instances, retain the delicate yellow color with which they were originally filled in. To judge from the way in which this color was applied, one would say that the statue was tinted rather than painted. The surface work, wherever it remains, is as smooth and highly finished as the cutting of the finest gem. Even the ground of the superb cartouche on the upper half of the arm is elaborately polished. Finally, in the pit which it plowed out in falling, lies the great pedestal hieroglyphed with the usual pompous titles of Ramesses Meramen. Diodorus, knowing nothing of Ramesses or his style, interprets the inscription after his own fanciful fashion. I am Ozymandias, King of Kings. If any would know how great I am, and where I lie, let him excel me in any of my works. The fragments of wall and shattered pylon that yet remain standing at the Ramesseum face, northwest and southwest. Hence, it follows that some of the most interesting of the surface sculpture, being cut in very low relief, is so placed with regard to the light as to be actually invisible after midday. It was not till the occasion of my last visit, when I came early in the morning to make a certain sketch by a certain light, that I succeeded in distinguishing a single figure of that celebrated tableau on the south wall of the great hall, in which the Egyptians are seen to be making use of the testudo and scaling ladder to assault a Syrian fortress. The wall sculptures of the second hall are on a bolder scale and can be seen at any hour. Here Thoth writes the name of Ramesses on the egg-shaped fruit of the Persea tree, and processions of shaven priests carry on their shoulders the sacred boats of various gods. In the center of each boat is a shrine supported by winged genii or cherubim. The veils over these shrines, the rings through which the bearing poles were passed, and all the appointments and ornaments of the Bari are distinctly shown. One seems here, indeed, to be admitted to a glimpse of those original shrines upon which Moses learned in the sacred lore of the Egyptians, modeled, with but little alteration, his Ark of the Covenant, next in importance to Karnak, and second in interest to none of the Theban ruins, is the vast group of buildings known by the collective name of Medinet Habu. To attempt to describe these would be to undertake a task as hopeless as the description of Karnak. Such an attempt lies, at all events, beyond the compass of these pages, so many of which have already been given to similar subjects. For it is of the temples as of the mountains. No two are alike, yet all sound so much alike when described that it is scarcely possible to write about them without becoming monotonous. In the present instance, therefore, I will note only a few points of special interest, referring those who wish for fuller particulars to the elaborate account of Medinet Habu in Murray's Handbook of Egypt. In the second name of Medinet Habu, Medinet being the common Arabic for city, and Habu, Abu, or Tabu being variously spelled, there survives almost beyond doubt the ancient name of that famous city which the Greeks called Thebes. It is the name for which many derivations have been suggested, but upon which the learned are not yet agreed. The ruins of Medinet Habu consist of a smaller temple founded by Queen Hattuhepsu of the 18th dynasty, a large and magnificent temple entirely built by Ramesses III of the 20th dynasty, and an extremely curious and interesting building, part palace, part fortress, which is popularly known as the pavilion. The walls of this pavilion, the walls of the great forecourt leading to the smaller temple, and a corner of the original wall of circuit are crowned in the Egyptian style with shield-shaped battlements, precisely as the Kheten and Amorite fortresses are battlemented in the sculptured tableaus at Abu Simbel and elsewhere. From whichever side one approaches Medinet Habu, these stone shields strike the eye as a new and interesting feature. They are, moreover, so far as I know, the only specimens of Egyptian battlementing which have survived destruction. Those of the wall of circuit are of the time of Ramesses V, those of the pavilion of the time of Ramesses III, and the latest, which are those of the forecourt, are of the period of Roman occupation. As biographical material, the temple and pavilion at Medinet Habu and the great Harris Papyrus are to the life of Ramesses III precisely what Abu Simbel, the Ramesseum, and the poem of Pentor are to the life of Ramesses II. Great wars, great victories, magnificent praises of the prowess of the king, pompous lists of enemies slain and captured, inventories of booty and of precious gifts offered by the victor to the gods of Egypt. In both instances, cover the sculptured walls and fill the written pages. A comparison of the two masses of evidence, due allowance being made both ways for Oriental fervor of diction, shows that in Ramesses III we have to do with a king as brilliant, as valorous, and as successful as Ramesses II. It may be that before the time of this pharaoh certain temples were used also as royal residences. It is possible to believe this of temples such as Gurna and Abydos, the plan of which includes, besides the usual halls, side chambers, and sanctuary, a number of other apartments, the uses of which are unknown. It may also be that former kings dwelt in houses of brick and carved woodwork, such as we see represented in the wall paintings of various tombs. It is, at all events, a fact that the only building which we can assume to have been a royal palace, and of which any vestiges have come down to the present day, was erected by Ramesses III, namely, this little pavilion at Medinet Habu. It may not have been a palace. It may have been only a fortified gate, but though the chambers are small, they are well lighted, and the plan of the whole is certainly domestic in character. It consists, as we now see it, of two lodges connected by zigzag wings with a central tower. The lodges and tower stand to each other as the 3 points of an acute angle. These structures enclose an oblong courtyard leading by a passage under the central tower to the enclosure beyond. So far as its present condition enables us to judge, this building contained only 8 rooms, namely 3, one above the other in each of the lodges, and 2 above the gateway. These 3 towers communicate by means of devious passages in the connecting wings. 2 of the windows in the wings are adorned with balconies supported on brackets, each bracket representing the head and shoulders of a crouching captive in the attitude of a gargoyle. The heads and dresses of these captives, conceived as they are in a vein of Gothic barbarism, are still bright with color. the central or gateway tower, is substantially perfect. The writer, with help, got as high as the first chamber, the ceiling of which is painted in a rich and intricate pattern, as in imitation of mosaic. The top room is difficult of access, but can be reached by a good climber. Our friend FWS, who made his way up there a year or two before, found upon the walls some interesting sculptures of cups and vases, apparently part of an illustrated inventory of domestic utensils. 3 of these, unlike any engraved in the works of Wilkinson or Rossellini, are here reproduced from his sketch made upon the spot. The lid of the smaller vase, it will be observed, opens by means of a lever spooned out for the thumb to rest in, just like the lid of a German beer mug of the present day. The external decorations of the 2 lodges are of especial interest. The lower subjects are historical. Those upon the upper stories are domestic or symbolical, and are among the most celebrated of Egyptian bas-reliefs. They have long been supposed to represent Ramesses III in his harem, entertained and waited upon by female slaves. In one group, the king, distinguished always by his cartouches, sits at ease in a kind of folding chair, his helmet on his head, his sandaled feet upon a footstool, as one returned and resting after battle. In his left hand, he holds a round object like a fruit. With the right, he chucks under the chin an ear-ringed and necklaced damsel, who presents a lotus blossom at his nose. In another much mutilated subject, they are represented playing a game at draughts. This famous subject, which can only be seen when the light strikes sidewise, would scarcely be intelligible save for the help one derives from the cuts in Wilkinson and the plates in Rossellini. It is not that the sculptures are effaced, but that the great blocks which bore them are gone from their places, having probably been hurled down bodily upon the heads of the enemy during a certain siege of which the ruins bear evident traces. Of the lady, there remains little besides the arm and the hand that holds the pawn. The table has disappeared. The king has lost his legs. It happens, however, though the table is missing, that the block next above it contained the pawns, which can still be discerned from below by the help of a glass. Rossellini mentions 3 or 4 more subjects of a similar character, including a second group of draught players, all visible in his time. The writer, however, looked for them in vain. These tableaus are supposed to illustrate the home life of Ramesses III and to confirm the domestic character of the pavilion. Even the scarab-selling Arabs that haunt the ruins, even the donkey boys of Luxor, call it the harem of the Sultan. Modern science, however, threatens to dispel one at least of these pleasant fancies. The king, it seems, under the name of Rhampsinitus, is the hero of a very ancient legend related by Herodotus. While he yet lived, runs the story, he descended into Hades, and there played a game at draughts with the goddess Demeter, from whom he won a golden napkin in memory of which adventure, and of his return to earth. The Egyptians, says Herodotus, instituted a festival which they certainly celebrated in my day. In another version, as told by Plutarch, Isis is substituted for Demeter. Viewing these tales by the light of a certain passage of the ritual, in which the happy dead is promised power to transform himself at will, to play at draughts, to repose in a pavilion, Dr. Birch has suggested that the whole of this scene may be of a memorial character and represent an incident in the land of shades. Below these harem groups come colossal bas-reliefs of a religious and military character. The king, as usual, smites his prisoners in presence of the gods. A slender and spirited figure in act to slay, the fiery hero strides across the wall like Baal, descended from the heights of heaven. His limbs are endued with the force of victory. With his right hand, he seizes the multitudes, his left reaches like an arrow after those who fly before him. His sword is sharp as that of his father Mentu. Below these great groups run friezes sculptured with kneeling figures of vanquished chiefs, among whom are Libyan, Sicilian, Sardinian, and Etruscan leaders. Every head in these friezes is a portrait. The Libyan is beardless, his lips are thin, his nose is hooked, his forehead retreats. He wears a close-fitting cap with a pendant hanging in front of the ear. The features of the Sardinian chief are no less Asiatic. He wears the usual Sardinian helmet surmounted by a ball and 2 spikes. The profile of the Sicilian closely resembles that of the Sardinian. He wears a headdress like the modern Persian cap. As ethnological types, these heads are extremely valuable. Colonists, not long since departed from the western coasts of Asia Minor, these early European settlers are seen with the Asiatic stamp of features, a stamp which has now entirely disappeared. Other European nations are depicted elsewhere in these Medinet Habu sculptures, Pelasgians from the Greek Isles, Oscans perhaps from Pompeii, Daunians from the districts between Tarentum and Brundusium, figure here, each in their national costume. Of these, the Pelasgian alone resembles the modern European. On the left wall of the pavilion gateway, going up toward the temple, there is a large bas-relief of Ramesses, III leading a string of captives into the presence of Amen-Ra. Among these, the sculptures being in a high state of preservation, there are a number of Pelasgians, some of whom have features of the classical Greek type and are strikingly handsome. The Pelasgic headdress resembles our old infantry shako, and some of the men wear disc-shaped amulets pierced with a hole in the center through which is passed the chain that suspends it round the neck, leaving to the left a fine sitting statue of Khans in green basalt, and to the right his prostrate fellow. We pass under the gateway, cross a space of desolate crude brick mounds, and see before us the ruins of the first pylon of the great temple of Kem. Once past the threshold of this pylon, we enter upon a succession of magnificent courtyards. The hieroglyphs here are on a colossal scale and are cut deeper than any others in Egypt. They are also colored with a more subtle eye to effect, struck by the unusual splendor of some of the blues, and by a peculiar look of scintillation which they assumed in certain lights. I examined them particularly, and found that the effect had been produced by very subtle shades of gradation in what appeared at first sight to be simple, flat tints. In some of the reeds, for instance, the ground color begins at the top of the leaf in pure cobalt and passes imperceptibly down to a tint that is almost emerald green at the bottom. The inner walls of this great courtyard and the outer face of the northeast wall are covered with sculptures outlined, so to say, in intaglio, and relieved in the hollow, so that the forms, though rounded, remain level with the general surface. In these tableaus, the old world lives again. Ramesses III, his sons and nobles, his armies, his foes, play once more the brief drama of life and death. Great battles are fought, great victories are won, the slain are counted, the captured drag their chains behind the victor's chariot. The king triumphs, is crowned, and sacrifices to the gods. Elsewhere, more wars, more slaughter. There is revolt in Libya. There are raids on the Asiatic border. There are invaders coming in ships from the islands of the Great Sea. The royal standard is raised, troops assemble, arms are distributed. Again, the king goes forth in his might, followed by the flower of Egyptian chivalry. His horsemen are heroes, his foot soldiers are as lions that roar in the mountains. The king himself flames, like Mentu in his hour of wrath. He falls upon the foe with the swiftness of a meteor. Here, crowded in rude bullock trucks, they seek safety in flight. Yonder, their galleys are sunk, their warriors are slain, drowned, captured, scathed, as it were, in a devouring fire. Never again will they sow seed or reap harvest on the fair face of the earth. Behold, says the Pharaoh, behold, I have taken their frontiers for my frontiers. I have devastated their towns, burned their crops, trampled their people underfoot. Rejoice, O Egypt. Exalt thy voice to the heavens, for behold, I reign over all the lands of the barbarians. I, king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Ramesses III. Such, linked each to each by a running commentary of text, are the illustrations. The story is written elsewhere, elaborately hieroglyphed in upward of 70 closely packed columns. It covers the whole eastern face of the great north tower of the second propylon. This propylon divides the Osirid and Hypaethral courts, so that the inscription faces those entering the temple and precedes the tableaus. Not even the poem of Pentor is more picturesque. Not even the Psalms of David are more fervid than the style of this great chronicle. The writer pitched her tent in the doorway of the first propylon, and thence sketched the northwest corner of the courtyard, including the tower with the inscription and the Osirid colossi. The roof of the colonnade to the right is cumbered with crude brick ruins of medieval date. The hieroglyphs, sculptured along the architrave and down the sides of the pillars, are still bright with color. The colossi are all the worse for 3,000 years of ill usage. Through the sculptured doorway opposite, one looks across the Hypaethral court and catches a glimpse of the ruined hall of pillars beyond. While the writer was at work in the shade of the first pylon, an Arab storyteller took possession of the opposite doorway and entertained the donkey boys and sailors. Well paid with a little tobacco and a few copper piastres, he went on for hours, his shrill chant rising every now and then to a quavering scream. He was a wizened, grizzled old fellow, miserably poor and tattered, but he had the Arabian Nights and hundreds of other tales by heart. Mariette was of opinion that the temple of Medinet Habu, erected as it is on the side of the great Theban necropolis, is like the Ramesseum, a funerary monument erected by Ramesses III in his own lifetime to his own memory. These battered colossi represent the king in the character of Osiris, and are in fact on a huge scale precisely what the ordinary funerary statuettes are upon a small scale. They would be out of place in any but a monumental edifice, and they alone suffice to determine the character of the building. And such, no doubt, was the character of the Amenopheum, of the little temple called Deir el Medinet, of the temple of Queen Hatshepsut, known as Deir el Bahari, of the temple of Gurna, of almost every important structure erected upon this side of the river. Of the Amenopheum, there remain only a few sculptured blocks, a few confused foundations, and last representatives of an avenue of statues of various sizes, the famous colossi of the plain. The temple of Deir el Bahari, built in terraces up the mountainside, and approached once upon a time by a magnificent avenue of sphinxes, the course of which is yet visible, would probably be, if less ruined, the most interesting temple on the western side of the river. The monumental intention of this building is shown by its dedication to Hathor, the Lady of Amenti, and by the fact that the tomb of Queen Hatshepsut was identified by Rind some 25 years ago as one of the excavated sepulchres in the cliffside, close to where the temple ends by abutting against the rock. As for the temple of Gurna, it is, at least in part, as distinctly a memorial edifice as the Medici Chapel at Florence or the Superga at Turin. It was begun by Seti I in memory of his father Ramesses I, the founder of the 19th dynasty. Seti, however, died before the work was completed. Hereupon Ramesses II, his son and successor, extended the general plan, finished the part dedicated to his grandfather, and added sculptures to the memory of Seti I later still. Meneptah, the son and successor of Ramesses II, left his cartouches upon one of the doorways. The whole building, in short, is a family monument and contains a family portrait gallery. Here, all the personages whose names figure in the shrines of the Ramessides at Silsiles are depicted in their proper persons. In one tableau, Ramesses I, defunct, deified, swathed, enshrined, and crowned like Osiris, is worshipped by Seti I. Behind Seti stands his queen Tua, the mother of Ramesses II. Elsewhere, Seti I, being now dead, is deified and worshipped by Ramesses II, who pours a libation to his father's statue. Through all these handsome heads there runs a striking family likeness. All more or less partake of that Dantesque type which characterizes the portraits of Ramesses II in his youth. The features of Ramesses I and Seti I are somewhat pinched and stern, like the Dante of elder days. The delicate profile of Queen Tua, which is curiously like some portraits of Queen Elizabeth, is perhaps too angular to be altogether pleasing. But in the well-known face of Ramesses, these harsher details vanish, and the beauty of the race culminates. The artists of Egyptian Renaissance, always great in profile portraiture, are nowhere seen to better advantage than in this interesting series. Adjoining what may be called the monumental part of the building, we find a number of halls and chambers, the uses of which are unknown. Most writers assume that they were the private apartments of the king. Some go so far as to give the name of temple palaces to all these great funerary structures. It is, however, far more probable that these Western temples were erected in connection, though not in direct communication, with the royal tombs in the adjacent valley of Bab el-Malouk. Now every Egyptian tomb of importance has its outer chamber or votive oratory, the walls of which are covered with paintings descriptive, in some instances, of the occupations of the deceased upon earth, and in others of the adventures of his soul after death. Here, at stated seasons, the survivors repaired with offerings. No priest, it would seem, of necessity officiated at these little services. A whole family would come, bringing the first fruits of their garden, the best of their poultry, cakes of homemade bread, bouquets of lotus blossoms. With their own hands, they piled the altar, and the eldest son, as representative of the rest, burned the incense and poured the libations. It is a scene constantly reproduced upon monuments of every epoch. These votive oratories, however, are wholly absent in the valley of Bab el-Malouk. The royal tombs consist of only tunneled passages and sepulchral vaults, the entrances to which were closed forever as soon as the sarcophagus was occupied. Hence, it may be concluded that each memorial temple played to the tomb of its tutelary saint, and sovereign that part which is played by the external oratory attached to the tomb of a private individual. Nor must it be forgotten that as early as the time of the Pyramid Kings, there was a votive chapel attached to every pyramid, the remains of which are traceable in almost every instance on the east side. There were also priests of the pyramids, as we learn from innumerable funerary inscriptions. An oratory on so grand a scale would imply an elaborate ceremonial. A dead and deified king would doubtless have his train of priests, his daily liturgies, processions, and sacrifices. All this again implies additional accommodation and accounts, I venture to think, for any number of extra halls and chambers. Such sculptures as yet remain on the walls of these ruined apartments are, in fact, wholly funereal and sacrificial in character. It is also to be remembered that we have here a temple dedicated to two kings, and served most likely by a twofold college of priests. The wall sculptures at Gurna are extremely beautiful, especially those erected by Seti I, where it has been accidentally preserved. The surface is as smooth, the execution as brilliant, as the finest medieval ivory carving. Behind a broken column, for instance, that leans against the southwest wall of the sanctuary, one may see, by peeping this way and that, the ram's head prow of a sacred boat, quite unharmed and of surpassing delicacy. The modeling of the ram's head is simply faultless. It would indeed be scarcely too much to say that this one fragment, if all the rest had perished, would alone place the decorative sculpture of ancient Egypt in a rank second only to that of Greece. The Temple of Gurna, northernmost of the Theban group, stands at the mouth of that famous valley called by the Arabs Bab el-Malouk, and by travelers, the Valley of the Tombs of the Kings. This valley may be described as a bifurcated ravine, ending in two culs-de-sac, and hemmed in on all sides by limestone precipices. It winds round behind the cliffs, which face Luxor and Karnak, and runs almost parallel with the Nile. This range of cliffs is perforated on both sides with tombs. The priests and nobles of many dynasties were buried terrace above terrace on the side next the river. Back to back with them, in the silent and secret valley beyond, slept the kings in their everlasting sepulchres. Most travelers moor for a day or two at Karnak, and thence make their excursion to Bab el-Malouk. By so doing, they lose one of the most interesting rides in the neighborhood of Thebes. And the writer started from Luxor one morning, about an hour after daybreak, crossing the river at the usual point, and thence riding northward along the bank, with the Nile on the one hand and the cornlands on the other. In the course of such rides, one discovers the almost incredible fertility of the Thebaid. Every inch of arable ground is turned to account. All that grows lustily. The barley ripples in one uninterrupted sweep from Medinet Habu to a point halfway between the Ramesseum and Gurna. Next come plantations of tobacco, cotton, hemp, linseed, maize, and lentils, so closely set, so rich in promise, that the country looks as if it were laid out in allotment grounds for miles together. Where the rice crop has been gathered, clusters of temporary huts have sprung up in the clearings, for the Philae come out from their crowded villages in the sweet o' the year, and live in the midst of the crops which now they guard, and which presently they will reap. The walls of these summer huts are mere wattled fences of Indian corn straw, with bundles of the same laid lightly across the top by way of roofing. This pastoral world is everywhere up and doing. Here are men plying the shadoof by the river's brink, women spinning in the sun, children playing, dogs barking, larks soaring and singing overhead. Against the foot of the cliffs yonder, where the vegetation ends and the tombs begin, there flows a calm river edged with palms. A few months ago, we should have been deceived by that fairy water. We know now that it is the mirage. Striking off by and by toward the left, we make for a point where the mountains recede and run low, and a wedge-like spit of sandy desert encroaches upon the plain. On the verge of this spit stands a clump of sycamores and palms. A row of old yellow columns supporting a sculptured architrave gleams through the boughs. A little village nestles close by. And on the desert slope beyond, in the midst of the desolate Arab burial ground, we see a tiny mosque with one small cupola, dazzling white in the sunshine. This is Gurna. There is a spring here, and some girls are drawing water from the well near the temple. Our donkeys slake their thirst from the cattle trough, a broken sarcophagus that may once have held the mummy of a king. A creaking saki is at work yonder, turned by a couple of red cows with mild, Hather-like faces. The old man who drives them sits in the middle of the cogwheel and goes slowly round as if he was being roasted. We now leave behind us the well and the trees and the old Greek-looking temple and turn our faces westward, bound for an opening yonder among cliffs pitted with the mouths of empty tombs. It is plain to see that we are now entering upon what was once a torrent bed. Rushing down from the hills, the pent-up waters have here spread fan-like over the slope of the desert, strewing the ground with boulders and plowing it into hundreds of tortuous channels. Up that torrent bed lies our road today. The weird rocks stand like sentinels to right and left as one enters the mouth of the valley, and takes strange shapes as of obelisks and sphinxes. Some, worn at the base and towering like ruined pyramids above, remind us of tombs on the Appian Way. As the ravine narrows, the limestone walls rise higher. The chalky track glares underfoot. Piles of shivered chips sparkle and scintillate at the foot of the rocks. The cliffs burn at a white heat. The atmosphere palpitates like gaseous vapor. The sun blazes overhead. Not a breath stirs, neither is there a finger's breadth of shade on either side. It is like riding into the mouth of a furnace. Meanwhile, one looks in vain for any sign of life. No blade of green has grown here since the world began. No breathing creature makes these rocks its home. All is desolation, such desolation as one dreams of in a world scathed by fire from heaven. When we have gone a long way, always tracking up the bed of the torrent, we come to a place where our donkeys turn off from the main course and make for what is evidently a forced passage cut clean through a wall of solid limestone. The place was once a mere recess in the cliffs, but on the farther side, masked by a natural barrier of rocks, there lay another valley leading to a secluded amphitheater among the mountains. The first pharaoh who chose his place of burial among those hidden ways must have been he who cut the pass and leveled the road by which we now travel. This cutting is Bab el-Malouk, the Gate of the King, a name which doubtless perpetuates that by which the place was known to the old Egyptians. Once through the gate, a grand mountain rises into view. Egypt is the land of strange mountains, and here is one which reproduces on a giant scale every feature of the pyramid of Awenefs at Saqqara. It is square. It rises stage above stage in ranges of columnar cliffs with slopes of debris between, and it terminates in a blunt four-sided peak nearly 1,800 feet above the level of the plain. Keeping this mountain always before us, we now follow the windings of the second valley, which is even more narrow, parched, and glaring than the first. Perhaps the intense heat makes the road appear longer than it really is, but it seems to us like several miles. At length, The uniformity of the way is broken. Two small ravines branch off, one to the right, one to the left, and in both, at the foot of the rocks, there are here and there to be seen square openings like cellar doors, half sunk below the surface and seeming to shoot downward into the bowels of the earth. In another moment or so, our road ends suddenly in a wild, tumbled waste like tin exhausted quarry, shut in all round by impending precipices, at the base of which more rock-cut portals peep out at different points. From the moment when it first came into sight, I had made certain that in that pyramidal mountain we should find the tombs of the kings. So certain that I can scarcely believe our guide when he assures us that these cellars are the places we have come to see, and that the mountain contains not a single tomb. We alight, however, climb a steep slope, and find ourselves on the threshold of number 17. Belzoni tomb, says our guide, and Belzoni's tomb, as we know, is the tomb of Seti I. I am almost ashamed to remember now that we took our lunches in the shade of that solemn vestibule, and rested and made merry before going down into the great gloomy sepulchre, whose staircases and corridors plunged away into the darkness below, as if they led straight to the land of Amenti. The tombs in the valley of Bab el-Malouk are as unlike tombs in the cliffs opposite Luxor, as if the Theban kings and the Theban nobles were of different races and creeds. Those sacred scribes and dignitaries, with their wives and families, and their numerous friends and dependents, were a joyous set. They loved the things of this life, and would fain have carried their pursuits and pleasures with them into the land beyond the grave. So they decorated the walls of their tombs with pictures of the way in which their lives were spent, and hoped perhaps that the mummy, dreaming away its long term of solitary waiting, might take comfort in those shadowy reminiscences. The kings, on the contrary, covered every foot of their last palaces with scenes from the life to come, the wanderings of the soul after its separation from the body, the terrors and dangers that beset it during its journey through Hades, the demons it must fight, the accusers to whom it must answer, the transformations it must undergo, afforded subjects for endless illustration of the fishing and fowling and feasting and junketing that we saw the other day in those terraces behind the Ramesseum. We discover no trace in the tombs of Bab el-Malouk. In place of singing and lute playing, we find here prayers and invocations. For the pleasant Nile boat and the water parties and the chase of the gazelle and the ibex, we now have the bark of Charon and the basin of purgatorial fire and the strife with the infernal deities. The contrast is sharp and strange. It is as if an Epicurean aristocracy had been ruled by a line of Puritan kings. The tombs of the subjects are anacreontics. The tombs of their sovereigns are penitential psalms. To go down into one of those great sepulchres is to descend one's self into the lower world, and to tread the path of the shades. Crossing the threshold, we look up, half expecting to read those terrible words in which all who enter are warned to leave hope behind them. The passage slopes before our feet. The daylight fades behind us. At the end of the passage comes a flight of steps, and from the bottom of that flight of steps, we see another corridor slanting down into depths of utter darkness. The walls on both sides are covered with close-cut columns of hieroglyphic text, interspersed with ominous shapes, half deity, half demon. Huge serpents writhe beside us along the walls. Guardian spirits of threatening aspect advance, brandishing swords of flame. A strange heaven opens overhead, a heaven where the stars travel in boats across the seas of space, and the sun, escorted by the hours, the months, and the signs of the zodiac, issues from the east, sets in the west, and traverses the hemisphere of everlasting night. We go on, and the last gleam of daylight vanishes in the distance. Another flight of steps leads now to a succession of passages and halls, some smaller, some larger, some vaulted, some supported on pillars. Here yawns a great pit half full of debris. Yonder opens a suite of unfinished chambers abandoned by the workmen. The farther we go, the more weird become our surroundings. The walls swarm with ugly and evil things, serpents, bats, and crocodiles, some with human heads and legs, some vomiting fire, some armed with spears and darts, pursue and torture the wicked. These unfortunates have their hearts torn out, are boiled in cauldrons, are suspended, head downward, over seas of flame, are speared, decapitated, and driven in headless gangs to scenes of further torment. Beheld by the dim and shifting light of a few candles, these painted horrors assume an aspect of ghastly reality. They start into life as we pass, then drop behind us into darkness. That darkness alone is awful. The atmosphere is suffocating. The place is ghostly and peopled with nightmares. Elsewhere, we come upon scenes less painful. The sun emerges from the lower hemisphere. The justified dead sow and reap in the Elysian fields, gather celestial fruits, and bathe in the waters of truth. The royal mummy reposes in its shrine. Funerary statues of the king are worshipped with incense and offerings of meat and libations of wine. Finally, the king arrives, purified and justified, at the last stage of his spiritual journey. He is welcomed by the gods, ushered into the presence of Osiris, and received into the abode of the blessed. Coming out for a moment into blinding daylight, we drink a long draught of pure air, cross a few yards of uneven ground, arrive at the month of another excavation, and plunge again into underground darkness. A third and a fourth time, we repeat this strange experience. It is like a feverish sleep, troubled by gruesome dreams and broken by momentary wakings. These tombs in a general way are very much alike. Some are longer than others, some loftier. In some, the descent is gradual. In others, it is steep and sudden. Certain leading features are common to all. The great serpent, the scarab, the bat, the crocodile are always conspicuous on the walls. The judgment scene and the well-known typical picture of the four races of mankind are continually reproduced. Some tombs, however, vary both in plan and decoration. That of Ramesses III, though not nearly so beautiful as the tomb of Seti I, is perhaps the most curious of all. The paintings here are for the most part designed on an unsculptured surface coated with white stucco. The drawing is often indifferent, and the coloring is uniformly coarse and gaudy. Yellow abounds, and crude reds and blues remind us of the colored picture books of our childhood. It is difficult to understand, indeed, how the builder of Medinet Habu, with the best Egyptian art of the day at his command, should have been content with such wall paintings as these. Still, Ramesses III seems to have had a grand idea of going in state to the next world, with his retainers around him. In a series of small antechambers opening off from the first corridor, we see depicted all the household furniture, all the plate, the weapons, the wealth and treasure of the king. Upon the walls of one, the cooks and bakers are seen preparing the royal dinner. In the others are depicted magnificent thrones, gilded galleys with party-colored sails, gold and silver vases, rich stores of arms and armor, piles of precious woods, of panther skins, of fruits and birds, and curious baskets, and all such articles of personal luxury as a palace-building pharaoh might delight in. Here, also, are the two famous harpers, cruelly defaced, but still sweeping the strings with the old powerful touch that erewhile soothed the king in his hours of melancholy. These two spirited figures, which are undoubtedly portraits, almost redeem the poverty of the rest of the paintings. In many tombs, the empty sarcophagus yet occupies its ancient place. We saw one in number 2, Ramesses IV, and another in No. 9 Ramesses VI, the first, a grand monolith of dark granite, overturned and but little injured, the second, shattered by early treasure seekers. Most of the tombs at Bab el-Malouk were open in Ptolemaic times, being then, as now, among the stock sites and wonders of Thebes. They were visited by crowds of early travelers who have, as usual, left their neatly scribbled graffiti on the walls. When and by whom the sepulchres were originally violated is, of course, unknown. Some, doubtless, were sacked by the Persians. Others were plundered by the Egyptians themselves, long enough before Cambyses, not even in the days of the Ramessides, though a special service of guards was told off for duty in the Great Valley. Were the kings safe in their tombs during the reign of Ramesses IX, whose own tomb is here and known as number 6, there seems to have been an organized band, not only of robbers, but of receivers who lived by depredations of the kind. A contemporary papyrus tells how, in one instance, the royal mummies were found lying in the dust, their gold and silver ornaments, and the treasures of their tombs all stolen. In another instance, a king and his queen were carried away bodily, to be unrolled and rifled at leisure. This curious information is all recorded in the form of a report, drawn up by the commandant of Western Thebes, who, with certain other officers and magistrates, officially inspected the tombs of the royal ancestor during the reign of Ramesses IX. No royal tomb has been found absolutely intact in the valley of Bab el-Malouk. Even that of Seti, I had been secretly entered ages before ever Belzoni discovered it. He found in it statues of wood and porcelain, and the mummy of a bull, but nothing of value save the sarcophagus, which was empty. There can be no doubt that the priesthood were largely implicated in these contemporary sacrileges. Of 39 persons accused by name in the papyrus just quoted, 7 are priests and 8 are sacred scribes. To rob the dead was always a lucrative trade at Thebes, and we may be certain that the splendid pharaohs who slept in the valley of the tombs of the kings went to their dark palaces magnificently equipped for the life to come. When indeed one thinks of the jewels, furniture, vases, ointments, clothing, arms, and precious documents, which were as certainly buried in those tombs as the royal mummies for whom they were excavated, it seems far more wonderful that the parure of one queen should have escaped, rather than that all the rest of these dead and gone royalties should have fallen among thieves. Of all tombs in the valley of Bab el-Malouk, one would rather, I think, have discovered that of Ramesses III. As he was one of the richest of the pharaohs and an undoubted virtuoso in his tastes, so we may be sure that his tomb was furnished with all kinds of beautiful and precious things. What would we not give now to find some of those elaborate gold and silver vases, those cushioned thrones and sofas, those bows and quivers and shirts of mail, so carefully catalogued on the walls of the side chambers in the first corridor. I do not doubt that specimens of all these things were buried with the king and left ready for his use. He died believing that his Ka would enjoy and make use of these treasures, and that his soul would come back after long cycles of probation and make its home once more in the mummied body. He thought he should rise as from sleep, cast off his bandages, eat and be refreshed, and put on sandals and scented vestments, and take his staff in his hand, and go forth again into the light of everlasting day. Poor ghost, wandering bodiless through space, where now are thy funeral baked meats, thy changes of raiment, thy perfumes and precious ointments? Where is that body for which thou wert once so solicitous, and without which resurrection is impossible? One fancies thee sighing forlorn through these desolate halls, when all is silent and the moon shines down the valley. Life at Thebes is made up of incongruities. A morning among temples is followed by an afternoon of antiquity hunting, and a day of meditation among tombs winds up with a dinner party on board some friend's dahabeah, or a fantasia at the British consulate. Elle and the writer did their fair share of antiquity hunting both at Luxor and elsewhere, but chiefly at Luxor. I may say, indeed, that our life here was one long pursuit of the pleasures of the chase. The game, it is true, was prohibited, but we enjoyed it none the less because it was illegal. Perhaps we enjoyed it the more. There were whispers about this time of a tomb that had been discovered on the western side, a wonderful tomb, rich in all kinds of treasures. No one, of course, had seen these things. No one knew who had found them. No one knew where they were hidden. But there was a solemn secrecy about certain of the Arabs and a conscious look about some of the visitors, and an air of awakened vigilance about the government officials, which savored of mystery. These rumors by and by assumed more definite proportions. Dark hints were dropped of a possible papyrus. The beast babbled of mummies, and an American dahabeah, lying innocently off Karnak, was reported to have a mummy on board. Now, neither Elle nor the writer desired to become the happy proprietor of an ancient Egyptian, but the papyrus was a thing to be thought of. In a fatal hour, we expressed a wish to see it. From that moment, every mummy snatcher in the place regarded us as his lawful prey. Beguiled into one den after another, we were shown all the stolen goods in Thebes. Some of the things were very curious and interesting. In one house, we were offered 2 bronze vases, each with a band of delicately engraved hieroglyphs running round the lip. Also a square stand of basketwork in 2 colors, precisely like that engraved in Sir G. Wilkinson's first volume, after the original in the Berlin Museum. Pieces of mummy case and wall sculpture and sepulchral tablets abounded. And on one occasion, we were introduced into the presence of a mummy. All these houses were tombs, and in this one, the mummy was stowed away in a kind of recess at the end of a long rock-cut passage, probably the very place once occupied by the original tenant. It was a mummy of the same period as that which we saw disentombed under the auspices of the governor, and was enclosed in the same kind of cartonnage, patterned in many colors on a white ground. I shall never forget that curious scene, the dark and dusty vault, the Arabs with their lanterns, the mummy in its gaudy cerements lying on an old mat at our feet. Meanwhile, we tried in vain to get sight of the coveted papyrus. A grave Arab dropped in once or twice after nightfall and talked it over vaguely with the dragoman, but never came to the point. He offered it first with a mummy for £100. Finding, however, that we would neither buy his papyrus unseen nor his mummy at any price, he haggled and hesitated for a day or 2, evidently trying to play us off against some rival or rivals unknown, and then finally disappeared. These rivals, we afterward found, were the M.B.'s. They bought both mummy and papyrus at an enormous price, and then, unable to endure the perfume of their ancient Egyptian, drowned the dear departed at the end of a week. Other purchasers are possibly less sensitive. We heard, at all events, of 15 mummies successfully insinuated through the Alexandrian custom house by a single agent that winter. There is, in fact, a growing passion for mummies among Nile travelers. Unfortunately, the prices rise with the demand, and although the mine is practically inexhaustible, a mummy nowadays becomes not only a prohibited, but a costly luxury. At Luxor, the British, American, and French consuls are Arabs. The Prussian consul is a Copt. The Austrian consul is, or was, an American. The French consul showed us over the old tumble-down building called the French House, which, though but a rude structure of palm timbers and sun-dried clay, built partly against and partly over the Temple of Luxor, has its place in history. 1829, Champollion and Rossellini lived and worked together during part of their long sojourn at Thebes. Rossellini tells how they used to sit up at night, dividing the fruits of the day's labor, Champollion copying whatever might be useful for his Egyptian grammar, and Rossellini the new words that furnished material for his dictionary. There, too, lodged the naval officers sent out by the French in 1830, one to remove the obelisk, which now stands in the Place de la Concorde. And there, writing those charming letters that delight the world, Lady Duff Gordon lingered through the last few winters of her life. The rooms in which she lived first, and the balcony in which she took such pleasure, were no longer accessible, owing to the ruinous state of one of the staircases. But we saw the rooms she last inhabited. Her couch, her rug, her folding chair were there still. The walls were furnished with a few cheap prints and a pair of tin sconces. All was very bare and comfortless. We asked if it was just like this when the Cité lived here. The Arab consul replied that she had a table and some books. He looked himself in the last stage of consumption, and spoke and moved like one that had done with life. We were shocked at the dreariness of the place, till we went to the window. That window, which commanded the Nile and the western plain of Thebes, furnished the room and made its poverty splendid. The sun was near setting. We could distinguish the mounds and pylons of Medinet Habu and the side of the Ramesseum. The terraced cliffs, overtopped by the pyramidal mountain of Bab el Malouk, burned crimson against a sky of stainless blue. The footpath leading to the valley of the tombs of the kings showed like a hot white scar winding along the face of the rocks. The river gave back the sapphire tones of the sky. I thought I could be well content to spend many a winter in no matter how comfortless a lodging, if only I had that wonderful view, with its infinite beauty of light and color and space, and its history and its mystery always before my windows. Another historical house is that built by Sir G. Wilkinson among the tombs of Sheikh Abdel Corne. Here he lived while amassing the materials for his manners and customs of the ancient Egyptians. And here Lepsius and his company of artists put up while at work on the western bank. Science makes little impression on the native mind. No one now remembers Champollion or Rossellini or Sir G. Wilkinson. But every Arab in Luxor cherishes the memory of Lady Duff Gordon in his heart of hearts, and speaks of her with blessings. The French house was built over the roof of the sanctuary, at the southern end of the temple. At the northern end, built up between the enormous sandstone columns of the great colonnade, was the house of Mustafa Aga, most hospitable and kindly of British consuls. Mustafa Aga had traveled in Europe and spoke fluent Italian, English, and French. His eldest son was governor of Luxor, his younger, the little Ahmed, whom Lady Duff Gordon delighted to educate. Having spent 2 years in England as the guest of Lord D, had become an accomplished Englishman. In the round of gaiety that goes on at Luxor, the British consulate played the leading part. Mustafa Aga entertained all the English dahabiyas, and all the English dahabiyas entertained Mustafa Aga. We were invited to several fantasias at the consulate and dined with Mustafa Aga at his suburban house the evening before we left Luxor. The appointed hour was 8:3 p.m. We arrived amid much barking of dogs and were received by our host in a large empty hall surrounded by a divan. Here we remained till dinner was announced. We were next ushered through an anteroom where 2 turbaned and barefooted servants were in waiting, the one with a brass basin and ewer, the other with an armful of Turkish towels. We then, each in turn, held our hands over the basin, had water poured on them, and received a towel apiece. These towels we were told to keep, and they served for dinner napkins. The anteroom opened into a brilliantly lighted dining room of moderate size, having in the center a round brass table with an upright fluted rim, like a big tray. For each person were placed a chair, a huge block of bread, a wooden spoon, 2 tumblers, and a bouquet. Plates, knives, forks, there were none. The party consisted of the happy couple, the director of the Luxor Telegraph Office, L, the writer, Ahmed, and our host. "Tonight we are all Arabs," said Mustafa Aga, as he showed us where to sit. "We drink Nile water, and we eat with our fingers." So we drank Nile water, and for the first time in our lives, we ate with our fingers. In fact, we found them exceedingly useful. The dinner was excellent. Without disrespect to our own accomplished chef, or to the accomplished chefs of our various friends upon the river, I am bound to say that it was the very best dinner I ever eat out of Europe. Everything was hot, quickly served, admirably dressed, and the best of its kind. Here is the menu. Menu, March 31, 1874. White soup, turkey, fish, fried salmon, entrees, stewed pigeons, spinach and rice, roast, dal, entrees, kebabs of mutton, tomatoes with rice, kebabs of lambs, kidneys, kufta, roast, turkey with cucumber sauce, entree, pilaf of rice, second course, mismis kanefa, ruz bleben totle. These dishes were placed one at a time in the middle of the table and rapidly changed. Each dipped his own spoon into the soup, dived into the stew, and pulled off pieces of fish or lamb with his fingers. Having no plates, we made plates of our bread. Meanwhile, Mustafa Aga, like an attentive host, tore off an especially choice morsel now and then, and handed it to one or other of his guests. To eat gracefully with one's fingers is a fine art. To carve with them skillfully is a science. None of us, I think, will soon forget the wonderful way in which our host attacked and vanquished the turkey. A solid colossus weighing 20 pounds and roasted to perfection. Half rising, he turned back his cuff, poised his wrist, and driving his forefinger and thumb deep into the breast, brought out a long, stringy, smoking fragment, which he deposited on the plate of the writer. Thus begun, the turkey went round the table amid peals of laughter, and was punished by each in turn. The pilaf which followed is always the last dish served at an Egyptian or Turkish dinner. After this, our spoons were changed, and the sweets were put upon the table. The drinks throughout were plain water, rice water, and lemonade. Some native musicians played in the anteroom during dinner. And when we rose from the table, we washed our hands as before. We now returned to the large hall, and not being accomplished in the art and mystery of sitting cross-legged, curled ourselves up on the divans as best we could. The writer was conducted by Mustafa Aga to the corner seat at the upper end of the room, where he said the Princess of Wales had sat when their royal highnesses dined with him the year before. We were then served with pipes and coffee. The gentlemen smoked chibouks and cigarettes, while for us there were gorgeous rose-water nargilés with long, flexible tubes and amber mouthpieces. L had the princess pipe and smoked it very cleverly all the evening. By and by came the governor, the Cadi of Luxor, the Prussian consul and his son, and some 3 or 4 grave-looking merchants in rich silk robes and ample turbans. Meanwhile the band, 2 fiddles, a tambourine, and a darabukke, played at intervals at the lower end of the hall. Pipes, coffee, and lemonade went continually round, and the entertainment wound up, as native entertainments always do wind up at Luxor, with a performance of Gawazi. We had already seen these dancers at 2 previous fantasias, and we admired them no more the 3rd time than the first. They wore baggy Turkish trousers, loose gowns of gaudy pattern, and a profusion of jewelry. The première danseuse was a fine woman and rather handsome, but in the belle of the company, a thick-lipped Nubian, we could discover no charm whatever. The performances of the Gawazi, which are very ungraceful and almost wholly pantomimic, have been too often described to need description here. Only once, indeed, did we see them perform an actual dance, and then they swam lightly to and fro, clattering their castanets, crossing and recrossing and bounding every now and then down the whole length of the room. This dance, we were told, was of unknown antiquity. They sang occasionally, but their voices were harsh and their melodies inharmonious. There was present, however, one native performer whom we had already heard many times, and of whose skill we never tired. This was the leader of the little band, an old man who played the kemanjé, or coconut fiddle, a more unpromising instrument than the kemanjé it would be difficult to conceive. Yet our old Arab contrived to make it discourse most eloquent music. His solos consisted of plaintive airs and extemporized variations, embroidered with difficult and sometimes extravagant cadenzas. He always began sedately, but warmed to his work as he went on, seeming at last to forget everything but his own delight in his own music. At such times, one could see that he was weaving some romance in his thoughts, and translating it into sounds. As the strings throbbed under his fingers, the whole man became inspired. And more than once when, in shower after shower of keen, despairing notes, he had described the wildest anguish of passion, I have observed his color change and his hand tremble. Although we heard him repeatedly, and engaged him more than once when we had friends to dinner, I am sorry to say that I forget the name of this really great artist. He is, however, celebrated throughout the Thebaid, and is constantly summoned to Ermont, Esnay, Kenay, Gurje, and other large towns to perform at private entertainments. While at Luxor, we went one Sunday morning to the Coptic church, a large building at the northern extremity of the village. Church, schools, and bishop's house are here grouped under one roof and enclosed in a courtyard. For Luxor is the center of one of the 12 seas into which Coptic Egypt is divided. The church, which has been rebuilt of late years, is constructed of sun-dried brick, having a small apse toward the east, and at the lower or western end, a screened atrium for the women. The center aisle is perhaps 30 feet in width, the side aisles, if aisles they can be called, being thickly planted with stone pillars supporting round arches. These pillars came from Karnak and were the gift of the Khedive. They have lotus bud capitals and measure about 15 feet high in the shaft. At the upper end of the nave, some 18 or 20 feet in advance of the apse, there stands a very beautiful screen inlaid in the old Coptic style with cedar, ebony, rosewood, ivory, and mother of pearl. This screen is the pride of the church. Through the opening in the center, one looks straight into the little wagon-roofed apse, which contains a small table and a suspended lamp, and is as dark as the sanctuary of an Egyptian temple. The reading desk, like a rickety office stool, faces the congregation, and just inside the screen stands the bishop's chair. Upon this plan, which closely resembles the plan of the first cathedral of St. Peter at Rome, most Coptic churches are built. They vary chiefly in the number of apses, some having as many as 5. The atrium generally contains a large tank, called the Epiphany tank, into which, in memory of the baptism of our Lord, the men plunge at their festivals of Algeidas. Young Tadruz, the son of the Prussian consul, conducted us to the church. We went in at about 11 o'clock and witnessed the end of the service, which had then been going on since daybreak. The atrium was crowded with women and children, and the side aisles with men of the poorer sort. A few groups of better-dressed Copts were gathered near the screen, listening to a black-robed deacon, who stood reading at the reading desk with a lighted taper in his left hand. A priest in a white vestment embroidered on the breast and hood, with a red Maltese cross, was squatting on his heels at the entrance to the adytum. The bishop, all in black, with a black turban, sat with his back to the congregation. Every face was turned upon us when we came in. The reader paused. The white-robed priest got up. Even the bishop looked round. Presently a couple of acolytes, each carrying 2 cane-bottomed chairs, came bustling down the nave and unceremoniously driving away all who were standing near, placed us in a row across the middle of the church. This interruption over, the reading was resumed. We now observed with some surprise that every word of the lessons as they were read in Coptic was translated viva voce into Arabic by a youth in a surplice who stood against the screen facing the congregation. He had no book, but went on fluently enough, following close upon the voice of the reader. This, we were told, was done only during the reading of the lessons, the Gospel, and the Lord's Prayer. The rest of the service is performed without translation, and the Coptic being a dead language, is consequently unintelligible to the people. When the reading of the Gospel was over, the deacon retired. The priest then came forward and made a sign to the school children, who ran up noisily from all parts of the church and joined with the choristers in a wild kind of chant. It seemed to us that this chant concluded the first part of the service. The second part closely resembled the celebration of Mass. The priest came to the door of the screen, looked at the congregation, folded his hands palm to palm, went up to the threshold of the apse, and began reciting what sounded like a litany. He then uncovered the sacred vessels, which till now had been concealed under 2 blue cotton handkerchiefs, and turning, shook the handkerchief toward the people. He then consecrated the wine and wafer, elevated the host, and himself partook of the Eucharist in both elements. A little bell was rung during the consecration and again at the elevation. The people, meanwhile, stood very reverently with their heads bent, but no one knelt during any part of the service. After this, the officiating priest washed his hands in a brass basin, and the deacon, who was also the schoolmaster, came round the church holding up his scarf, which was heaped full of little cakes of unleavened bread. These he distributed to all present. An acolyte followed with a plate and collected the offerings of the congregation. We now thought the service was over, but there remained 4 wee, crumpled, brown mites of babies to be christened. These small Copts were carried up the church by 4 acolytes, followed by 4 anxious fathers. The priest then muttered a short prayer, crossed the babies with water from the basin in which he had washed his hands, drank the water, wiped the basin out with a piece of bread, ate the bread, and dismissed the little newly made Christians with a hasty blessing. Finally, the bishop, who had taken no part in the service, nor even partaken of the Eucharist, came down from his chair and stood before the altar to bless the congregation. Hereupon, all the men and boys ranged themselves in single file and trooped through between the screen and the apse, crowding in at one side and out at the other, each being touched by the bishop on his cheek as he went by. If they lagged, the bishop clapped his hands impatiently, and the schoolmaster drove them through faster. When there were no more to come, the women and little girls, be it observed, coming in for no share of this benediction, the priest took off his vestments and laid them in a heap on the altar. The deacon distributed a basketful of blessed cakes among the poor of the congregation, and the bishop walked down the nave, eating a cake and giving a bit here and there to the best-dressed Copts as he went along. So ended this interesting and curious service, which I have described thus minutely for the reason that it represents, with probably but little change, the earliest ceremonial of Christian worship in Egypt. Before leaving, we asked permission to look at the books from which the service had been read. They were all very old and dilapidated. The New Testament, however, was in better condition than the rest, and was beautifully written upon vellum, in red and black ink. The Coptic, of course, looks like Greek to the eyes of the uninitiated, but some of the illuminated capitals struck us as bearing a marked resemblance to certain of the more familiar hieroglyphic characters. While we were examining the books, the bishop sent his servant to invite us to pay him a visit. We accordingly followed the man up an outer flight of wooden steps at one corner of the courtyard, and were shown into a large room built partly over the church. Here we found the bishop, handsome, plump, dignified, with soft brown eyes and a slightly grizzled beard, seated cross-legged on a divan and smoking his chibouque. On a table in the middle of the room stood 2 or 3 blue and white bottles of oriental porcelain. The windows, which were sashless and very large, looked over to Karnak. The sparrows flew in and out as they listed. The bishop received us very amiably, and the proceedings opened as usual with pipes and coffee. The conversation which followed consisted chiefly of questions on our part and of answers on his. We asked the extent of his diocese and learned that it reached from Asuan on the south to Cannae on the north. The revenue of the sea, he said, was wholly derived from endowments in land. He estimated the number of Copts in Luxor at 2,000, being 2/3 of the entire population. The church was built and decorated in the time of his predecessor. He had himself been bishop here for rather more than 4 years. We then spoke of the service we had just witnessed and of the books we had seen. I showed him my prayer book, which he examined with much curiosity. I explained the differences indicated by the black and the rubricated matter, and pointed out the parts that were sung. He was, however, more interested in the outside than in the contents, and tapped the binding once or twice to see if it were leather or wood. As for the gilt corners and clasp, he undoubtedly took them for solid gold. The conversation next turned upon Coptic, the idle man asking him if he believed it to be the tongue actually spoken by the ancient Egyptians. To this he replied, yes, undoubtedly. What else should it be? The idle man hereupon suggested that it seemed to him, from what he had just seen of the church books, as if it might be a corrupt form of Byzantine Greek. The bishop shook his head. The Coptic is a distinct language, he said. 8 Greek letters were added to the Coptic alphabet upon the introduction of Christianity into Egypt. And since that time, many Greek words have been imported into the Coptic vocabulary. But the main body of the tongue is Coptic, purely, and it has no radical affinity whatever with the Greek. This was the longest speech we heard him make, and he delivered it with some emphasis. I then asked him if the Coptic was in all respects a dead language, to which he replied that many Coptic words, such as the names of the months and of certain festivals, were still in daily use. This, however, was not quite what I meant, so I put the question in another form and asked if he thought any fragments of the tongue yet survived among the peasantry. He pondered a moment before replying. That, he said, is a question to which it is difficult to give a precise answer. But I think you might yet find in some of the remoter villages an old man, here and there, who would understand it a little. I thought this a very interesting reply to a very interesting question. After sitting about half an hour, we rose and took leave. The bishop shook hands with us all round, and, but that we protested against it, would have accompanied us to the head of the stairs. This interview was altogether very pleasant. The Copts are said to be sullen in manner, and so bigoted that even a Moslem is less an object of dislike to them than a Christian of any other denomination. However this may be, we saw nothing of it. We experienced, on the contrary, many acts of civility from the Copts with whom we were brought into communication. No traveler in Egypt should, I think, omit being present at a service in a Coptic church, for a Coptic church is now the only place in which one may hear the last utterances of that far-off race, with whose pursuits and pleasures the tomb paintings make us so familiar. We know that great changes have come over the language since it was spoken by Ramesses the Great and written by Pentor. We know that the Coptic of today bears to the Egyptian of the pharaohs some such resemblance, perhaps, as the English of Macaulay bears to the English of Chaucer. Yet it is at bottom the tongue of old Egypt, and it is something to hear the last lingering echoes of that ancient speech read by the undoubted descendants of the Egyptian people. In another 50 years or so, the Coptic will, in all probability, be superseded by the Arabic in the services of this church, and then the very tradition of its pronunciation will be lost. The Copts themselves, it is said, are fast going over to the dominant faith. Perhaps by the time our own descendants are counting the 2000th anniversary of the Christian era, both Copts and Coptic will be extinct in Egypt. A day or two after this, we dropped down to Karnak, where we remained till the end of the week, and on the following Sunday we resumed our downward voyage. If the universe of literature was unconditioned, and the present book was independent of time and space, I would write another chapter here about Karnak. But Karnak, to be fairly dealt by, would ask, not a chapter, but a volume. So, having already told something of the impression first made upon us by that wilderness of wonders, I will say no more. Chapter 22. ABYDUS and Cairo. Our last weeks on the Nile went by like one long, lazy summer's day. Events now were few. We had outstayed all our fellow travelers. Even the faithful Bagstones had long since vanished northward, and the Philae was the last dahabeah of the year. Of the great sights of the river, we had only Abydos and Beni Hassan left to see, while for minor excursions, daily walks, and explorations by the way, we had little energy left, for the thermometer was rising higher, and the Nile was falling lower every day, and we should have been more than mortal if we had not felt the languid influences of the glowing Egyptian spring. The natives call it spring, but to our northern fancy, it is spring, summer, and autumn in one, of the splendor of the skies, of the lavish bounty of the soil at this season. Only those who have lingered late in the land can form any conception. There is a breadth of repose now about the landscape which it has never worn before. The winter green of the palms is fading fast. The harvests are ripening, the pigeons are pairing, the time of the singing of birds is come. There is just enough south wind most days to keep the boat straight and the sail from flapping. The heat is great, yet it is a heat which, up to a certain point, one can enjoy. The men ply their oars by night and sleep under their benches, or croon old songs, and tell stories among themselves by day. But for the thin canopy of smoke that hangs over the villages, one would fancy now that those clusters of mud huts were all deserted. Not a human being is to be seen on the banks when the sun is high. The buffaloes stand up to their necks in the shallows. The donkeys huddle together wherever there is shade. The very dogs have given up barking and lie asleep under the walls. The whole face of the country, and even of the Nile, is wonderfully changed since we first passed this way. The land, then newly squared off like a gigantic chessboard, and intersected by thousands of little channels, is now one sea of yellowing grain. The river is become a labyrinth of sandbanks, some large, some small, some just beginning to thrust their heads above water, others so long that they divide the river for a mile or more at a stretch. Reis Hassan spends half his life at the prow, poling for shallows, and when we thread our way down one of these sandy straits, it is for all the world like a bit of the Suez Canal. The banks, too, are twice as steep as they were when we went up. The lentil patches, which then blossomed on the slope next the water's edge, now lie far back on the top of a steep brown ridge, at the foot of which stretches a moist flat planted with watermelons. Each melon plant is protected from the sun by a tiny gable roof of palm thatch. Meanwhile, the river being low and the banks high, we unfortunates benefit scarcely at all by the faint breezes that now and then ruffle the barley. Day by day, the thermometer, which hangs in the coolest corner of the saloon, creeps up higher and higher, working its way by degrees to above 99 degrees, but never succeeding in getting up quite to 100 degrees. We, however, living in semi-darkness, with closed jalousies and wet sails hung round the sides of the dahabeah, and wet towels hung up in our cabins, find 99 degrees quite warm enough to be pleasant. The upper deck is, of course, well deluged several times a day, but even so, it is difficult to keep the timbers from starting. Meanwhile, L and the idle man devote their leisure to killing flies, keeping the towels wet, and sprinkling the floors. Our progress all this time is of the slowest. The men cannot row by day, and at night the sandbanks so hedge us in with dangers that the only possible way by which we can make a few miles between sunset and sunrise is by sheer hard punting. Now and then we come to a clear channel, and sometimes we get an hour or two of sweet south breeze. But these flashes of good luck are few and far between. In such wise, and in such a temperature, we found ourselves becalmed one morning within 6 miles of Dendera. Not even L could be induced to take a 6-mile donkey ride that day in the sun. The writer, however, ordered out her sketching tent and paid a last visit to the temple, which, seen amid the ripening splendor of miles of barley, looked gloomier and grander and more solitary than ever. 2 or 3 days later, we came within reach of Abydos. Our proper course would have been to push on to Philae, which is one of the recognized starting points for Abydos. But an unlucky sandbank barred the way, so we moored instead at Samata, a village about 2 miles nearer to the southward. Here our dragoman requisitioned the inhabitants for donkeys. As it happened, the harvest had begun in the neighborhood, and all the beasts of burden were at work, so that it was near midday before we succeeded in getting together the 3 or 4 wretched little brutes with which we finally started. Not one of these steeds had ever before carried a rider. We had a frightful time with them. My donkey bolted about every 5 minutes. L.S. snarled like a camel and showed its teeth like a dog. The idle man's, bent on flattening its rider, lay down and rolled at short intervals. In this exciting fashion, we somehow or other accomplished the 7 miles that separate Samata from Abydos. Skirting some palm groves and crossing the dry bed of a canal, we came out upon a vast plain, level as a lake, islanded here and there with villages, and presenting one undulating surface of bearded corn. This plain, the plain of ancient Thinnes, runs parallel with the Nile, like the plain of Thebes, and is bounded to the westward by a range of flat-topped mountains. The distance between the river and the mountains, however, is here much greater than at Thebes, being full 6 miles, while to north and south the view ends only with the horizon. Our way lies at first by a bridle track through the thick of the barley, then falls into the Philae road, a raised causeway, embanked some 20 feet above the plain. Along this road, the country folk are coming and going. In the cleared spaces where the maize has been cut, little encampments of straw huts have sprung up. Yonder, steering their way by unseen paths, go strings of camels, their gawky necks, and humped backs undulating above the surface of the corn, like galleys with fantastic prows upon a sea of rippling green. The pigeons fly in great clouds from village to village. The larks are singing and circling madly in the clear depths overhead. The bee-eaters flash like live emeralds across our path. The hoopoes strut by the wayside. At rather more than halfway across the plain, we come into the midst of the harvest. Here the brown reapers, bare-legged and naked to the waist, are at work with their sickles, just as they are pictured in the tomb of Ti. The The women and children follow, gleaning, at the heels of those who bind the sheaves. The sheik in his black robe and scarlet slippers rides to and fro upon his ass, like bows among his people. As the sheaves are bound up, the camels carry them homeward. A camel load is 14 sheaves, 7 to each side of the hump. A little farther, and the oxen, yoked 2 and 2, are plowing up the stubble. In a day or two, the land will be sown with millet, indigo, or cotton, to be gathered in once more before the coming of the inundation. Meanwhile, as the plain lengthens behind us and the distance grows less between ourselves and the mountains, we see a line of huge, irregular mounds reaching for apparently a couple of miles or more along the foot of the cliffs. From afar off, the mounds look as if crowned by majestic ruins. But as we draw nearer, these outlines resolve themselves into the village of Arabat el Madfune, which stands upon part of the mounds of Abydos. And now we come to the end of the cultivated plain, that strange line of demarcation where the inundation stops and the desert begins. Of actual desert, however, there is here but a narrow strip, forming a first step, as it were, above the alluvial plain. Next comes the artificial platform, about 1/4 of a mile in depth, on which stands the modern village. And next again, towering up sheer and steep, the great wall of limestone precipice. The village is extensive, and the houses, built in a rustic arabesque, tell of a well-to-do population. Arched gateways ornamented with black, white, and red bricks, windows of turned latticework and pigeon towers in courses of pots and bricks give a singular picturesqueness to the place, while the slope down to the desert is covered with shrubberies and palms. Below these hanging gardens, on the edge of the desert, lies the cut corn in piles of sheaves. Here the camels are lying down to be unladen. Yonder the oxen are already treading out the grain, or chopping the straw by means of a curious sledge-like machine set with rows of revolving circular knives. Meanwhile, fluttering from heap to heap, settling on the sheaves, feeding unmolested in the very midst of the thrashing floors, strutting all over the margin of the desert, trailing their wings, ruffling their plumes, cooing, courtesying, kissing, courting, filling the air with sweet sounds, and setting the whole lovely idyll to a pastoral symphony of their own composing, are thousands and tens of thousands of pigeons. Now our path turns aside, and we thread our way among the houses, noticing here a sculptured block built into a mud wall yonder, beside a dried-up well, a broken alabaster sarcophagus. Farther on, a granite column, still erect in the midst of a palm garden. And now, the village being left behind, we find ourselves at the foot of a great hill of newly excavated rubbish, from the top of which we presently look down into a kind of crater and see the great temple of Abydos at our feet. It was now nearly 3 o'clock, so, having seen what we could in the time, and having before us a long ride through a strange country, we left again at 6. I will not presume to describe the temples of Abydos, one of which is so ruined as to be almost unintelligible, and and the other so singularly planned and so obscure in its general purport as to be a standing puzzle to archaeologists after a short visit of 3 hours. Enough if I sketch briefly what I saw, but cursorily. Buried as it, Abydos, even under its mounds, is a place of profound historical interest. At a time so remote that it precedes all written record of Egyptian story, there existed a little way to the northward of this site a city called Teni. We know not to what aboriginal community of prehistoric Egypt this city belonged. But here, presumably, the men of Kem built their first temple, evolved their first notions of art, and groped their way to an alphabet which, in its origin, was probably a mere picture writing, like the picture writing of Mexico. Hence, too, came a man named Mina, whose cartouche from immemorial time has stood first in the long list of Egyptian pharaohs. Of Mina, a shadowy figure hovering on the borderland of history and tradition, we know only that he was the first primitive chieftain who took the title of King of Upper and Lower Egypt, and that he went northward and founded Memphis. Not, however, till after some centuries was the seat of government removed to the new city. Teni, the supposed burial place of Osiris, then lost its political importance, but continued to be for long ages the holy city of Egypt. In the meanwhile, Abydos had sprung up close to Teni. Abydos, however, though an important city, was never the capital of Egypt. The seat of power shifted strangely with different dynasties, being established now in the Delta, now at Thebes, now at Elephantine. But having once departed from the site which, by reason of its central position and the unbounded fertility of its neighborhood, was above all others best fitted to play this great part in the history of the country, it never again returned to the point from which it had started. That point, however, was unquestionably the center from which the great Egyptian people departed upon its wonderful career. Here was the nursery of its strength. Hence, it derived its proud title to an unmixed autochthonous descent. For no greater proof of the native origin of the race can be adduced than the position which their first city occupies upon the map of Egypt, that any tribe of colonists should have made straight for the heart of the country, and there have established themselves in the midst of barbarous and probably hostile aborigines is evidently out of the question. It is, on the other hand, equally clear that if Egypt had been colonized from Asia or Ethiopia, the strangers would, on the one hand, have founded their earliest settlement in the neighborhood of the Isthmus, or, on the other, have halted first among the then well-watered plains of Nubia. But the Egyptians started from the fertile heart of their own mother country and began by being great at home. Abydos and Teni, planted on the same platform of desert, were probably united at one time by a straggling suburb inhabited by the embalmers and other tradesfolk concerned in the business of death and burial. A chain of mounds, excavated only where the temples were situated, now stand to us for the famous city of Abydos. an ancient crude brick enclosure, and an artificial tumulus mark the site of Teni. The temples and the tumulus, divided by the now exhausted necropolis, and about as distant from one another as Medinet Habu and the Ramesseum. There must have been many older temples at Abydos than these which we now see, one of which was built by Seti I and the other by Ramesses II. Or possibly, as in so many instances, the more ancient buildings were pulled down and rebuilt. Be this as it may, the Temple of Seti, as regards its sculptured decorations, is one of the most beautiful of Egyptian ruins, and as regards its plan, is one of the most singular. A row of square limestone piers, which must once have supported an architrave, are now all that remains of the facade. Immediately behind these comes a portico of 24 columns leading by 7 entrances to a hall of 36 columns. This hall again opens into 7 parallel sanctuaries, behind which lie another hall of columns and a number of small chambers. So much of the building seems to be homogeneous. Adjoining this block, however, and leading from it by doorways at the southern end of the Great Hall, come several more halls and chambers connected by corridors, and conducting apparently to more chambers not yet excavated. All these piers, columns, halls, and passages, and all the 7 sanctuaries are most delicately sculptured and brilliantly colored. There is so far a family resemblance between temples of the same style and period that, after a little experience, one can generally guess, before crossing the threshold of a fresh building, what one is likely to see in the way of sculptures within. But almost every subject in the Temple of Seti at Abydos is new and strange. All the gods of the Egyptian pantheon seem to have been worshipped here, and to have had each his separate shrine. The walls are covered with paintings of these shrines and their occupants, while before each, the king is represented performing some act of adoration. A huge blue frog, a greyhound, a double-headed goose, a human-bodied creature with a nilometer for its head, and many more than I can now remember, are thus depicted. The royal offerings, too, though incense and necklaces and pectoral ornaments abound, are for the most part of a kind that we have not seen before. In one place, the king presents to Isis a column with 4 capitals, having on the top capital a globe, and 2 asps surmounted by a pair of ostrich feathers. The center sanctuary of the 7 appears to be dedicated to Kem, who seems to be here, as in the great temple of Seti at Karnak, the presiding divinity. In this principal sanctuary, which is resplendent with color and in marvelous preservation, we especially observed a portrait of Ramesses II in the act of opening the door of a shrine by means of a golden key formed like a human hand and arm. The lock seems to consist of a number of bolts of unequal length, each of which is pushed back in turn by means of the forefinger of the little hand. This, doubtless, gives a correct representation of the kind of locks in use at that time. It was in a corridor opening out from the great hall in this temple that Mariette discovered that precious sculpture known as the new tablet of Abydos. In this tableau, Seti I and Ramesses II are seen, the one offering incense, the other reciting a hymn of praise to the manes of 76 pharaohs, beginning with Mina and ending with Seti himself. To our great disappointment, though one cannot but acquiesce in the necessity for precaution, we found the entrance to this corridor closed and mounded up. A ragged old Arab who haunts the temple in the character of Custod told us that the tablet could now only be seen by special permission. We seemed to have been here about half an hour when the guide came to warn us of approaching evening. We had yet the site of the great tumulus of Teni to see, the tumulus being distant about 20 minutes' ride. The guide shook his head, but we insisted on going. The afternoon had darkened over, and for the first time in many months, a gathering canopy of cloud shut out the glory of sunset. We, however, mounted our donkeys and rode northward. With better beasts we might perhaps have gained our end. As it was, seeing that it grew darker every moment, we presently gave in, and instead of trying to push on farther, contented ourselves with climbing a high mound which commanded the view toward Teni. The clouds by this time were fast closing round, and waves of shadows were creeping over the plain. To our left rose the near mountain barrier, dusk and lowering. To our right stretched the misty cornflats. At our feet, all hillocks and open graves, lay the desolate necropolis. Beyond the palms that fringed the edge of the desert, beyond a dark streak that marked the site of Teni rose, purple in shadow against the twilight, a steep and solitary hill. This hill, called by the natives Kami Sultan, or the Mound of the King, was the tumulus we so desired to see. Viewed from a distance, and by so uncertain a light, it looked exactly like a volcanic cone of perhaps a couple of 100 feet in height. It is, however, wholly artificial, and consists of a mass of graves, heaped one above another in historic strata, each layer, as it were, the record of an era, the whole, a kind of human coral reef built up from age to age with the ashes of generations. For some years past, the Egyptian government had been gradually excavating this extraordinary mound. The lower it was opened, the more ancient were its contents. So steadily retrogressive, indeed, were the interments, that it seemed as if the spade of the digger might possibly strike tombs of the first dynasty, and so restore to light relics of men who lived in the age of Mina. According to Plutarch, wrote Mariette, wealthy Egyptians came from all parts of Egypt to be buried at Abydos, in order that their bones might rest near Osiris. Very probably, the tombs of Kami Sultan belong to those personages mentioned by Plutarch. Nor is this the only interest attaching to the mound of Kami Sultan. The famous tomb of Osiris cannot be far distant, and certain indications lead us to think that it is excavated in precisely that foundation of rock which serves as the nucleus of this mound. Thus the persons buried in Kami Sultan lay as near as possible to the divine tomb. The works now in progress at this point have, therefore, a twofold interest. They may yield tombs, yet more and more ancient tombs, even of the first dynasty, and some day or another they may discover to us the hitherto unknown and hidden entrance to the tomb of the god. I bitterly regretted at the time that I could not at least ride to the foot of Kami's Sultan. But I think now that I prefer to remember it as I saw it from afar off, clothed in mystery, in the gloom of that dusky evening. There was a heavy silence in the air and a melancholy as of the burden of ages. The tumbled hillocks looked like a ghastly sea, and beyond the verge of the desert it was already night. Presently, from among the grave pits, there crept toward us a slowly moving cloud. As it drew nearer, soft, filmy, shifting, unreal, it proved to be the dust raised by an immense flock of sheep. On they came, a brown compact mass, their shepherd showing dimly now, and then through openings in the cloud. The last pale gleam from above caught them for a moment ere they melted, ghost-like, into the murky plain. Then we went down ourselves and threaded the track between the mounds and the valley. Palms and houses loomed vaguely out of the dusk, and a caravan of camels, stalking by with swift and noiseless footfall, looked like shadows projected on a background of mist. As the night deepened, the air became stifling. There were no stars, and we could scarcely see a yard before us. Crawling slowly along the steep causeway, we felt, but could distinguish nothing of the plain stretching away on either side. Meanwhile, the frogs croaked furiously, and our donkeys stumbled at every step. When at length we drew near Samata, it was close upon 10 o'clock, and Ray's Hassan had just started with men and torches to meet us. Next morning early, we once again passed Gurje, with its ruined mosque and still unfallen column, and about noonday moored at a place called Isarat, where we paid a visit to a native gentleman, one Ahmed Abu Aga, to whom we carried letters of introduction. Radab Aga owns large estates in this province, is great in horseflesh, and lives in patriarchal fashion, surrounded by a numerous clan of kinsfolk and dependents. His residence as Isarat consists of a cluster of 3 or 4 large houses, a score or so of pigeon towers, an extensive garden, stabling, exercising ground, and a large courtyard, the whole enclosed by a wall of circuit and entered by a fine arabesque gateway. He received us in a loggia of latticework overlooking the courtyard, and had 3 of his finest horses, a gray, a bay, and a chestnut, brought out for us to admire. They were just such horses as Velázquez loved to paint, thick in the neck, small in the head, solid in the barrel, with wavy manets and long silky tails set high, and standing off straight in true Arab fashion. We doubted, however, that they were altogether pur sang. They looked wonderfully picturesque with their gold-embroidered saddle-cloths, peaked saddles covered with crimson, green, and blue velvet, long shovel stirrups, and tasseled headgear. The Aga's brother and nephews put them through their paces. They knelt to be mounted, lay down, and died at the word of command, dashed from perfect immobility into a furious gallop, and when at fullest speed, stopped short, flung themselves back upon their haunches, and stood like horses of stone. We were told that our host had 100, such standing in his stables, pipes, coffee, and an endless succession of different kinds of sherbets went round all the time our visit lasted. And in the course of conversation, we learned that not only the wages of agricultural laborers, but even part of the taxes to the Khedive are here paid in corn. Before leaving the little lady and the writer were conducted to the harem and introduced to the ladies of the establishment. We found them in a separate building, with a separate courtyard, living after the usual dreary way of Eastern women, with apparently no kind of occupation, and not even a garden to walk in. The Aga's principal wife, I believe he had but two, was a beautiful woman with auburn hair, soft brown eyes, and a lovely complexion. She received us on the threshold, led us into a saloon surrounded by a divan, and with some pride showed us her 5 children. The eldest was a graceful girl of 13, the youngest a little fellow of 4. Mother and daughter were dressed alike in black robes embroidered with silver, pink velvet slippers on bare feet, silver bracelets and anklets, and full pink Turkish trousers. They wore their hair cut straight across the brow, plaited in long tails behind, and dressed with coins and pendants, while from the back of the head there hung a veil of thin black gauze, also embroidered with silver. Another lady, whom we took for the second wife, and who was extremely plain, had still richer and more massive ornaments, but seemed to hold an inferior position in the harem. There were perhaps a dozen women and girls in all, 2 of whom were black. One of the little boys had been ill all his short life, and looked as if he could not last many more months. The poor mother implored us to prescribe for him. It was in vain to tell her that we knew nothing of the nature of his disease and had no skill to cure it. She still entreated and would take no refusal, so in pity we sent her some harmless medicines. We had little opportunity of observing domestic life in Egypt. L. visited some of the vice-regal harems at Cairo and brought away on each occasion the same impression of dreariness, a little embroidery, a few musical toys of Geneva manufacture, a daily drive on the Shubra road, pipes, cigarettes, sweetmeats, jewelry, and gossip fill up the aimless days of most Egyptian ladies of rank. There are, however, some who take an active interest in politics, and in Cairo and Alexandria, the opera boxes of the Khedive and the great pashas are nightly occupied by ladies. But it is not by the daily life of the wives of princes and nobles, but by the life of the lesser gentry and upper middle class that a domestic system should be judged. These ladies of Iserat had no London-built brougham, no Shuba road, no opera. They were absolutely without mental resources, and they were even without the means of taking air and exercise. One could see that time hung heavy on their hands, and that they took but a feeble interest in the things around them. The harem stairs were dirty, the rooms were untidy, the general aspect of the place was slatternly and neglected. As for the inmates, though all good nature and gentleness, their faces bore the expression of people who are habitually bored. At Luxor, L. and the writer paid a visit to the wife of an intelligent and gentlemanly Arab, son of the late governor of that place. This was a middle-class harem. The couple were young and not rich. They occupied a small house which commanded no view and had no garden. Their little courtyard was given up to the poultry. Their tiny terrace above was less than 12 feet square, and they were surrounded on all sides by houses. Yet in this stifling prison the young wife lived, apparently contented, from year's end to year's end. She literally never went out. As a child, she had no doubt enjoyed some kind of liberty, but as a marriageable girl, and as a bride, she was as much a prisoner as a bird in a cage. Born and bred in Luxor, she had never seen Karnak, yet Karnak is only 2 miles distant. We asked her if she would like to go there with us, but she laughed and shook her head. She was incapable, even of curiosity. It seemed to us that the wives of the Philae were in truth the happiest women in Egypt. They work hard and are bitterly poor, but they have the free use of their limbs, and they at least know the fresh air, the sunshine, and the open fields. When we left Iserat, there still lay 335 miles between us and Cairo. From this time, the navigation of the Nile became every day more difficult. The dahabeah, too, got heated through and through, so that not even sluicing and swabbing availed to keep down the temperature. At night, when we went to our sleeping cabins, the timbers alongside of our berths were as hot to the hand as a screen in front of a great fire. Our crew, though to the manner born, suffered even more than ourselves, and Elle, at this time, had generally a case of sunstroke on her hands. One by one, we passed the places we had seen on our way up: Siut, Manfalut, Jebel Abu Feda, Rhoda, Minier. After all, we did not see Beni Hassan. The day we reached that part of the river, a furious sandstorm was raging, such a storm that even the writer was daunted. 3 days later, we took the rail at Bibe and went on to Cairo, leaving the Philae to follow as fast as wind and weather might permit. We were so wedded by this time to dahabeah life that we felt lost at first in the big rooms at Shepherd's Hotel, and altogether bewildered in the crowded streets. Yet here was Cairo, more picturesque, more beautiful than ever. Here were the same merchants squatting on the same carpets and smoking the same pipes in the Tunis bazaar. Here was the same old cake seller still ensconced in the same doorway in the Musky. Here were the same jewelers selling bracelets in the Konkololi, the same money changers sitting behind their little tables at the corners of the streets, the same veiled ladies riding on donkeys and driving in carriages, the same hurrying funerals and noisy weddings, the same odd cries and motley costumes and unaccustomed trades. Nothing was changed. We soon dropped back into the old life of sightseeing and shopping, buying rugs and silks and silver ornaments and old embroideries and Turkish slippers and all sorts of antique and pretty trifles, going from Mohammedan mosques to rare old Coptic churches, dropping in for an hour or two most afternoons at the Bulak Museum, and generally ending the day's work with a drive on the Shubra Road or a stroll round the Espikiye Gardens, the Mawlid en Nebi, or Festival of the Birth of the Prophet, was being held at this time in a tract of waste ground on the road to Old Cairo. Here, in some 20 or 30 large open tents ranged in a circle, there were readings of the Quran and meetings of dervishes going on by day and night, without intermission, for nearly a fortnight. After dark, when the tents were all ablaze with lighted chandeliers, and the dervishes were howling and leaping, and fireworks were being let off from an illuminated platform in the middle of the area, the scene was extraordinary. All Cairo used to be there, on foot or in carriages, between 8 o'clock and midnight every evening. The veiled ladies of the khedives, harem, in their miniature broughams being foremost among the spectators. The Maulidan Nebi ends with the performance of the dose, when the sheikh of the Saadiye dervishes rides over a road of prostrate fanatics. And the writer witnessed this sight from the tent of the governor of Cairo, drunk with opium, fasting and praying, rolling their heads and foaming at the mouth. Some hundreds of wretched creatures lay down in the road packed as close as paving stones, and were walked and ridden over before our eyes. The standard bearers came first, then a priest reading the Quran aloud, then the sheikh on his white Arab, supported on either side by barefooted priests. The beautiful horse trod with evident reluctance, and as lightly and swiftly as possible on the human causeway under his hoofs. The Mohammedans aver that no one is injured or even bruised on this holy occasion. But I saw some men carried away in convulsions, who looked as if they would never walk again. It is difficult to say, but a few inadequate words of a place, about which an instructive volume might be written. Yet, to pass the Bulak Museum in silence is impossible. This famous collection is due, in the first instance, to the liberality of the late Khedive and the labors of Mariette. With the exception of Mehemet Ali, who excavated the temple of Dendera, no previous viceroy of Egypt had ever interested himself in the archaeology of the country. Those who cared for such rubbish as encumbered the soil or lay hidden beneath the sands of the desert were free to take it, and no favor was more frequently asked or more readily granted than permission to dig for antiques. Hence the Egyptian wealth of our museums. Hence the numerous private collections dispersed throughout Europe. Ismail Pasha, however, put an end to that wholesale pillage, and for the first time since ever mummy was sold for balsam or for bric-a-brac, it became illegal to transport antiquities. Thus, for the first time, Egypt began to possess a national collection. Youngest of great museums, the Bulak collection is the wealthiest in the world in portrait statues of private individuals, in funerary tablets, in amulets, and in personal relics of the ancient inhabitants of the Nile Valley. It is necessarily less rich in such colossal statues as fill the great galleries of the British Museum, the Turin Museum, and the Louvre. These, being above ground and comparatively few in number, were for the most part seized upon long since and transported to Europe. The Bulak statues are the product of the tombs. The famous wooden sheikh, about which so much has been written, the magnificent diorite statue of Khafra Chefrin, the builder of the second pyramid, two marvelous sitting statues of Prince Ra-Hodep and Princess Nefertiti are all portraits, and like their tombs, were executed during the lifetime of the persons represented. Crossing the threshold of the great vestibule, one is surrounded by a host of these extraordinary figures, erect, colored, clothed, all but in motion. It is like entering the crowded anteroom of a royal palace in the time of the ancient empire. The greater number of the Bulak portrait statues are sculptured in what is called the hieratic attitude. That is, with the left arm down and pressed close to the body, the left hand holding a roll of papyrus, the right leg advanced, and the right hand raised, as grasping the walking staff. It occurred to me that there might be a deeper significance than at first sight appears in this conventional attitude, and that it perhaps suggests the moment of resurrection, when the deceased, holding fast by his copy of the Book of the Dead, walks forth from his tomb into the light of life eternal. Of all the statues here, one may say, indeed, of all known Egyptian statues, those of Prince Ra-Hodep and Princess Nefertiti are the most wonderful. They are probably the oldest portrait statues in the world. They come from a tomb of the 3rd dynasty and are contemporary with Snefru, a king who reigned before the time of Khufu and Khafra. That is to say, these people who sit before us side by side, colored to the life, fresh and glowing as the day when they gave the artist his last sitting, lived at a time when the great pyramids of Giza were not yet built, and at a date which is variously calculated as from about 6,300 to 4,000 years before the present day. The princess wears her hair precisely as it is still worn in Nubia, and her necklace of cabochon drops is of a pattern much favored by the modern Gawazi. The eyes of both statues are inserted. The eyeball, which is set in an eyelid of bronze, is made of opaque white quartz, with an iris of rock crystal enclosing a pupil of some kind of brilliant metal. This treatment, of which there are 1 or 2 other instances extant, gives to the eyes a look of intelligence that is almost appalling. There is a play of light within the orb, and apparently a living moisture upon the surface, which has never been approached by the most skillfully made glass eyes of modern manufacture. Of the jewels of Queen Ahotep, of the superb series of engraved scarabei, of the rings, amulets, and toilette ornaments, of the vases in bronze, silver, alabaster, and porcelain, of the libation tables, the woven stuffs, the terracottas, the artist's models, the lamps, the silver boats, the weapons, the papyri, the 1,001 curious personal relics and articles of domestic use, which are brought together within these walls. I have no space to tell, except the collection of Pompeian relics in Naples. There is nothing elsewhere to compare with the collection at Bulak, and the villas of Pompeii have yielded no such gems and jewels as the tombs of ancient Egypt. It is not too much to say that if these dead and mummied people could come back to earth, the priest would here find all the gods of his pantheon, the king his scepter, the queen her crown jewels, the scribe his palette, the soldier his arms, the workman his tools, the barber his razor, the husbandman his hoe, the housewife her broom, the child his toys, the beauty her combs, and coal bottles and mirrors. The furniture of the house is here, as well as the furniture of the tomb. Here, too, is the broken sistrum buried with the dead, in token of the grief of the living, waiting the construction of a more suitable edifice. The present building gives temporary shelter to the collection. In the meanwhile, if there was nothing else to tempt the traveler to Cairo, the Bulak Museum would alone be worth the journey from Europe. The first excursion one makes on returning to Cairo, the last one makes before leaving, is to Gizeh. It is impossible to get tired of the pyramids. Here El and the writer spent their last day with the happy couple. We left Cairo early and met all the market folk coming in from the country. Donkeys and carts laden with green stuff, and veiled women with towers of baskets on their heads. The Khedive's new palace was swarming already with masons, and files of camels were bringing limestone blocks for the builders. Next comes the open corn plain, part yellow, part green, the long straight road bordered with acacias. Beyond all, the desert platform and the pyramids, half in light, half in greenish-gray shadow against the horizon. I never could understand why it is that the second pyramid, though it is smaller and farther off, looks from this point of view bigger than the first. Farther on, the brown fellahin, knee-deep in purple blossom, are cutting the clover. The camels carry it away. The goats and buffaloes feed in the clearings. Then comes the halfway tomb nestled in greenery, where men and horses stay to drink. And soon we are skirting a great backwater which reflects the pyramids like a mirror. Villages, shadows, herds and flocks, tracts of palms, cornflats, and spaces of rich, dark fallow now succeed each other. And then once more comes the sandy slope, and the cavernous ridge of ancient yellow rock, and the great pyramid with its shadow side toward us, darkening the light of day. Neither El nor the writer went inside the great pyramid. The idle man did so this day, and El's maid on another occasion, and both reported of the place as so stifling within, so foul underfoot, and so fatiguing, that somehow we each time put it off and ended by missing it. The ascent is extremely easy. Rugged and huge as are the blocks, there is scarcely one upon which it is not possible to find a halfway rest for the toe of one's boot, so as to divide the distance. With the help of 3 Arabs, nothing can well be less fatiguing. As for the men, they are helpful and courteous, and as clever as possible, and coax one on from block to block in all the languages of Europe. Pazienza, signora. A les dousement, all serene. We halfway now, dem helben weg, Fräulein. Ni vous presses pas, mademoiselle. Che va sano, va lontano. 6 step more, and echo la cima. You should add the other half of the proverb, Amasai, said I, che va forte, va alla mort. My Arabs had never heard this before, and were delighted with it. They repeated it again and again, and committed it to memory with great satisfaction. I asked them why they did not cut steps in the blocks, so as to make the ascent easier for ladies. The answer was ready and honest. No, no, mademoiselle. Arab very stupid to do that. If Arab makes steps, Hawaji goes up alone. No more want Arab man to help him up, and Arab man earn no more dollars. They offered to sing Yankee Doodle when we reached the top then. Finding we were English, shouted God save the Queen, and told us that the Prince of Wales had given £40 to the Pyramid Arabs when he came here with the princess 2 years before, which, however, we took the liberty to doubt. The space on the top of the Great Pyramid is said to be 30 feet square. It is not, as I had expected, a level platform. Some blocks of the next tier remain, and 2 or 3 of the tier next above that, so making pleasant seats and shady corners. What struck us most on reaching the top was the startling nearness, to all appearance, of the second pyramid. It seemed to rise up beside us like a mountain, yet so close that I fancied I could almost touch it by putting out my hand. Every detail of the surface, every crack and party-colored stain in the shining stucco that yet clings about the apex, was distinctly visible. The view from this place is immense. The country is so flat, the atmosphere so clear, the standpoint so isolated, that one really sees more and sees farther than from many a mountain summit of 10 or 12,000 feet. The ground lies, as it were, immediately under one, and the great necropolis is seen as in a ground plan. The effect must, I imagine, be exactly like the effect of a landscape seen from a balloon. Without ascending the pyramid, it is certainly not possible to form a clear notion of the way in which this great burial field is laid out. We see from this point how each royal pyramid is surrounded by its quadrangle of lesser tombs, some in the form of small pyramids, others partly rock-cut, partly built of massive slabs, like the roofing stones of the temples. We see how Khufu and Khafra and Menkaura lay, each under his mountain of stone, with his family and his nobles around him. We see the great causeways which moved Herodotus to such wonder, and along which the giant stones were brought. Recognizing how clearly the place is a great cemetery, one marvels at the ingenious theories which turn the pyramids into astronomical observatories and abstruse standards of measurement. They are the grandest graves in all the world, and they are nothing more. The little way to the southward, from the midst of a sandy hollow, rises the head of the Sphinx. Older than the pyramids, older than history, the monster lies couchant like a watchdog, looking ever to the east, as if for some dawn that has not yet risen. A depression in the sand close by marks the site of that strange monument, miscalled the Temple of the Sphinx. Farther away to the west, on the highest slope of this part of the desert platform, stands the pyramid of Menkaura Mycerinus. It has lost but 5 feet of its original height, and from this distance it looks quite perfect. Such, set in a waste of desert, are the main objects and the nearest objects on which our eyes first rest. As a whole, the view is more long than wide, being bounded to the westward by the Libyan range and to the eastward by the Mokattam hills. At the foot of those yellow hills, divided from us by the cultivated plain across which we have just driven, lies Cairo, all glittering domes half seen through a sunlit haze. Overlooking the fairy city stands the mosque of the citadel, its mast-like minarets piercing the clearer atmosphere. Far to the northward, traversing reach after reach of shadowy palm groves, the eye loses itself in the dim and fertile distances of the delta. To the west and south all is desert. It begins here at our feet, a rolling wilderness of valleys and slopes and rivers and seas of sand, broken here and there by abrupt ridges of rock and mounds of ruined masonry and open graves. A silver line skirts the edge of this dead world and vanishes southward in the sun mist that shimmers on the farthest horizon. To the left of that silver line, we see the quarried cliffs of Tura, marble white opposite Tura, the plumy palms of Memphis. On the desert platform above, clear though faint, the pyramids of Abusir and Saqqara and Dashur. Every stage of the pyramid of Awenefs, banded in light and shade, is plain to see. So is the dome-like summit of the great pyramid of Dashur. Even the brick ruin beside it, which we took for a black rock as we went up the river, and which looks like a black rock still, is perfectly visible. Farthest of them all, showing pale and sharp amid the palpitating blaze of noon, stands, like an unfinished tower of Babel, the pyramid of Meidum. It is in this direction that our eyes turn oftenest, to the measureless desert in its mystery of light and silence, to the Nile where it gleams out again and again, till it melts at last into that faint, far distance beyond which lie Thebes and Philae and Abu Simbel.